everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I'll be your astrologer this month, and these are going to be the horoscopes for the 12 rising and sun signs. I am excited to unpack what's going on for the month ahead. I know we have lots of new subscribers on the channel, so welcome. If you are new, my name is Candice. I am a Western and evolutionary astrologer. I like to use tarot as well as the Sabian symbols to make sense of what's going on in the cosmos. And hopefully I can shine a little insight on the month ahead for you. I want to start off first by talking to you guys about some offerings for the month ahead. I just want to remind you guys that the USA Election Astrology webinar for the 2024 American election is live on my website. We put this out, I think, almost like a month ago now. And yeah, if you guys want to check that out, check it out. It's my newest webinar. I talk all about how the events between now and the inauguration in 2025 are likely to unfold. Several of the predictions that I have made in this video, which was prior to Trump and Biden's debate, has already, kind of started happening. So this is going to take you guys through solar returns for the United States as well as transits, just to get a vibe for what's happening in the US. And we also take a look at President Biden's astrology as well as RFK Jr. and Donald Trump. We look at progress charts, major transits that are going to be impacting the candidates, as well as the Mars retrogrades, and we look at a whole slew of other potential candidates that I thought may potentially kind of come up in the future. It's a wild ride. There's going to be lots of twists and turns. I think it's safe to say nobody knows what's going to happen, but certainly if you have some interest in this topic, check out my website. You can find it on my offerings. As well as eclipses. So in the month of August, we are now about 4 to 6 weeks out from the fall 2024 eclipses that are going to be taking place in the fall. So I just want to remind you guys of that. We're going to start feeling the energies that are going to be building in the month of August, and I am going to be putting out a fall webinar on these eclipses. So the question is, are you ready for eclipse season? If you guys want, you can sign up for my fall 2024 eclipse webinar. We are going to be having a mid-September lunar eclipse in Pisces. Kind of a big deal because this is definitely an out of sign eclipse. As we know, the North Node will not be moving into Pisces until the beginning of 2025. However, this lunar eclipse is very emotional. It is ushering in the new energies of what it's going to feel like to see the North Node in Pisces at the beginning of 2025 in the new year. So we're going to be experiencing eclipses in a place that we have not had for nearly 9 years. Obviously, if you are a Pisces or a Virgo, this might be very impactful for you, but really for everyone, because it's shining a light on what is going to be coming in the future. Then we will be seeing an eclipse taking place at the beginning of October, and this will be yet another solar eclipse that's going to be taking place in the sign of Libra. So we've experienced some of these before, but still there's a continuation of the storylines of the eclipses in Aries and Libra, which has been very transformative for everybody. We've seen lots of relationship shifts. We've seen lots of shifts within ourselves and our own personal identity. So make sure you're subscribed also to the channel, but also to my newsletters. You can head over to my website. It'll prompt you to sign up for my newsletter. This is just something that I put out for you guys so you get a heads up when I have new courses, webinars, or any offerings. This is likely going to be coming out sometime probably around mid-August is what I anticipate. So we have some time to kind of unpack that before we start seeing the eclipses taking place next month. Now, if you like my work and you want to support me, you can consider joining my memberships on YouTube. I am a full-time content creator. We are here every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday creating long form format for you guys to not just see what's coming, but also learn astrology. We don't just have the horoscopes, we have weekly shows on Sunday to give you guys the astro weather. We also do reports on the new and the full moons and much, much more. So if you guys like that, consider joining my memberships. There's several different levels that you can get in on, or you can consider donating to my channel. There's a QR code right up there if you would like to give me a tip for this reading. I try to make sure that this is very similar to what you would get in a personal one-on-one session with me. I know not everybody has the budget to be able to get a reading, but I want to make sure that this information is available and it's my contribution to the collective. So I hope you guys enjoy that. Please do not forget to like, comment, share, or subscribe. If you guys subscribe to my channel and you click the bell button below, you'll be alerted as to when I have new videos coming out on the channel, but also comments, thumbs up, anything like that is really going to help the channel grow. Some of you guys I know are new subscribers, but I have a goal to reach 50,000 subscribers before the end of 2024. You guys can make that happen for me by sharing my work or leaving me a comment in the comment description below. Generally, we're here on Fridays and we do live readings. So if you are interested in getting a tarot or an astrology reading, I am here every Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern. This is where I do my live readings. You guys can get a tarot reading and ask questions, or you can do an astrology reading and ask questions about transits or certain aspects in your natal chart. We try to make that affordable for you guys, and it's a fun place to kind of hang out. So come hang out with us on a Friday night, especially if you're wanting to learn more about astrology. If you'd like to book a personal reading with me, I would love to talk to you. My books are open, and I have openings that are beginning in October of 2024. In just a few months, it's pretty common for me to have my bookings 2 to 3 months in advance at a time. So I recommend, if you know you have a birthday coming up, or if you want to get a reading before the end of the year, definitely check out my schedule on my website. I have my availability listed. I do readings on Tuesdays and Saturdays. And I do everything from birthday solar return readings to election readings for special dates, relocation astrology for moves, and also for travel, relationship astrology, natal charts. There are so many things that I offer, so definitely check that out. You can find all of that information at beyondtheveiltarot.com, and if you'd like to gift a reading to somebody, I have gift cards available on my website as well. Okay, so I want to preface the next slide by just letting you guys know one thing. This is not a statement I want to make. This is not a slide that I wanted to include in my monthlies, but I felt the need to do this. The truth is that I've been sitting with this for the better part of the last few weeks and deciding whether or not I was going to say something. It's obvious that August is already kind of bringing the drama, right, in true Leo fashion. I have recently been made aware that there are impersonators and specifically astrology content creators who are directly stealing my work and falsely representing it as their own on YouTube. Not only is it morally wrong, but also it's illegal copyright infringement of my intellectual property. I just want to say this, and I do not want to address this again in the future, but let this be a warning to you if you are seeing this. If you are caught doing this, I will not keep quiet about it. I will make a statement. I will tag you in all of your social media, including your YouTube, and I will bring the receipts. Subscribers, please tag me in the comment section of any content creators who you see directly copying or stealing my content, my format, or any original work. I appreciate it. I don't want to cause any drama, but this is a labor of love. This is something that is my blood, sweat, and tears that I put into my work and my channel. It's really unfortunate, and I hope it does not continue, and I want to leave it at that. All right, so let's go ahead and get into the transits that catch my eye for August of 2024. So if you're new, basically this is primarily going to be focusing on the rising and sun horoscopes for the 12 signs. You'll see me take you through, I think, some of the most important transits for the month ahead. This is the list, so you can take a screenshot of this, or you can check the description below and you will see all of this information in the description, so you can reference it, you can put it in your calendar, you can make a note of when some of these things are happening. I'm going to have a list of all of the transits that I think that are the most important that catch my eye. We'll also talk about the ingresses and when planets change signs, as well as any particular retrograde periods that are taking place, and we'll discuss the new and the full moon. Now, you guys can catch a video that's going to be at the end of this month. If you're watching this in July, that'll be just a kind of generalized overview for the month of August. If you guys want to catch that, these are just the topics that I wanted to touch on, so I'll kind of run through these. Let's start with some of the ingresses. This is when a planet changes signs. So we're going to see on the 4th of August, Venus is going to leave dramatic and bold Leo. She is going to move into Virgo. So the thing to kind of think about is that Venus and all planets are going to behave in certain ways in certain signs. They're going to have signs that they're going to kind of exalt in, or they're going to be in their domicile where they're comfortable. you're going to have signs where they're not going to do as well. So unless you're a Virgo sun, moon, or rising, for you guys, I think this can be especially beautiful. Venus is generally not as happy in the sign of Virgo, okay? Because this is the sign that deals with perfection. This is the sign that deals with health. It can also be about healing things. I think this transit is going to teach us that self-love means that we sometimes have to kind of roll up our sleeves and we have to clean up our relationships, our diet, our schedule, and make some of those necessary changes. But people always ask me, when is it a good time to do cosmetic procedures? When is it a good time to, make changes in my relationships, or maybe, plan a wedding or plan a trip, things like that? Obviously, you take your personal chart into consideration, but I would say between Venus entering the sign of Virgo, a Mercury retrograde, which will conjunct Venus in Virgo, definitely not the best month for making any major changes when it comes to cosmetic procedures, okay? This is why it pays to know your chart or get a reading with an astrologer, but I would say definitely really positive for Virgos, can be more challenging for relationships for other people. We will see in the next month, Venus is going to move into Libra, actually right at the end of August going into September. So that can definitely be better for relationships, finances, as well as any cosmetic procedures. Just think of Venus in Virgo as, wanting to perfect something, wanting to heal something, wanting to reorganize something. And it's a time to really think about what role do we play when it comes to the health of our relationships or our finances, right? On the 14th, Mercury enters Leo, so we will see a Mercury retrograde at the beginning of August. You guys want to think back to what was kind of happening in July while Mercury was in shadow, and you will see some of the same aspects that Mercury is making in its retrograde. So Mercury is going to retrograde from Virgo back into Leo. On the 22nd, the Sun enters Virgo, so we will be in Virgo season as of the 3rd week. This is further putting a spotlight on Virgo-related things. Our to-do lists, our coworkers, our schedules. It can be about organization, care, maintenance, our to-do list, our pets. So that's definitely going to be a huge theme, I think, in general with the Mercury retrograde anyway. But I think that this is just kind of further highlighting that for us. And then on the 29th of the month, Venus enters in her domicile into Libra. So we're going to see that there can be a little bit more I think, or better kind of relationship or financial things that are going to be happening. Obviously, when you see Venus changing signs, that's going to really impact my Tauruses and my Libras. When you see Mercury changing signs, that's really going to be impacting my Geminis and my Virgos. So pay attention. I will definitely be addressing your guys' chart ruler when I give you your overview for the month. Now, as of August 4th, we are going to see a retrograde taking place. This is the only, retrograde that's going to be starting this month, and that will be the Mercury retrograde in Virgo. Now, I just want to tell you guys, I did a video on this. We did a part 1 while Mercury was in Leo, and I took you all the way up to the retrograde. And just recently, in the last week or two, I did a preview of the Mercury retrograde in Virgo. Most of the retrograde stuff will be taking place in Leo, but I actually consider the retrograde to be in Virgo because that's where it's going to turn retrograde. By the time you guys are watching this, we've already been in the shadow. The shadow includes 3 squares to Uranus, so there is definitely some kind of like out of left field, unexpected scheduling changes, drama, like comments, things that are impacting travel. The squares to Uranus is about the physical or the financial implications, and Mercury going retrograde, obviously in Leo, has brought up a lot of like drama revolving around Leo things. So something to kind of think about is when Mercury goes retrograde, we're going to want to look at those other dates when we see the Venus-Uranus squares that are taking place, clear into August and in September. We'll see that kind of unfold over time. So it's going to take some time to kind of work out that Mercury retrograde. You guys know that when we have a Mercury retrograde, things slow down, right? Mercury, which rules communication and gadgets and vehicles and contracts and business, it's not fully functional when it's retrograde. It means that there's something that is needing to go through a process so it can actually be corrected or be fixed. What I love for Mercury retrogrades, especially in Virgo, is a time to look at our schedule, look at our health, look at our routines, look at our habits, And like we can work with this and find a way to be able to tweak these things and actually like have better health or be a little bit more productive or be aware of where we need to be making some of these changes in our daily routines. Yes, cars break down, right? That can definitely happen. We can definitely see that there are changes in our schedules. Computers can sometimes crash or get kind of frayed. The very first square that we actually saw in the shadow was when we saw that big kind of like cyber event where, you know, planes were grounded, a bunch of computers were getting the blue screen that were working off of Windows, and it created that malfunction. So I do think that we're going to see more of that to come in the retrograde. Unfortunately, I think you might see some similar things happen when Mercury turns retrograde, and then we have it square the final time as it's coming out of the shadow as we're going into September. So you may want to think about what's been happening since we had that square that was taking place just recently, you know, the third week of July. All right, so for lunations this month, we are going to start the month off on August 4th, where we are going to see there will be a new moon in the sign of Leo. This is going to be at 12 degrees of Leo. The sun is in its kind of home sign, and we see the sun and the moon coming together, creating that new beginning. To be honest with you, I'm not too worried about this new moon. I think that with some of the aspects that you're seeing to the North Node and also the sun being in its home sign, we're not quite seeing too many, you know, challenges with outer planets. It's a little bit too wide to square with Uranus. But there is a slight in conjunct or a quincunx to Saturn. So just know that wherever Leo is in your chart, you're planting a new seed revolving around Leo-related things: creativity, self-expression, love, happiness, joy, dating, children, romance, kind of being on stage, being a star. So that's going to be in a different place for all of your guys' charts. But I do think that at 12 degrees, it's really about kind of getting in touch with what the heart wants and envisioning and romanticizing and feeling a little bit more in touch with like the vision for what we're hoping to kind of create. Now, 6 months down the road, this will become a full moon. So we will see that as we're kind of getting into Aquarius season at a later date, actually kind of going into the beginning of 2025. If you have any personal planets, I would say 11 to 13 degrees of Leo, sun, moon, rising, or another planet or an angle, this is going to be a little bit more significant for you. And then on the 19th of August, we will have a full moon in Aquarius. This will be a full moon at 27 degrees of Aquarius. As much as I am not crazy about saying this, I've been talking about this full moon for some time, okay? If you guys think things have been wild in the last month or so, watch out. We just recently had a full moon in Capricorn. It was a blue moon, which means it was the second full moon in that series. It was at 29 degrees conjunct Pluto. We've seen how that's played out in this last week. Then we're going to have this full moon in Aquarius at 27 degrees, and it is going to square Uranus, its modern day ruler. It will also take place the same day that we have a Cazimi. So that is going to be a buck wild full moon. There's going to be lots of unexpected announcements, some big statement that's made. And I think it's going to be something that's going to throw us all for like a little bit of a loop. The full moon square Uranus, it's going to be creating this fixed T-square. And this is going to be between, you know, Leo and Aquarius and Taurus. And these are financial signs. Well, full moons in the fixed signs with a fixed T-square is really going to be pointing to Uranus and Taurus, and that some of the sudden, unexpected, or surprising things or revelations that happen with this full moon will have direct connections to Taurus-related things. Rocks, rattles, and rolls with the planet. It can be about some major financial kind of chaos or upheaval, issues revolving around the banking system, some wild things that are happening in the stock market. The list goes on and on. So just know that this is going to be a very, very crazy full moon in Aquarius. I haven't put that video out yet, but we will be talking about that later this month on the channel as we get closer. All right, so for the transits that catch my eye, we start right off on August 2nd when we see Venus in Leo square Uranus in Taurus. Okay, so I want you guys to think about this, right? Over the last month or so, we have seen a number of planets move through the sign of Leo and oppose Pluto. This has brought up lots of polarizing situations, lots of separations. There has been lots of challenges and feelings of maybe being disempowered in some way, shape, or form. And we also saw that there have been squares to Uranus, especially Mercury. The Mercury-Uranus square is something that I have been really focusing on. So where Mercury came in the shadow and squared Uranus, we saw some of that communication breakdown. We saw some of that information breakdown, that news that was coming out that was like shocking and surprising. Then we see Venus square. Okay, eventually with the full moon in Aquarius, we will also see the sun square. So you'll see similar themes kind of connected to that, right? Venus, love, relationships, harmony, diplomacy, style, things involving relationships. Squaring Uranus means there's going to be some tension, and Uranus is about what is unpredictable, what is kind of out of the blue. It's about going against the grain. So when you take Venus and you put it in a hard angle with Uranus, it means that there can be something rather unexpected that can happen with finances or relationships. It means that there may also be a direct kind of connection and correlation to what happened when Mercury squared just recently in the last week. So whatever business stuff happened, whatever communication issues happened, now this is the financial kind of repercussions. This is finally breaking free from, whatever that startling information, was. I feel like Venus can be women as well. So it can be women making kind of headlines and kind of challenging with Uranus and Taurus, some long-standing kind of structures. And maybe it's changing the way that we look at women in society, or how we look at femininity, or how we're looking at certain styles. It definitely is not a ideal transit for moving money around, or for suddenly deciding that you want to break free and quit a relationship or leave a marriage. We can definitely see some tension that can happen with this. So be mindful that on the 2nd there definitely is some tension in the skies revolving around this particular square. On the 4th of the month, we're going to see, like I said, Mercury turn retrograde in Virgo, and this will also go hand in hand with a new moon that will be in Leo. So it's interesting that we're going to have the new moon that's going to be happening in Leo, and then Mercury is actually retrograding second house to this new moon. So it can mean that there is some realizations that are kind of taking place about what we want and what physical changes or financial changes we have to make in order to kind of fulfill some of those goals. So that'll be interesting to kind of see how that plays out. And then on the 7th of the month, we're going to have Mercury in its retrograde. So remember I said Mercury starts this retrograde in Virgo. It will be retrograde and come into conjunction with Venus in Virgo, and that's going to be right around 3 degrees. Okay, so when we think about Venus is kind of like the heart and Mercury is the head, okay? So this is why it can be challenging to have Venus in Virgo, because it's kind of more cerebral, it's analytical, it's not as emotional. So when we take a Mercury retrograde, right, we hear from the past, people can call from the past, we can reconnect to other people that I think in Virgo, maybe that we've dated before, that we've worked with. There can be a reassessment of our help or our care. There can be some kind of change with our schedule, change with our job. And so then you bring Venus in the mix, and it's like, oh, people are going to be getting news that, oh, my job is changing, or my schedule is changing, or I'm getting laid off, or, there is like a health issue that can be kind of coming back up and returning, because Venus happens to be in a sign that deals with ill health. When I zoom out, I look at the bigger picture, this can be saying that at some point in August, there can be this kind of reevaluation of, okay, is there health issues that are coming back up from the past? Are we looking at people having concern for some kind of pandemic issue that's resurfacing, right? I don't know. I'm just going off the astrology. This can also be a time where I feel like, because this is going to happen at a 3, we're going to see some situations where people are going to feel like they're at a crossroads, where it's going to be like, well, do I want this relationship or that relationship, this job or that job? Do I want to stick with this habit routine? Do I want to go for, a new one? And this is definitely one of those aspects with Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus that, like, yeah, it's very likely you could be hearing from people from the past. Just because the past calls doesn't mean you have to go back there, okay? So just some food for thought, but that'll be an interesting day, and I'll definitely talk about that aspect in the next week, and I want to kind of read the Sabian symbol and get a little bit deeper into that. August 14th, we're going to see a Mars-Jupiter conjunction in the sign of Gemini. So what's really interesting about this is that, you know, I actually see this as being a positive thing. Unfortunately, right afterwards, we're going to see a square to Saturn, but Mars is about our drive and our dedication, right? It's fierce, it's empowered, it's masculine, it is linear, it wants to get something done. So Mars is the ruler of the North Node in Aries. So we have to really follow what's going on with Mars. Mars going through the sign of Gemini is about intellectual power. It is about a power of words, of kind of getting together with our local communities. It's really about debates. It's about information and like jumping on information very quickly. Yes, it can make us all a little bit more kind of verbally combative. That can definitely happen. But when Mars comes into conjunction with Jupiter, I feel like this is about people being well informed. Jupiter can be about travel. Jupiter can be about religion. It can be about higher education. It could be about the law. So this is about people wanting to say, hold on a second, like let's go and read this document, right? Gemini could be about documents or paperwork or information. So people are going to, I think, do better if they're well informed. That means you need to know your sources, you need to have your facts straight, you need to know where you're getting your information from. You may need to source something, you may need to reference something, and this could be a book, a document, you know, some kind of thumb drive, some kind of information. And it's definitely going to, I think, make people better. Yeah, people will be better equipped if they know what they're talking about. I'll just leave it at that. Jupiter can also be about happiness, and it can be about joy, and it can be about travel. And I think with Mars conjunct Jupiter, it's going to create this very impulsive, I want to go somewhere energy. So some of you guys might feel like that's it. I need to take a vacation. I'm taking some time off, or, you know, I just want to book a flight and go somewhere and do something, and want to have some sense of freedom. What's interesting is the very same day that that happens, Mercury will retrograde back into the sign of Leo, okay? So Mercury is going to drop into that 29 degrees. It's going to quincunx Neptune. It's going to bring up more of some of the things that we've seen over this last like week or two, revolving around, you know, what's happening with leadership. Leo is about leadership. That's what this is about. So we're going to be hearing more information revolving around, well, you know, who's in charge and where are things going and who's going to do what. And I think that you're going to see the positive Mars conjunct Jupiter is that, you know, like I said, if you're well informed, I think people will feel very vocal and they'll be speaking out. We're going to see a lot of people who are going to be sharing their opinions and writing blogs and all kinds of stuff. The internet's certainly going to be on fire with people's opinions. But the negative side of this is that you can also see people who can be very combative. They can feel very almost like holier than thou, you know, that they like know better. And you'll see some people that are kind of like on their soapboxes with what they have to say. Anyway, watch for being too reckless or impulsive with this conjunction, okay? Especially because Mercury is the ruler of Gemini. So as Mars and Jupiter come into conjunction, so there's going to be some impulse to speak up and say something. With Mercury being the ruler retrograde in Leo, likely you're going to have a lot of strong opinions about, you know, what people think about like leadership. And Mercury's retrograde, which means that things are still unfolding. We don't really know how things are going to go yet. August 15th, then we see Mars in Gemini square Saturn. You see, I keep telling everybody this, and I'm going to make a video on it, I promise, but I want you to think about, you know, Jupiter and Saturn, right? Jupiter is about expansion, travel, it's about being wanderlust, it's about being free, and it wants to go big or go home, and it does not like having any limits. It's in an air sign, so it knows no limits to what it can say, what it can write, what it can think about, you know, what it can talk about. And then Saturn is the opposite of that. Saturn is hard work, dedication, restriction, limitation, karma, responsibility, and it's in the sign of Pisces. So it's about, you know, holding back. It's about kind of like shielding things. It's about keeping things private. It can also be about emotions. So I think people are going to have mixed feelings about whether or not they say something. And people will be like, well, do I say something? Do I not say something? Saturn is almost throwing a lasso on Jupiter. And it's going to be, you know, we're going to see the very first square between Jupiter and Saturn taking place in August. And we'll see another one in December. So Saturn's throwing a lasso around Jupiter saying, hold on, not too quick. So what is this doing? Saturn limits, right? Jupiter and Gemini, it expands. So we're going to see, I think, more or a further continuation of censorship. We're going to be seeing, things that are going to be harder to find, information that's going to be harder to find. We're going to see things that get scrubbed from the internet. We're going to see videos that go missing. And yeah, there's definitely going to be some kind of like oversight that's kind of happening with like what people can see, what they can talk about, and who's getting visibility also when it comes to like social media. And so there's going to be some influence, I think, because Saturn can definitely be about leadership. It can be about like government, especially when it comes to the news. Gemini is the news. It's about journalists. And I think you're going to see a real ramp up of independent journalism who are going to be tackling and talking about things that aren't on the mainstream kind of news cycles. Anyway, so then we're going to see, with Mars square Saturn, there is this feeling that the direction that we're going is being thwarted, right? It's going to feel like a speed bump or a stop sign. So for some people, pushing through that is not something you want to do on the 15th. Trying to force something is not what you want to do. I've seen people go through Mars, Saturn, squares in their natal transits. I personally have experienced a Mars square Saturn. It's when I slipped and broke my wrist when I was a kid. So this is a time where we don't want to be applying more heat, more speed, more aggression, more conflict, more agitation, more fighting, because Saturn's going to win this one. So be very careful about what you say, how you say it, and we don't want to kind of force things through. We just want to kind of take a step back and just observe on the 15th. On this 18th of August, we will see Mercury in Leo square Uranus in Taurus. And so this is the second square that you are going to be seeing. The most recent one happened kind of like the third week of July, just recently. So Mercury is now retrograde. It's squaring Uranus again. And that means there's going to be some kind of shocking, surprising reintegration of information and kind of facts and things that are coming to fruition. Interestingly enough, this is also going to be happening with a Mercury Cazimi. So Mercury retrograde conjuncts the sun in Leo, this epiphany, this awareness day, this the news comes out type of day, and it's in the late degrees of Leo. So square Uranus means that, the markets may be really significantly responding to whatever's going on with some of these changes in leadership. This is supposed to be happening during the DNC, the Democratic National Convention. Let's just say that Mercury square Uranus is a meeting of the minds. People don't always agree. Sun square Uranus, don't tell me what to do. I'm breaking free. I'm going to break free from the mold. I'm going to stand on my own, especially Sun and Leo. I'm going to be the leader. I'm going to be the star. And the financial implications of that, the physical challenges that come with that. Yeah, fireworks. It does not seem extremely unifying. It seems like a time where there's going to be a lot of mixed opinions, a lot of people who are going to be speaking out, and it may not be the easiest to see eye to eye with people. This will be, like I said, the second one. This can be a day where you have a download or a realization. The Cazimi is the midway point in the Mercury retrograde. So if you're not sure what the retrograde is about, likely when you have this happen, this is when that piece of paper that's been missing shows up, or the document that you couldn't find suddenly arrives, or you've been waiting for the phone call or the email and then it comes through. So that can be a day where you can get some insight, but likely it's going to be a little shocking. And then on the 19th, we've got a very busy day on the 19th. First of all, this is the full moon in Aquarius. So when I said to you guys that full moon features, a T-square to Uranus in Taurus, we've got the sun in Leo, we've got the moon in Aquarius. That in itself is already, I think, a little topsy-turvy, but I think that factored in with the fact that it's right around the time of the Cazimi just prior. We're seeing the sun square Uranus, which is a very unexpected, you think something's going to go left, it goes right type of vibe. We are going to see Jupiter in Gemini square Saturn in Pisces. So Jupiter in Gemini, an expansion of the mind, communication, travel, media, ideas, communications, radio, news, squaring Saturn. It's going to try to get throttled in some way, right? And then we've got Venus in Virgo, which represents love, money, resources, and it could be women, in opposition to Saturn and Pisces. I'm going to let you guys in on a secret here, right? Venus is a woman, okay? Venus is a woman. So we are going to be seeing that there is going to be some strong oppositions of a woman potentially. So I'm in America. I'm watching what's going on. There's a lot of debate as to whether or not is Kamala Harris going to be the nominee for the Democratic convention? We'll see. I've looked at her chart. I talk about it a little bit in my presentation, but just the fact that Venus will oppose Saturn, which is the establishment, does make me feel like there can definitely be some really big challenges for a female candidate of any kind, right, when it comes to this. And that you may hear some people that are very strongly opinionated and opposing of a female candidate coming in with that aspect, full moon square Uranus, and then you've got Jupiter square Saturn. This is going to be an all-out brawl this day. Okay, so this is a day that you want to be super mindful of just how much is going on in the skies. Even though everybody's going to have an opinion, not everybody's going to be heard. It's not going to be easy to get along. And fortunately, unfortunately, I feel like a lot of what's happening this summer, because 2024 is a year of clearing out, it's kind of getting all the gunk out. I mean, it's not fun because we're definitely seeing turbulence in the world, and like I'm seeing it in the life of my clients. I've been having some stuff too, so we're all in it together in that sense. But we have to kind of clear it out. We have to get it out in the open before we can really start to kind of clean things up. And guess what? That's what Virgo season is about. The retrograde is going to be, well, how do we get back into the swing of having a normal schedule? How do we focus on, what's best for our health and our routine? And for some of us, it may be the Jupiter square Saturn is, I'm turning off the TV, I'm turning off the radio, I'm going for a walk, I'm reading a book. That's too much internet for me. I don't want to watch this, because it can be so triggering for some people, which is totally understandable. So yeah, July 19th, I think is going to be the day where we're going to see sparks. All right, so then we have, like I said, the first Jupiter square Saturn, that kind of squashes any optimism. It also makes us feel a little bit challenged when it comes to being able to move forward with something. So this is very similar to what you see on August 14th when, Mars conjuncts Jupiter, and then the 15th it squares Saturn. So you're going to see a speed bump basically, I think, taking place on the 14th, 15th, and 19th of August. These are the days that you do not want to force something to happen. August 27th, Venus in Virgo trines Uranus in Taurus. So we see a day where there can be a change of luck. There can be some kind of significant shift. It can be positive with relationships because trines are harmonious. It can also be changes when it comes to our resources. I really love Venus in Virgo for finding new healthcare practitioners, for finding, new people to assist you, for finding new staff, for finding a new gym, for finding a new routine. And the way that the Venus trine to Uranus can actually be a good investment. It can also mean that it makes us feel better about ourselves. It can also mean it makes us feel a little bit more savvy when it comes to our finances. Like if you guys are wanting to find an accountant, or if you're wanting to find somebody to help you manage your business, or an assistant, these can be wonderful times to do that. And I definitely think it's going to be worth the investment with that trine. Also changes to food, and what you're eating, what you're buying, and what you're consuming. But how that Mercury retrograde in your sixth house can also impact your work and how you're working, and there in turn, there could be an effect on your finances with the trine to Uranus as well. On the 28th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Virgo oppose Neptune in Pisces. Oppositions are relational. Neptune is where we're lost to sea and we're not really getting what we need, or we don't see something so clearly, or we're feeling maybe abandoned, or maybe we're feeling like something is kind of fuzzy or out of reach. And once again, Venus does not perform as well as in Virgo. So what we're really looking at here is this is not a day that we want to be making a big financial decision. This is not a day that we want to be, wiring money to somebody in a foreign land. This is not a day that we want to be, buying something really lavish or expensive because it may not show up or it may not look like its photo. There can be something deceptive about the Venus-Neptune kind of square. There can also be the sense of there being what's the word? This is like a damsel in distress kind of transit for me. So we may hear something about, like a woman, needing some kind of support and falling ill, and, these storylines of not getting what they needed, that type of vibe with Venus opposed Neptune. I've seen this for a lot of people who get catfished or who get swindled, and I've seen this for a lot of people who also think they're making a good investment into something, and if something sounds or looks too good to be true, you might want to give it just a couple days until Venus starts to have her ingress on the 29th into Libra. But something is completing, it's ending as Venus is hitting those light degrees before it makes the opposition. Same day, we're also going to see on the 28th, Mercury goes direct in Leo. So this means that the Mercury retrograde is over. Yay. But this also means that it's interesting, like there's some information that's about to come in when Mercury goes direct. And Mercury is the ruler of Virgo. So that Venus-Neptune opposition, it may ultimately result in some final news or realization that there's going to finally then be a change in a relationship or a financial situation. So that can also be a big day where that stuff can actually kind of be coming out. Once again, just because the Mercury retrograde ends, we're still feeling the shadow until September. So until Mercury gets to about 4 degrees or so of Virgo and it comes out of the final square between Uranus, we are still feeling the effects of the Mercury retrograde. Finally, on the 29th, Venus in Libra. So Venus will make that ingress on the 29th into Libra. So if you happen to be a Libra sun, moon, or rising, good for you, especially when it comes to your appearance, your relationships, and your health. Venus will make a positive trine to Pluto in Aquarius. I love this aspect. I feel like this is a nice aspect after what can kind of be a bit of like a bumpy month. This means that there is the power to change and transform our relationships. Pluto in Aquarius is tapping into the collective. It's tapping into friends, into networks, into the internet, and anything that really deals with the future. So it is possible that with Venus, being in its home sign in Libra, relationships can see a lot more sweetness. They can see a lot more opportunities to be diplomatic, work well together, and it can really expand in a positive way our finances. Trine to Pluto can be big love stories, big positive financial transitions and changes that can really be beneficial for us all, okay? So that's the long and short of the transits we're going to be taking a look at. I will take you guys through the 12 rising signs. So these are going to be the August 2024 12 rising sign horoscopes. Once again, I am a tropical Western astrologer. That is what I practice, is Western astrology. I'm not a Vedic astrologer. I will be using the whole sign method. So listen for your whole rising sun or moon sign. People always ask me which one's the most accurate. You have to decide, but I will tell you that your ascendant is going to tell you quite literally in zodiacal order where these transits are moving and where it's most likely to kind of play out. However, listening to your sun sign is going to tell you a lot about what you need to hear for your overall happiness, your career, or your joy. Listening to your moon sign is going to tell you a lot about what's going on with you emotionally and to help kind of guide you when it comes to your home life or your kind of private life with your family and your emotions, right? So you kind of have to take a look at all three to get a better idea of what's kind of going on. So with that said, let's go ahead and jump right on into it and take a look at what the forecast says for the 12 rising signs. Hey Aries and Aries rising, welcome to your August 2024 horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. I just want to remind you that there is definitely some stuff happening this month with your chart ruler. We are going to be seeing lots of action with Mars in Gemini. It is lighting up your third house of communication, learning, siblings, ideas, vehicles, and something about kind of getting around, okay? So just hear me out on this. These conjunctions and squares are pretty prominent for you, so I would really pay attention. For the most part, Mars going through the third house means you are wanting to go on road trips. You are wanting to be learning, you're wanting to be reading, you're wanting to be communicating, you're wanting to be writing. And the things that you're thinking and the things that you have to say can be about culture, travel, your beliefs. It can be about international things that are going on. You may be wanting to be covering events and things that are kind of happening in the news. And while the Mars-Jupiter conjunction may prompt you to plan a trip, it may prompt you also to, start working with a teacher or a mentor or be going back to school or doing some teaching yourself. These squares that you're going to be experiencing to Saturn is trying to get you to pace yourself. It's trying to get you to take your time and really think about things before you say them. It's trying to get you to slow down and not speed or rush through things, or communicate in a way that is, out of school, so to say, right? So be mindful of the, Mars-Jupiter conjunction. And even though that's a positive conjunction, the square to Saturn tells me that there can be something brewing behind the scenes that you're not aware of. And that can be a teacher, that can be a boss, that can be somebody who's kind of looking over your shoulder, watching what you're saying, watching what you're doing. And yeah, you can definitely go to YouTube jail or things like that if you're getting a little too happy with comments. There may be some issues with you actually being able to be visible, because this can be about things that you're kind of writing or that you're typing out, right? Third house can be siblings. It can also be neighbors. So there can definitely be some tension with these people as Mars and Jupiter come into conjunction and square Saturn. There can also be some unforeseen events which could keep you from being able to connect or keep you from being able to travel, okay? So let's start the month off. For the most part, Mars is going to be in Gemini the whole month. Nothing is really going to change. On the 2nd, we are going to see Venus in Leo come into a square with Uranus in Taurus. So at the beginning of the month, Venus will be in Leo in your 5th house. And this is about creativity, romance, dating, self-expression, children. This can be that, you've got a really exciting new romantic partner, or that you've got some expense relating to children, or that you've got some hobby that is kind of brewing, and it can be rather expensive, and there can be some unexpected expenses relating to dating, hobbies, creativity, and kids. So be mindful of that. Also be mindful of having a different perspective or a different value when it comes to some of these things as well, because Venus rules your relationships, and when it's in the 5th house and it squares Uranus, it might mean that you and a creative partner, you and a friend, you and a playmate, you and a kid may not see eye to eye about something, and we have a different opinion on values. On the 4th of the month, you're going to see Mercury turn retrograde in Virgo. That will be taking place in your natal 6th house, and Mercury rules your 6th house, which is about health, habits, routines, your health, and also like coworkers, your workspace. And Mercury is the ruler of Gemini. So when you take like your 3rd house ruler and you put it retrograde in the 6th, it could be that you get news that your schedule is changing. You get news that, a coworker is leaving, or you get an email that you're changing offices, or maybe that there's going to be some changes to the staff at your work. These are things that you want to watch for. I think it's really important. I would encourage you, since the Mercury retrograde is going to go from your 6th back into your 5th house, to just really be thinking and asking yourself, how can I make more time for the things that I love? Okay, because retrograde into the 5th is, more time with my children, more time to be dating, more time to be practicing hobbies and things that are creative. And I feel like this is going to require you to reassess something about your schedule and your routine to be able to make it happen, right? But also there can be miscommunications with people at work, with coworkers, and some change in direction with your health and habits. So if you've been meaning to get back to the gym, get back into a schedule or a routine, maybe get back into walking, bike riding, jogging, all of these kind of 3rd house things, that can be the time to do it. And I would keep an eye on my vehicles, because there could be vehicle maintenance that could be needed with this particular transit. Very same day on the 4th, you're going to have a new moon in Leo, helping you plant seeds that are really all about your heart's desire, right? What is it that you want? What do you love? What do you want to create? What are you hoping to achieve when it comes to your talents, your self-expression, and your love life? These are the intentions that you want to be setting in the 5th house. Very same day, Venus enters Virgo. So when Venus goes into your 6th house, it can be difficult in a sense of relationships, because generally when Venus goes through the 6th house, there is this sense of, what do we need to do to better our relationships? How can we, relate to other people better? Where do we notice the things about our partners and our spouses that drive us crazy, right? Like that stuff can totally come up. So you might want to just be mindful that it's a little bit harder to feel pleased in relationships with other people when this, Venus transit happens. The positive is that Venus wants to bring us pleasure. So Venus rules money, food, resources, and it's going into your 6th house, and it rules your 7th. So this could mean that you're like, I'm investing money in a gym membership. I'm buying healthier or organic food. I am working with a new kind of practitioner or somebody that can help me heal, organize, or fix something, and it may be worth the investment. On the 7th of the month, Mercury in its retrograde will come into conjunction with Venus. And this can mean that, you know, there is like a meeting that you have with a coworker, or there is a sense of like reconnecting or trying to rehash an issue that you had with somebody at work. It may mean that you get an email or a letter or some kind of information revolving around bettering your health. And maybe it's a recommendation that's made to you. That's possible. Also, if you've been waiting to hear back about getting a job or going through with an interview, this can be a time where you hear back from someone. I would be careful and cautious about romantic relationships that are coming back from the past, because the 6th house is the house where I believe relationships end, because it's 12th to the 7th. So if you've been in relationship limbo, if you've been going back and forth questioning whether or not you're going to move forward with someone or something, this particular retrograde can give you some insight as to which way this is going to go. Then on the 14th of the month, we're going to see Mars conjunct Jupiter in Gemini. So we've got you coming into conjunction with Jupiter, which means you're going to go, do I need to get on a plane? Do I need to get in a car? Do I need to go somewhere? Am I just quickly traveling, or am I quickly deciding that I want to, write something or initiate some kind of like lawsuit, God forbid, because, well, Jupiter rules your 9th house. So you may be feeling like I'm ready to step up to the plate and say something or do something and kind of like defend myself in some way, or start some kind of new adventure when it comes to learning a language or moving or relocating. This is also a day that you want to be mindful that there can be challenges when it comes to driving and accidents, because Mars is speed, Jupiter is expansion, and it can be like laws revolving around speeding. It can also be sometimes collisions, especially with Mars and Jupiter coming into conjunction and squaring Saturn. There could be some really crazy weather. There could be something that comes out of the blue that you don't see. So be mindful of visibility issues with this transit. And also, like, be careful of things that you say when you think that people aren't listening. Because I feel like something could be said, and then you're in the midst of this retrograde, and something is said around a coworker, and it gets back to like a superior. And it could mean that with the square to Saturn that will then be brewing a couple days later, somebody overhears something that you're saying, and they're kind of like, oh, did you hear so-and-so said this? Just be careful with that, because you could definitely have some issues with coworkers during this transit. Then you're going to see on the 14th, Mercury will drop back into Leo. So now Mercury is wanting to reorganize or reassess. How do I feel? What's going on with my love life? What's going on with my children? What hobbies am I returning back to? What do I enjoy doing? This can also bring a little bit of like some unexpected drama when it comes to your love life, especially with Mercury square Uranus. It is possible that there can be this sense of like there being some shocking news that comes out, during that square that, makes you kind of like feel a certain way about a romantic someone or about a relationship that you have to a younger person. On the 15th of the month, this is when Mars will square Saturn in Pisces. So Saturn rules your career, reputation, and also your goals. And this is also about, allies or networks or friends. So, you may feel like I want support from somebody and they don't pick up the phone, or I want somebody to have my back or defend me, and, they don't say anything, and you're like, what the heck, it can also be a time where you may want to ask yourself, am I fighting the inevitable? Is something supposed to end? Is something supposed to come to a completion? And so much of Mars and Jupiter is about thinking on your feet. And maybe that means that you find a new way to communicate. Maybe that means that it prompts you to suddenly decide that, you want to write a letter, start a new, kind of like online channel or social media or some way of being able to be seen or being heard. Not a time that you want to be going toe-to-toe with like bosses or other people. So just be mindful that Saturn is going to make you feel blocked if you're trying to challenge like superiors of some kind with that square. On the 18th, Mercury in Leo will come into the second square with Uranus. So think back to what was happening in July with the first square. This will go hand in hand with the Mercury Cazimi, and this is where there is some kind of like realization or awareness. Some food for thought for some of my Aries, right? It's almost like Mercury going retrograde from Virgo back into Leo in your 5th houses. If you have a change in your schedule, if you have a change with your work, if you have a change with your career, it's about getting creative and finding ways to not go against the grain. It's very obvious that the universe wants you to realize this month that you are extremely talented, that you are bright, that you are shining, that you are the star, that you are very capable if you decide that you want to shine and put something out there and like create something or do something on your own. So if a job change happens, or let's say there is some shifts that's going on with just your consistency of work, you're trying to find new creative ways that you can be able to be kind of drumming up some business. And this may be when you have an epiphany or you have a bright idea and some new way that you could potentially be utilizing your talents to actually make more money. So watch for that, Cazimi. That's also an important day to be really in touch with like matters of the heart, okay? Then you're going to see on the 19th, this is that kind of crazy day where everything's happening at the same time. You're going to see Jupiter in Gemini square Saturn, okay? So Jupiter in your 3rd house of communication and expansion of the mind, or driving, or contracts, learning, siblings, it's going to square Saturn. So this means that you may feel like it's difficult to get a word in. It's difficult to feel heard. It may even be a time where, you feel like there is some invisible block between you and communicating with a sibling or communicating with a teacher, with a mentor, because Jupiter rules your 9th. It can mean that also, you're just having some frustration because you just want to see something come to fruition faster. You want to see a relationship evolve quicker. You want to be able to pick up a language quicker. And you're getting frustrated because you're feeling kind of like, oh, this is taking forever, Venus in Virgo will oppose Saturn in Pisces. So Venus will be in your 6th house of health, opposing Saturn. Venus is about relationships. And Saturn obviously is about career. As much as I hate to say it, to me, this is a day that I'd be really careful, Aries, because if it could be a day where it's like you think that you have support that's coming in for you when it comes to a coworker, and then you realize that they didn't have your back, or they were the ones who kind of like said something to a superior, because 6th house can actually be enemies. And with Venus in the 6th and it's opposing Saturn, which is about work, and it's squaring your Mars and Jupiter, it's almost going to be like your word against somebody else's. So you want to be really careful about what you say and how you kind of like word things, because there can definitely be a little bit of friction in how you're kind of communicating and getting your point across. On the 19th as well, this is when we see the sun in Leo square Uranus, and this is about breaking free and being like, you know what, I don't care what it costs me, I'm just going to say something, I'm just going to do this thing, and getting kind of like flustered and being like, I'm finally willing to kind of break away and go my own way to feel heard or to feel seen. Make no doubt about it, this is definitely the time where you're supposed to be shining, but you shining and you having something to say may not resonate with everybody, and also there can definitely be some physical or some financial implications for speaking out and kind of like being in the spotlight. And then finally, you will have that full moon in Aquarius. So that full moon will be in your 11th house of friends, allies, organizations, networks. This is also about the internet. The opposition to the Sun Mercury in your 5th house. And the square to Uranus means that you're going to have your moment in the spotlight, but it may cause a bit of a stir with other people, or a lot of other people are taking note of what you're saying or what you're doing, and it can have a real big physical or financial impact on who or what supports you with Uranus in your 2nd house. Very, very crazy day that day. All right, on the 22nd of the month, on August 22nd, the sun will enter into Virgo. So, most of the month it's spent in Leo in your 5th house. That ingress into your 6th house basically means now your attention is being brought to health, wellness, and routine, your office space, where you're working. The Mercury retrograde started there, so it can be about just kind of reorganizing that space, tweaking your schedule a little bit, making some changes. And now the sun is just coming in and it's kind of highlighting that a little bit further. On the 27th of the month, Venus in Virgo will trine Uranus in Taurus. So Venus in your 6th house of habits and routine will make a trine to Uranus, which can mean that, you know, maybe some of the changes that you're having in your health and your daily routine is, you know, positively impacting your confidence. Maybe it can be bringing in opportunities to be more productive. It can be helping you have opportunities to make more money. It can also be a time where, you know, you're having a better relationship with coworkers and things are kind of getting smoothed over a little bit. That's possible. And there's room for changes to how you're spending money, how you're eating, and how you're kind of organizing your daily routines. On the 28th of the month, you'll see Venus in Virgo oppose Neptune, okay? So Neptune rules, it's the modern day ruler of your 12th house, which is about mysticism, things that are kind of spiritual, hidden, or otherworldly. Venus in the 6th house in opposition to Neptune can mean that when it comes to, you know, your resources or your relationships, this is a turning point, a release point. You're letting something go. Maybe it was some health issues you had earlier in the month. Maybe it was a rift that you had with a coworker or a relationship, but it looks like you're ready to put it behind you at this point. Very same day on the 28th, Mercury goes direct in Leo. So that will be in your 6th house. This means that the Mercury retrograde ends. So if there's been any back and forth with your love life, with your children in Leo, with your own creative hobbies, maybe your own business, that is going to be kind of, you know, I think getting a little bit more so stable as we're getting into September. But it can also mean with Mercury going retrograde that there is some sense now of having more clarity about what the heart wants. And then finally, on the 29th of the month, we will see Venus enter into Libra, its home sign. It'll be moving through your 7th house of relationships. So this is a good indication that relationships can be better. The 7th house is also your marketplace, so it could be bringing in clients for you. It could be bringing in support. This is also, for those of you guys who are partnered, a time where, you know, there can be a lot of togetherness with your partner. If you're single, I feel like with Venus going into your 7th house and trining Pluto, that being social or getting set up, you know, at a party or going somewhere with friends is going to open up the door, make it more so likely for you to be able to meet someone. This can also be really highlighting the importance of relationships with just friends in general, even if it's platonic, and that, you know, you are seeing major changes and transformations in your relationships to other people, probably by the end of the month, kind of seeing like who stands by your side and who supports you in your time of need. But definitely a really great transit for potentially meeting people. So all you got to do is just kind of put yourself out there, be willing to kind of align yourself with the right friends or the right groups that are going to help you expand in all of your relationships. Hope that's helpful for you guys. Let me pull a card for you and tell you what I see for the next month and what the tarot has to say. Wonderful card. The card that I got for you is the Four of Wands. Okay, so this is a card that's about celebrating, meeting with people, getting together with groups of people, being seen. I think a lot of this is connected to the full moon that you're going to see in Aquarius. But this is also about like accomplishments and giving yourself credit for how far you have been able to come, for small achievements. You know, maybe you're in the process of trying to get to one long, you know, end goal right now. And this is basically saying, give yourself a pat on the back. Enjoy being in the moment. When you're invited to parties, go. When you're invited to get-togethers, go. When there's any opportunity for group outings, anywhere where there's like live music gatherings, all this stuff, that's where you want to be. You want to be where the people are. So that's going to be really kind of helping you, I think, really tap into that full moon in Aquarius. I think this is also giving you the audience that you seek to be able to really show people what you've got. And yeah, it looks like for the most part, it's going to be interesting for everybody, but it's definitely going to be interesting for you because this is when things can get pretty romantic with some of those retrogrades in your 5th house. And it can potentially be bringing in a very significant relationship. As we all know, the Four of Wands is a wedding card. So for some of you guys, it can be about meeting a significant partner, going to a party, a wedding, a proposal. There could be something like that that can kind of be brewing where there's discussions about that for you, for your friends, or maybe even for one of your children. Hope that's helpful. I'll catch you guys next month in September. You guys be well, and let me know how those Mars, Jupiter, Saturn things kind of pan out, yeah? All right, so we have got my Taurus and Taurus risings. Welcome, Taurus, to August of 2024. I hope you're doing well. So we're gonna be seeing some stuff this month. Okay, let's just put it at that. So the one thing that I want you to be most aware of is when Venus is making aspects, when Venus is changing signs, and when she's making aspects. That's going to be affecting you the most. We will be seeing Venus in the sign of Virgo right off the bat at the beginning of the month. It's going to be going into a fellow Earth sign. Although it's not easiest having Venus in Virgo, it is another Earth sign, and Venus is actually going through the part of your chart that deals with romance and creativity and dating and taking chances. So it can actually be pretty good for you, Taurus. At the end of the month, we'll see Venus change signs. She will be going into Libra in your 6th house, where there's going to be an emphasis on healing, health, and your daily routines. But before she gets there, she's going to be met with some opposition to Saturn. She's going to be met also with some opposition to Neptune. So when you hear those things going on, you need to know that that is definitely going to be impacting you in a very big way. Also, you know, we've got a new moon and a full moon that are going to be in fixed signs. So this means that there is definitely the angles of your chart that's really getting lit up this month. That means life can get kind of loud, okay? That's the one thing that I want you to know. All right, so let's go ahead and start with the beginning of the month. We're going to start on August 2nd when Venus in Leo comes into a square with Uranus in Taurus. So at the beginning of the month, Venus is still moving through your home zone, okay? Think back to what's been happening with Mercury just recently in, like the 2nd and 3rd week of July. Mercury has been in a square to Uranus in your sign, which means there's likely been some tension when it comes to communicating with maybe home or family members, maybe roommates. And maybe it's been about, children or family, or whether or not you have enough creative time or creative space to kind of get things done. So there's been tension there between Mercury and Uranus in your sign. Here comes Venus, your chart ruler, and it squares Uranus. Well, Venus in the 4th house can be a female relative. It can be a woman coming to visit. It can be a partner. It can be you. It can mean that there is so many things going on at home where there's birthday parties for kids. There's, hanging out with a partner or a spouse. There is some need to entertain family. There's stuff that's kind of going on that's very social. And you may feel like, while usually you love those things, you're like, I am irritated. I kind of feel like I can be a little bit more short-tempered, or I feel like I'm impatient, or I just want to be free of it. Like, I don't want to have to feel like I have to hang around and like entertain people. So you can kind of feel with the square that you're kind of at your wit's end. Be mindful that any issues that kind of come up in the home front, because there's so many squares to Uranus, is purely because you need more freedom. You need more alone time, or you need to have more of a sense of independence or authority, because Uranus in your 1st house tells me that you may not be feeling like you're getting that. Anyway, watch for that. Try not to disrupt things on the home front if at all possible, but pay attention and kind of see where some of this friction is kind of coming from. On the 4th of the month, you'll see Mercury turn retrograde in Virgo, okay? So Mercury will start its retrograde in your 5th house. Well, Mercury rules the 5th house of children, creativity, hobbies, romance, but it can also be about your own happiness. And Mercury also rules the 2nd house of money and resources. So I think a positive way of looking at this is like, Jupiter's now in your 2nd house. And if you feel like now you have the money to do more kind of extracurricular things, to go to the bar, go to the casino, spend a little bit more money on, the sporting events or on the hobbies that you enjoy, you can. So the retrograde could very well mean that you're kind of saying like, what am I not making time to do that I need to get back into, that I may need to invest some money or some time into, but it would be well worth the investment because it would make me happy, right? That's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is that a Mercury retrograde in your 5th house, if you are gambling with money that you are not willing to lose, if you're investing money that you are not willing to lose, I would be very careful. Because, with the retrograde, we may not have all of our facts and our information, and we can take some risks that are not necessary. Sure, Mercury retrograde in the 5th, you could hear from a lover or somebody that you dated in the past. If you haven't been communicating well with a family member or a child, they can kind of reconnect with you during this time as well. But great time to go back to old hobbies, old things you loved to do when you were younger or when you were a kid, or creative projects that you have not completed. Very same day on the 4th, we've got a new moon in your 4th house, which is saying let's set intentions for how we're feeling, where we live, our family, your kind of domestic space. And if you're looking to find a new home, move into a new apartment, redecorate your space, rework something of some kind, or maybe you're just wanting to reimagine what home could look like, this would be the time you want to do that. Simultaneously, then we have Venus that moves into Virgo. So like I said, doesn't perform as well here, but Venus in the 5th house is wonderful for dating, for romance. It can be wonderful for children. I do think that this is about finding an opportunity to have these things that Venus enjoys in the 5th house, but doing it in a Virgo way. So that could mean that you're showing love and appreciation by kind of cleaning up, after your children for your spouse. Or maybe it means that, you do decide that you want to do something that can be a little bit more fun and playful and romantic, but it's also like active or it's healthy. So you're planting a garden together, you're going to the gym together, like things that are going to be like more Virgo-like, right? Anyway, so that's going to be the transit. Definitely good for single Tauruses. It can be an indication of connecting or meeting somebody at a place where there's entertainment, or at a bar or at a casino, or spending time even with coworkers. Virgo can definitely open the door to there being a romantic connection there. On the 7th of the month, we will see Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus in Virgo at 3 degrees. So this is interesting because for you, my Tauruses, this means that someone or something is coming to you or coming back to you. So to better understand this, we have to look at, well, what is Mercury? Romantic people, children, younger people, communications, and then the 2nd house, which could be about money, possessions, and resources. So actually, I kind of see this for some Taurus and Taurus risings as somebody kind of reaching out to you being like, I really valued our relationship or our friendship, or I always thought you were so amazing. It could mean that there's somebody who comes in that showers you with some kind of affection and makes you feel good. It could mean that your kid comes up and gives you a big hug and tells you how much they love you and they appreciate you. Something like that can be happening with the retrograde. I do think that because you are Venus, it's about a message being brought to you about how loved you are and how valued you are and how amazing you are. And it may be something that you kind of need to be reminded of to kind of keep you going, right? To keep you going and to keep reminding you to keep doing what you're doing. Especially when it comes to any creative endeavors. Then we're going to see on the 14th of the month, Mars will conjunct Jupiter in Gemini. So this will be taking place in your 2nd house. 2nd house is money, resources, and possessions, okay? Jupiter rules your 8th house of other people's money and resources. So you may be feeling impulsively like putting something on a credit card, taking out a loan, spending money, asking your partner for money. You may suddenly get some kind of windfall or some money comes in and you're like, oh, I'm going to invest it or I'm going to do something with it. But it's conjuncting Mars, and Mars represents your relationship. So this can be a business partner, it can be a client, it can be a spouse. And Mars also rules the 12th house. So it's things that you do with money that you may not tell your spouse, business partner, or client, right? And so there can be some squabbles, some arguments, some conflict over what's being done with money. And I would say just be very careful because you're going to be feeling like you want to impulsively buy or spend on something. And it may not necessarily be the time to do that. Now, to break this down a little bit further, the very same day, Mercury goes retrograde back into your 4th house. So it almost seems as if when it comes to values, money, and possessions, there's something that's getting reworked about your home or your living situation. Maybe it's the future of your family or a living situation, or reorganizing something about your home or the direction where you're going with living with a romantic partner or even with having children. So that might kind of come into this as well. And then you will see on the 15th that Mars in Gemini in your 5th house of spending will square Saturn. So it means that a certain way that you're going about making money or a certain way that you're going about growing your resources not everybody's going to celebrate your wins. I don't like saying that, but that's the truth. Not everybody is going to be supportive of just you doing well or being successful. You might have some salty friends or some, salty people who you are in kind of connection with in certain networks. While you're pushing ahead to grow and continue to, bring in clients or bring in relationships or expand your resources, you're going to have some people that are going to be like, well, share some of that with us, or, it can't always be about you. Like, so you're going to have some people who you're not going to kind of see eye to eye with, basically. And it can be about, group situations and money. And you can be feeling like you're kind of getting squeezed out in some way. Now, once again, Mars-Saturn squares are not a time to rush anything. You're going to be seeing that, while Mars conjunct Jupiter can be good, where you bring in a really amazing client or somebody who pays a lot, or you do get some kind of lump sum of money, by the time that you're getting to the 15th, when this square happens, not everybody is going to be able to kind of be on board with what you're doing in some way, shape, or form. All right, so then on the 18th of the month, Mercury in Leo will square Uranus in Taurus. So you've got Mercury in your home zone, and it's squaring Uranus. So where you've been going back and forth about spending with your family, how much it costs for cost of living, what it's costing for rent, maybe talking about how you would be maybe, buying a house or investing in property, you have to go back and look at what was happening kind of in the early part of July, where there was some tension about these conversations and what was going to be happening, because it's coming back up again. This will be the second of 3 squares. Very same day on the 18th, you're going to have a Mercury Cazimi, okay? So there is some epiphany or awareness or something that's kind of coming to you, where there is this realization about some situation involving your home, your family, property, or real estate. I think the sun going through the 4th house can be about the relationship that you have with a male figure at home. It can be about a father figure as well. And the square to Uranus can mean that there can be something going on with a husband, a brother, a father, that's bringing some kind of tension up for you, revolving around, okay, how do we handle this situation, and how is it really kind of impacting the direction that we're kind of going moving forward. So you have to watch for probably that insight that you have intuitively, or some kind of news that's maybe going to be breaking with the family. On the 19th of the month, this is kind of the crazy day, okay? So this, first of all, will be the full moon in Aquarius. So you're having a full moon that's going to be in your career zone. So this means that there is some big epiphany or some big completion or, result that's going on in regards to your career. For some of you, it could mean that this is the day that you quit your job, okay? Full disclosure, that's what could happen. You could Jerry Maguire your way out of there, because the full moon will be in your 10th house at a degree that is going to almost exactly square Uranus in your sign. So you're going to have the moon here, which is saying we are completing stuff revolving around work, reputation, and, kind of your professional life. It's in opposition naturally to the sun and Mercury in the 4th house of home and living situation, and it's squaring Uranus. It's almost like you're going to have to make some kind of announcement that may be very public. That's like, I've got this going on. This is what's happening with my family, or this is what's changing in my life, or I'm moving, or whatever. And it's incredibly challenging, or it may feel very overwhelming. And you may feel the pressure of the square to Uranus in your sign that you just want to snap. But you may have to kind of be like, you know what? I'm human. This is what I'm dealing with. This is what's going on. And I just need a little bit of a break. Venus in Virgo that day will oppose Saturn in Pisces, which really impacts you because you're ruled by Venus. So Venus in the 5th house is, well, but my girlfriend needs me. My daughter needs me. I need to be more attentive to what's going on with my children. I need to be more attentive to what my heart is telling me. I need to be focusing more on my own creative endeavors, something like that. That is also keeping you apart or away from the 11th house, which is your friends, your allies, your networks, the internet. This could also mean that, there can be a sense of feeling like that there is a separation that's going on between you and a woman, or you and a friend, and that you're like, okay, well, this is where this ends, So it can be a little bit more kind of dramatic for you. It is possible. Then we're going to see also on the 19th, the sun in Leo will square Uranus. So it's because of some of the shining a light on what's going on in the home and domestic zone, it is, making you kind of feel a little bit like you want to just break free from whatever has been limiting you, whatever has been not allowing you to have some sense of freedom. So you can feel a little like, I want to break free from what's going on with home and career. Like, just leave me alone, you know? Yeah, that's going to be a day that if this were me, I would just kind of like lie low. I would not overbook myself, Taurus, because I feel like the 19th can be particularly with the squares to Uranus in your sign, an angular full moon, and your chart ruler in opposition to Saturn. I really feel like this is a time where I would just be keeping my schedule a little bit lighter than usual. On the 22nd of the month, the sun is going to enter Virgo, so now it's shining a light on what is going to make you happy: creativity, self-expression, children, dating. And when you have both, you know, Venus and also the sun in Virgo, it's playing nicely with your sun, moon, and rising and your ascendant. So this is like where you can kind of now feel like you can have more time to kind of relax, kick back and be creative. If you want to focus more on health and wellness, you can, because that definitely is Virgo. But it's in the 5th house, so it means you're doing it in a fun way, right? Then we're going to see on the 27th, Venus in Virgo will trine Uranus in Taurus. So this is a nice aspect for you, Taurus. Venus in your 5th house of love, dating, romance, and self-expression. Trine Uranus means that this can be a day where love strikes. It can happen. It also means that this can be a day where creativity is flowing. You're feeling very much in tune with the creative process, and you're feeling very inspired, and it's very possible for you to get a lot of like creative work done. Venus also rules the 6th house, so it can be about getting help, getting support with something. Maybe, you know, because you have somebody who's helping you, you know, 6th house, walk the dog, water the plants, you know, organize your office, watch your kids. You can make more time for a date night, or you can make more time for hobbies or other things that you would rather be doing. Then on the 28th of the month, we will see Venus in Virgo in your 5th house oppose Neptune. So to me, I read this as, in order to do more of the things that you love, you know, there can be a person, a friend, a network, a group of people that, you know, you have to kind of take a step back from, or that you need to create some space from, or that you can't always be readily available for. You know, Venus in the 5th house is, but what do I love? What do I want? And what that is may be different than that of other people. So you may want to look at the opposition to Saturn when Venus opposed Saturn earlier in the month to kind of give you some insight, because you might see some kind of like similarities between the two there. And let's see what else. So that was on the 19th, just for reference. And then we're going to see on the 28th, we will also watch Mercury go direct in Leo. So where Mercury has been retrograde, mostly in your 4th house, where maybe you decided, well, we're going to renovate the kitchen, or, you know, we decided we're going to move, or, you know, my roommate thought they were going to stay and now they're leaving and I had to find someone else. Whatever's been kind of getting worked out there, now it looks like it's coming to a completion. So the retrograde will be over at that point. However, it's in a sign that's angular. So you may still feel, because Uranus is still going to receive a square from Mercury, that there's still some adjustments going on in your home zone, or there's still some adjustments going on with your living situation or your family, and you can still be feeling a little impatient with wanting to see those kind of results fully unfold, right? All right, and then finally, on the 29th of the month, we are going to be seeing a Venus ingress. Venus, your chart ruler, will go into Libra in your natal 6th house, putting an emphasis on health, healing, your daily routine, your relationships, and also your place of work. So this can be your office space. This can also be about working with healthcare practitioners. Venus does not really like being in the 6th house, truth be told. This is where we start to work out all the kinks in relationships, where we have to heal the bumps and bruises. We have to organize our space and our office, and kind of clean up our health and our diet. So Venus going through there, it does in conjunct or quincunx your sign, which means that in order to do this, you might need help from other people. So if you're wanting to make these adjustments, you might want to ask another person for help throughout this transit. What's positive is that Venus on the 29th will trine Pluto, and this means that for you to totally radically change and transform your career, your status, for people to see you in a much more, you know, kind of, I think, evolved light with Pluto in your 10th house, you need some help. So Venus going into your 6th house could be an assistant. It could be, you know, somebody who comes in and helps you with organization. It could be somebody who comes in and says, okay, you know, I want to do some media work for you, or it could be a health practitioner that comes in to kind of help you when it comes to your health and your wellness. That's positive also because Pluto rules your 7th house of relationships. So this is a really good transit for better balance in relationships, better balance in, you know, relationships with coworkers and other people, some significant change that's having to happen because Pluto is about transformation, and somebody can come in that can kind of really help you make that necessary change when it comes to your health and your habits, okay? So I hope that's helpful for you. My Tauruses, let's pull a card and let's see what the tarot says for you guys for the month ahead. The card that I got for you is the Four of Swords. Okay, got a couple of fours already. For me, this is the rest card. This is the rest and recuperation. This is that you need to take a break, need to sleep on it, need to take some time to kind of recover. I think with a Mercury retrograde in your 4th house and some of the squares to Uranus, you may have friends, family, people close to you being like, you're burnt out, you're doing too much, you need to slow down, you know, you need to kind of take some time to kind of just reevaluate and kind of like reassess things. And I feel like that's what the 4th house may very well be about when you have transits through there. I do feel like for some of you guys, because the 4th house is ends of situations, it may be about coming to terms with something that is ending. And it can be a situation with your home, a situation with your family. It can be something that's changing for your children because Mercury is ruled, you know, by the 5th house, and it'll retrograde into the 4th. So something is coming to a completion, it's coming to an end. And I would say this is about letting that process unfold naturally, letting that come to an end, and like not giving yourself a hard time about needing to have a little bit more rest and recuperation in this process, okay? Good luck, my Tauruses. I will see you guys next month. We have Gemini and Gemini rising. What's going on, Gemini? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to your August 2024 horoscopes. My goodness, we have a lot of Mercury things happening this month, so hold on to your shorts. That's my advice, okay? We're going to see a Mercury retrograde that's going to begin. The good news is you've already been in the shadows, so you're already kind of aware that the funkiness is in the sky. You've been seeing since July that Mercury has been kind of hanging out in your 3rd house of vehicles, communications, gadgets, traveling, learning, siblings, and it's been squaring Uranus. So you've already seen this kind of tension revolving around like unexpected conversations, you know, unexpected changes maybe that's kind of happening when it comes to one of your siblings or your neighbors or a vehicle. Mercury is you. You're ruled by Mercury as a Gemini or Gemini rising, and it's also connected to your family. So with some of the squares to Uranus, there's been some stuff that's probably come out of left field, or there's been some nervous tension with communicating with some of these people and making plans. So my advice is pay extra close attention to the retrograde stuff because I think it's important. Something else I want to note also is that we are seeing a very significant conjunction in your sign this month as Mars and Jupiter come into alignment in your 1st house. Action-packed, lots of energy, very daring, wanting to kind of go out and get things done, wanting to be busy, wanting to speak out and all of this stuff. And that's a wonderful energy in your 1st house. You're going to be feeling very brave and very daring. However, when this conjunction happens, it's bringing up your 6th house Lord, which can be about health. It can be about accidents. And it's also bringing up your 11th house Lord, which can be about other people and groups and communities. When these two come together, it will square off with Saturn in your 10th house, which means that you're going to have somebody kind of slap your wrist and be like, you can't say that. You cannot do that. You know, you cannot be on your phone at work. You know, you cannot be talking about those things, and you're going to kind of get checked a little bit. So you may feel like superiors, bosses, parents, people like this are going to be a little bit more kind of like hard on you than typical this month with that square. Anyway, we'll get into it, but that was just some food for thought off the bat. On the 2nd of the month in August, the first aspect that we're going to be taking a look at is Venus in Leo square Uranus in Taurus. So Venus will spend the first part of the month going through your 3rd house. Venus is about harmony, it's about love, it's about relationships. This can be about a female neighbor, a female friend, a female sibling. And Venus rules your 5th house of children and also romantic partners. And it also is connected to the 12th house of the unseen. So I could see with Venus coming into a square with Uranus, very similar to the Mercury-Uranus square, there's some tension when it comes to a relationship that you have with a romantic partner in communication, a younger, female or a daughter, younger kind of female friend, that there is some tension in like relating to one another. That can definitely be coming up. Then we're going to see on the 4th of the month, Mercury in Virgo will go retrograde. So Mercury will start its retrograde on the 4th in your 4th house of home and family, and it'll go back into Leo. So this means that you're starting the retrograde reassessing, do I like where I'm living? What's going on with my home? What's happening with my family? Do I need to go back and see my parents? Do we need to clean out the closets? Do we need to reorganize the kitchen? You might notice things are breaking or breaking down, or things that are needing to be fixed or organized in your home space. When we have this retrograde, we will also have a new moon taking place in Leo in your 3rd house. So the good news is if you're seeing some of this stuff happening in your home phase, it can give you the opportunity to say, well, do I want to look for a new apartment? Do I want to move to a new city? Is it time to get these things fixed? What do we need to change? And then you set intentions in the new moon on the 4th in your 3rd house when it comes to communicating these things. You're looking for a new car. Don't freaking do it this month. You can look, but don't buy, because Mercury is retrograde in your 3rd house of vehicles. Use the new moon to say, I want to look for something. I want to suss it out, and I'll make a decision after the retrograde. I would say the same thing for signing leases, the same thing for buying houses. If you guys are in the process of buying or selling homes, a Mercury retrograde in the 4th can definitely delay that process, and it's really important to make sure that you're thoroughly getting your inspections, because there can definitely be some stuff that can come up that can be kind of shocking and surprising, and it's information you're going to want to know before you sign on the dotted line. Also on the 4th, Venus enters Virgo. So Venus will go into your 4th house of home and family. So this can be about a woman coming to visit you. Venus rules romantic partners and children, as well as unforeseen people. So you could have a female friend coming to visit. You could have a female relative coming to visit. Somebody's going to kind of be in your home. And I'm wondering if there's some kind of connection to a sister or an aunt or a cousin because of all the action in your 3rd house. On the 7th of the month, Mercury will retrograde and it will conjunct Venus in Virgo in your 3rd. So you are Mercury. You are retrograding. Actually, you're going this way. You're retrograding and you're going to conjunct Venus. So it can be about you sitting down and having a conversation with a child, you reassessing, whether or not you're moving in with a boyfriend or a girlfriend, you reconnecting to a female family member. I do think that this can be also about reimagining what your home decor could look like. I wouldn't make any changes right now. I would say, what do you want to rework, or what do you want to address? And start there and start thinking of ways that you can make some of these changes, but I wouldn't be buying anything with Venus in Virgo. All right, so then we're going to have on the 14th of the month, Mars will conjunct Jupiter in Gemini. And this is when you're going to be like, I want to get out there. I want to be with people. I want to party. I want to socialize, because the 1st house is very active and it's conjuncting your 11th house ruler and your 6th house ruler. This can also be about bringing people together at work, kind of like having work meetings with your staff, and trying to encourage people to be more productive and kind of be a leader. This is a time where if you're driving too fast, walking too fast, multitasking, you're more prone to having accidents and injuries. So be mindful of that because of Mars's connection to the 6th house. I do think it's important to have an outlet to blow off steam here, because if you don't, then it could potentially lead to you being like a little drained or kind of like burned out, right? Then you will see just a day later, one more thing, on the 14th, Mercury will return back to Leo. Okay, so it'll go back into your 3rd house of siblings, learning, communications. And then you're going to see on the 15th, Mars in Gemini will square Saturn. Okay, so this is the time that you want to like slow your roll, because Saturn's going to win this one. All right, especially Saturn being in a superior position at the top of the chart, and it's in its home house, the 10th house. So Saturn in the 10th house is like the boss, the teacher, the attorney, the judge, the cop, right? The parent is going to be telling you like, slow down, stop rushing, you know, stop getting so angry, take your time, don't be impatient, like don't be combative. Like somebody is going to basically tell you to chill, or to stop and take care of yourself, or to consider, you know, some of your actions. So be mindful that you can be a little testy under this transit. And the 18th is going to be a time where you're going to see Mercury come back into a square with Uranus. So Mercury in the 3rd house, square Uranus. Think about what happened with this in July. Likely there was some nervous tension or some communication breakdown. And this is going to be kind of coming up one more time for you to be reassessing. And then you will have the Cazimi. So this is the halfway through the Mercury retrograde point on the 18th, where you're reassessing a way that you communicate, a way that you think, a way that you get around town, drive, learn, or communicate. And then on the 19th of the month, we will see a full moon in Aquarius in your 9th house, in a fellow sister air sign. So for you, it can be big completions revolving around 9th house things. Graduations, trips, ceremonies, you know, completing some kind of law or area of study. It can also be something revolving around publishing. It could be, you know, some kind of big meeting that you have with a mentor or a teacher. Something about your belief system is happening here. And when we have this full moon, it is going to square Uranus in your 12th house. So it does look like it's going to be 9th house themes, but a curveball being thrown in. So it's like some kind of world event could impact your ability to travel. It could mean that there is some kind of unexpected situation that, you know, has you rethinking traveling or rethinking education or, you know, something of that nature. But yeah, Uranus in the 12th house is just going to be more about how you're kind of dealing with this, what can feel like nervous tension kind of behind the scenes. Same day, we will see Jupiter square Saturn in Pisces. So Jupiter in your 1st house squares Saturn. So you might be trying to feel positive and optimistic about moving forward with something, and you're feeling like you just want to, you know, be independent and like kind of go. And Saturn is going to say, no, you can't do that, or no, you know, you have to slow down, or they might give you some kind of constructive criticism. So you may feel like you're being thwarted a little bit. You know, look at it as almost like a bow and arrow. You're being pulled back because you're being shot in another direction. So try not to have conflict with superiors, with parents, or anything like that, bosses, during that time. Same day on the 19th, Venus in Virgo opposes Saturn in Pisces. So Venus in the 4th house is going to oppose Saturn. It also looks like when that is happening, it's squaring Jupiter. So it's going to create a T-square in your 1st house. And this is, I think, going to be where you're feeling kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Part of you is feeling like my energy is being pulled into the home zone and what's going on with home, family, or, you know, kind of like, yeah, just your home base in general. And then part of you is like, well, what about what's going on when it comes to, you know, your career and your reputation? And really, it's going to be what you make of it with Jupiter and Mars in that T-square with those two particular things. Mutable squares force change. So it means that it's going to be about you being bold, you being daring, you being maybe even outspoken and kind of communicating what your needs are and what it is that you're wanting to break away from. Something rigid when it comes to, you know, your career, or something that you feel like that has power over you. And then finally, obviously it's a part of the full moon, but the sun will square Uranus. So that does mean that to release some of this tension, there is a sense of needing to kind of communicate and speak up and say something. And I think that that was very much a part of the August 18th Cazimi. I think that this is about, you know, something that you thought, or something you said, or something you read, or something that you wrote down made you go, you know what, I just got to let it go, or I had to be willing to kind of make that change. And so that might be about some kind of awareness you have during that time. On the 22nd of the month, you're going to see the sun will go into Virgo. So it will be then highlighting your 4th house, which is your home zone. This is about, you know, kind of communication with home and family. It can be about what's going on in your private life, what's actually happening within your physical home space. And it's just going to be shining light more on your emotions and some of these kind of private matters. On the 27th of the month, Venus in Virgo, which will be hanging out in your 4th house, will come into a trine with Uranus. And Venus for you rules things that are kind of unseen. It can be kind of hidden or subconscious. It's also about creativity, romance, and children. Venus trine Uranus makes me feel like this is about positive changes that are happening on the home front. You may feel like you have to kind of change something or let something go to facilitate this. But I definitely feel like it can be a positive one for you. It may also be something kind of similar to, like, you know, Venus in opposition to Saturn, where, you know, you had to make a sacrifice in order to grow. So for some of you guys, it's, well, I have to be willing to step away from home and family stuff to focus on my career. You know, now that starts to pay off with Venus coming into a trine with Uranus. Then we're going to be seeing on the 28th, Venus in Virgo will oppose Neptune in Pisces. Okay, so, you know, it can be this feeling of, well, what am I missing out on with my family because I'm working all the time? What am I giving up at home or in my private life because, you know, I'm going in some kind of direction when it comes to my professional life? There is this theme of service and sacrifice, and you're going to have to feel like, which one are you going to be making the sacrifice? Is it going to be career for home or home for career? The one thing that I will say is that it is at 29 degrees, so it is a critical degree. So it does make me feel like something is coming to some kind of completion on the home front to be able to help better propel you in the next month or so, but also for the next 2 years when it comes to where you're going with your career. You may feel guilty about leaving someone or something at home, or even moving away from home to focus more on what's going on with your professional life. Then you're going to see on the same day, on the 28th, Mercury goes direct in Leo. So the Mercury retrograde is technically over. It'll go direct in your 3rd house, which means that you're going to feel a little bit better moving forward with decisions like signing leases, buying cars, contracts, negotiations, moving, and buying gadgets. However, there will be one more Mercury Uranus square that's going to be taking place, and that'll be kind of closer to September. So if you think about what's been playing out, this back and forth with, well, I want to make this change, but is it a good idea? And maybe you've been kind of wrestling with something behind the scenes. We're going to see one more square. So it can be finally breaking free, and you're like, that's it. You know what? I am going to move, or I am going to buy the new car, or I am going to, you know, make some change in my communication. Whatever it is, that's going to be like the final kind of transition. But definitely Mercury going retrograde is very good for you, being a Gemini or Gemini rising. At least your chart ruler is going to be back in action. On the 29th of the month, you are going to be seeing that there is going to be a Venus ingress into the sign of Libra. Okay, so Venus will go into your 5th house of romance, dating, creativity, hobbies, playtime, children. It'll also be moving into a fellow air sign. So especially if you're an early degree Gemini or Gemini rising, Venus will trine your ascendant and also trine Pluto. So you're going to have a grand air trine in your chart. Love it. Venus in the 5th is very romantic. It's very much about feeling inspired, and it's good for meeting people, good for dating, good for getting to know younger people as well, or spending time with your children. But the trine between Venus in the 5th house and Pluto in the 9th house, I think, is a positive one. It's like things are looking up, and you're realizing that if you focus more on the things that you love, or if you're making decisions that are more heart-centered, or if you're taking into consideration a romantic partner or your own happiness or your own children, it's going to help you navigate some of these changes that you're hoping to make, right, with Pluto and Aquarius. So this requires, as with the air trines, to communicate, to be a little bit more clear, and to be kind of sharing how we're thinking and where we're kind of coming from with other people. So as a reminder, there's a lot going on for you this month. So be mindful. It's not just the Mercury retrograde. It's also some of these planets in your 1st house squaring Saturn, where really you're going to have to learn to kind of commit, be responsible, kind of stay the path, and maybe not act out impulsively, maybe not jump ship impulsively, maybe not, you know, change your mind impulsively. I've told all my clients and also my subscribers that this year is a year of change, and really we're going to see some of the most positive changes happen if we're doing our Saturn work and not letting Jupiter kind of run away with everything. So yes, you're going to get a little wanderlust, but stay the path, stay committed to what you're trying to do when it comes to your professional life, okay? Let's see what the cards say for you, my Gemini and Gemini risings. Oh, of course you would get this card. This is the Lover's card. So obviously this is a card that can be about romance, right? Divine partnership, unions, connections. I'm not going to lie, I think you have some of the best astrology for romance, actually, of all of the signs this month. Because Venus is coming into your 5th house, because you're going to have an eclipse there next month, because Jupiter is your 7th house ruler and it's conjunct Mars, and you're like, heck yeah, I want to move forward with my relationship goals. But the squares to Saturn leave you questioning, am I rushing into something? Is it going to last? Am I rushing into a new relationship, into a new job, what have you? Like, is this the right person for me? And so this card is about options and choices. It's about really weighing your options and asking yourself, is this really, the person who I want to tie myself to professionally, romantically, financially, and so on. So options and choices, this is the card for Gemini. But I think rather than getting too overwhelmed with options and choices, or too many kind of back and forth, or too much information, you're saying, I am committed to changing my status. I'm committed to kind of growing up or being a little bit more mature when it comes to my relationships or when it comes to my professional life. I'm not going to be jumping around with jobs. I'm not going to be jumping around with relationships. And so there is a sense of really kind of committing to that this month and asking yourself if who or what you're aligning yourself with is a good match for you. Good news is there's going to be choices. So you guys will have to let me know what happens. Please just trust me on this. Take your time, okay, when it comes to work and when it comes to your body and kind of getting around. Don't rush through things because Saturn will check you, okay? Good luck, and I will see you guys all on the other side next month. What's up, Cancer and Cancer Rising? Welcome to your August 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. Just want to give you guys a heads up. Not too much happening other than the moons. So we'll start with those first because you're ruled by the moon. So on August 4th, you're going to have a new moon that's going to be in the sign of Leo. There's going to be a lot of action in Leo, so you're going to have an opportunity to kind of rework this part of your chart. You're planting new seeds in this new moon for abundance, resources, better self-esteem, and honestly, just all of the things that you physically want. Second house is about possessions and your spending power. So this is a good time to be setting intentions that revolve around abundance and positive self-esteem. You're also going to see on August 19th a full moon. This will be in the sign of Aquarius. Both of these moons are very financial for you. Where the first one is about what you possess, the 8th house full moon in Aquarius is about other people's resources, taxes, loans, joint resources that you have with a partner, insurance matters, things where you have to pay stuff off. So there can be this theme of readjusting your finances and then being in a situation where there is some kind of pressing financial matter with this full moon in Aquarius. If you heard me talk about this earlier in my presentation, I told you that this is a anything goes full moon. This full moon will be in your 8th house, so there can be some payment due, or there can be some big breakthroughs in regards to getting paid back, paying off a loan, or dealing with an insurance matter. It will square Uranus, which will be in your 11th house of other people. So likely other people are impacting something about your resources. It could be friends, it could be working with a group of people, it could be something where there's some kind of unexpected change going on with a group of people and that impacts you physically or financially. Be careful with borrowing and lending under this full moon. If you're lending to somebody, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get paid back. And if you're expecting that you're going to get some support, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get that. With the Mercury retrograde in your 2nd house, something is being reassessed or reorganized in regards to your finances. So just full disclosure. All right, so obviously August 2nd is going to be the first kind of transit on my list. This is where Venus in Leo in your 2nd house of money and income will come into a square with Uranus. That off the bat tells me that there is some kind of sparks that are kind of coming up revolving around what's yours and what's somebody else's. Sudden dramatic changes with friendships or groups of people can have a direct impact on your physical or financial situation. Venus rules your home and family as well as your friendship sector. So it can mean that you're expecting that somebody's going to pay you back, or maybe it means that, you're living with a friend and suddenly there's some kind of change with them and it can impact you in a very physical or financial way. Once again, be careful with borrowing and lending. Be mindful that there can be some upsets when it comes to finances and friendships, and some changes maybe that can be kind of brewing, revolving around your relationships with family members. Now on the 4th of the month, Mercury will turn retrograde. And when it turns retrograde, it'll be in your 3rd house of communications, siblings, vehicles, gadgets. The 3rd house is the house of the mind. So when you have a Mercury retrograde here, it can indicate that you're making a change in the way that you think. You're making a change in the way that you communicate. It can be activating your 12th house Lord, which can be subconscious and things that you've been thinking about, but you're not sure if you want to say, or something you've been holding back saying. This could be conversations with neighbors, conversations with siblings, and it can maybe bring up something that, kind of comes up for you intuitively, even in a dream. Now, Mercury will retrograde back into the 2nd house, so it tells me that there's something that's going to get worked out with your financial situation before you do things like move, buy a car, buy a gadget, things like that. So you're one of the signs that I would say be very careful with signing leases, be very careful with paying for travel, be very careful with buying cars, because something's kind of getting reworked with your finances before you do these things. Now, the very same day, you'll have that new moon in Leo. We talked about how it's in your 2nd house of kind of reassessing your financial goals and your resources. And we will also see Venus go into your 3rd house in the sign of Virgo. So this can mean that you're going, well, I'd like to have, like a nicer car. I'd like to have a new phone. I would like to, connect better with another person. I'd like to plan a trip. These kinds of things can be kind of coming up. Venus rules family as well as some of your goals. So for some of you, Cancer and Cancer risings, it could be a back and forth that you're actually doing with a female sibling, or a back and forth that you're doing with a female relative, can be a cousin or an aunt, and possibly wanting to make some tweaks and some changes to a vehicle. On the 7th of the month, Mercury will retrograde, and it'll come into conjunction with Venus in Virgo at 3 degrees. 3 degrees is a Gemini degree, so it can be about communication, and it's in the house of communication. It might mean that you're kind of reconnecting or talking to a female relative or a neighbor. Somebody comes to you and says, hey, I want to talk to you about the situation, or they send you an email or a text message. Virgo can also be about somebody in your neighborhood, or it can be some kind of communication that you're having with a coworker. This is really bringing up this theme of reassessing something. So it's interesting that, Mercury is something that's already kind of been on your mind, and it might mean that you've been like holding back and like making a decision, and then somebody maybe shows up to kind of help you talk about it or work through that change that you're making. On the 14th of the month, Mars will conjunct Jupiter in Gemini, and this is going to be taking place in your 12th house of the subconscious, what's hidden behind the scenes. 12th house can be anything from hospitals to treatment centers to foreign places. It can also be about, your subconscious. It can be about your bedroom. So Mars conjunct Jupiter here, I don't think is as action-packed as some of the other signs, because it can be more kind of like etheric or kind of spiritual for you. Mars rules your 10th house of career and reputation, as well as your 6th house of creativity and ideas involving self-expression or romance. Some romance behind the scenes can be brewing. Some creative opportunities for work behind the scenes can be brewing. You could be burning the candle at both ends, getting a lot of work done here. The only thing that you want to watch for is that with this conjunction, it's also activating your 9th house Lord, which can be about foreign travel, or it can be about law or legality, legal documents, being served documents, filing paperwork, things like that can be kind of coming up. And Jupiter can also be about help. So you might have somebody who's helping you do this, or helping you receive healing in some capacity in the 12th house. Now, you're going to see on the same day that Mercury will retrograde back into Leo, and this will be in your 2nd house of income. I always tell people, when we have a Mercury retrograde in the 2nd house, kind of try to put off big budget spending. Save all your receipts, save all your tags in case you buy something and you realize I spend too much on it, I need to return it, or it's not my style, right? 2nd house is personal style, so you may decide that you want to return something. And there may be something that comes to your awareness about a financial situation that you potentially did not see coming. So it could be that there's something you need to pay for. It could mean that there is some kind of unexpected resources that are also coming to you, or you're being made aware of something that is being given to you. That's another way of looking at it. Then on the 15th of the month, we're going to see Mars in Gemini square Saturn in Pisces. So where Mars and Jupiter have been kind of coming together in your 12th house of what you don't see coming, now it's coming into this square with Saturn. Saturn rules relationships for you and also other people's money. And so I kind of feel like Mars coming into square with Saturn can mean that there are some unexpected delays when it comes to education, foreign travel, long distance relationships, communicating and connecting with teachers, or maybe even with mentors. It's a time where you may feel like you're kind of losing faith, or you're not entirely sure of like what the bigger purpose or the bigger meaning of life is. Let it roll. Right now, it's just about kind of letting things kind of come to a completion point with these squares in your 12th house. You could be having trouble sleeping with Mars and Jupiter in the 12th house as well. And I would be saying breath work and breathing and meditation can be your best friend. Having something that is going to be more faith-based or kind of spirituality-based or meditation-based can kind of help you move through some of these times of uncertainty. Then we're going to see on the 18th of the month, Mercury in Leo will square Uranus in Taurus for the second time. So Mercury is in your money house and it's going to square Uranus, which basically means you have to look at what's been happening since July. We've seen already one Mercury-Uranus square where there was some kind of tension revolving around a group dynamic and money and how that impacts you financially. This is going to be the second one. However, this is also going to go hand in hand with the Mercury Cazimi. So Mercury will retrograde, it'll conjunct the sun, which means something that you were not aware of is now, you're being made aware of it. And the impact that it may have on you physically or financially. And maybe it's about kind of vocalizing and talking about, working through a financial situation or where you've been having some kind of lack of confidence or self-esteem. This can actually be interesting though. I feel like for some of you guys, you might realize like what your worth is and the fact that you might be undercharging or shortchanging yourself and not kind of realizing like how much you bring to the table and what your true value is. And you're able to kind of build yourself up and like actually ask for more. Then we're going to see on the 19th, this is kind of the crazy wackadoodle day. So we'll have the full moon in Aquarius in your 8th house where there's going to be some kind of climactic event revolving around other people's finances, and somebody may let you in on some kind of information revolving around their financial situation. This can be a business partner. This can be a spouse or a romantic partner. This can be about something connected to a loan or some kind of debt of some kind. And it will square Uranus, okay? So it's going to directly be, I think, coming from some kind of group of people and the impact that that's having on you. We will see the very same day also that there is going to be a Jupiter in Gemini square Saturn in Pisces. So Jupiter in the 12th house where there's lots of focus on faith. And yes, Jupiter in the 12th house can feel isolating in that you're kind of like doing your own thing and keeping to yourself. And maybe you're kind of focusing more on your spiritual growth behind the scenes. This will come into a square with Saturn. So it's saying that there's a holding pattern right now where maybe relationships are not evolving or travel is not happening, or there is a sense of not really being sure what it is that you kind of believe in. Just take a breath. It's just a moment where I think something is changing revolving around your belief systems, education, or travel. It's a temporary delay. Then same day on the 19th, you'll see Venus in Virgo come into an opposition with Saturn in Pisces. Venus in the 3rd house can represent a relationship with a sibling. It could represent, an investment that you would make with traveling, education, or even a luxury purchase of a car or a gadget. But it can also be a relationship. You could be feeling like there's like a strain in a relationship that you're having with like a female. It could be a sibling. It could be a female sibling. It could also represent like a relationship that's at a distance and you're being limited to just communicating by phone, but not actually physically connecting. Then we're going to see that sun in your money house come into a square with Uranus, which is a part of the full moon, but it does represent that kind of like wild curve ball that kind of comes your way in regards to where other people's changes are impacting something about your physical finances. And then we have the full moon. So that's a day that I would keep my schedule light, Cancer, because there's going to be so many things that are going on at the same time. And I feel like with Jupiter and Mars in the 12th house, like you need time to rest and recuperate. You need time to maybe do some journaling, do some resting, do some breath work, and be feeling like you have an outlet to kind of release some of this energy that can be going on at the time of the full moon. On the 22nd of the month, the sun is going to enter into the sign of Virgo. And so you're going to see that sun ingress into the 3rd house, putting an emphasis on traveling, learning, communicating. It can be about having healthier mental habits. It can be also about shining a light on talking about what's most important to you and your values as well. On the 27th, Venus in Virgo will trine Uranus, and it does seem like there is some other opportunity when it comes to support. This could be another income stream. This could be some support you get from a female relative. This could be that, because of some support that comes with a friend or somebody online, like there is a connection. So maybe it's like, I've been wanting to get a new vehicle. I don't want to buy something new, but I want to find something that's an upgrade. You might have a friend that's like, I'm selling my car, or, you want to move and you're not entirely sure, if there's anything that's within your budget, and you have a friend online that says, oh, I know somebody who's, going to be renting their apartment. You should check this out. Some support that comes either from home or family or friends. And it's just through communicating and asking questions for support that you may be able to kind of have solutions for some of the things that you're hoping to change. Then you're going to see on the 28th of the month, Venus in Virgo will oppose Neptune in Pisces. This can mean that you're feeling that there is some sense of separation between you and a teacher. There is some separation between you and even like a spiritual practitioner. It could mean that you're not seeing eye to eye maybe with somebody, or communicating with somebody very well who could be a family member. This is the time to be really careful about transacting overseas, sending money back and forth to people in other places. I would be really cautious about even purchasing trips or things like that, because you might be planning a trip and you might be looking at something that looks too good to be true. Especially if you're kind of thinking about going somewhere you've never been before, or if you're thinking about relocating. Very same day, we're going to see Mercury go direct in Leo. So the Mercury retrograde is over, okay, but we're still going to see one more square between Mercury and Uranus. So there still is going to be some kind of working out the communication kinks as we get into September. Then on the 29th of the month, you're going to see Venus enter the sign of Libra. So Venus enters her home sign. She's going to be in your 4th house of home and family. Great for interior decorating, great for spending time with female relatives, great for going, and spending time at home with family. It can be a time where a woman comes to stay with you or visit with you, and you guys reconnect, and it can be a wonderful time together. Venus is also about friendship. So it's something about kind of socializing, get-togethers, gatherings, having, family dinners, having friend dinners with family, bringing people in, kind of hosting and accommodating. And then you're going to see Venus trine Pluto. So there's going to be support that's coming from this person that can be financially beneficial, or just having them around can help you kind of transform in some way and kind of feel healed. And not feel so kind of separated or isolated, right? Pretty soon we're going to see also Mars will eventually be leaving Gemini, and in the next month we're going to see, kind of getting into September, Mars is going to get into Cancer. So you're not going to have this kind of staying in your hermit shell kind of energy. I know you guys don't mind doing that, but you're going to notice that the energy is going to ramp up a bit. Certainly, June and July, having planets go through your 12th house, and then also having Mars go through your 12th house. Some of you guys are still feeling a little private, you're not wanting to kind of come out of your shell. So this is going to change soon. What else do I have to say? Yeah, watch for the full moon, and I would say be extra mindful with the retrogrades in your 3rd house when it comes to contracts, paperwork, negotiations, anything that you're agreeing to or signing. You are one of the signs that I think that could have a little bit more challenge in this department, and read the fine print and make sure you realize the financial implications for what you're agreeing to, or what you are signing on to, or what you are deciding to purchase or participate in, because there can definitely be some stuff that can kind of come out of the blue, right? Okay, so let's take a look. Let's see what the cards say for you, my Cancers and Cancer risings. The card that I get for you is the 6 of Coins. All right, so it's give and take, give and take. What I like about this is that, I mean, you know, first of all, it's coins. So it's definitely going to be dealing with things that are going to be more physical possessions, money and resources, which is very much what this next month is going to be about. It's, you know, who do I give to, who am I generous with? And also I'm just giving for the sake of giving time, giving support, giving funds when I can. And the give and the take, I think, is such a big theme between the second house and the eighth house. Squares to Uranus might have you realizing that there are some people who really do bring a lot to your life, and they can be very beneficial, not just financially, but just in a sense of support, and they have your back when you need it. And so while the second house is a lot of like, where do I stand? The eighth house is going to be more about where do other people stand and how does that affect me? Certainly if other people do well with these transits, you can do well too, and other people can be very generous with you. And so I do think that that is possible for some Cancers and Cancer risings. I just think that it's about reassessing, like, who am I giving my time and my energy to? And also, Mercury ruling your 12th house can be about whether or not you're releasing and letting go of any fears revolving around physical or financial security. Take note of who shows up to kind of support you and be there for you, who's got your back in the hard times, and are you paying that forward? Because the Six of Coins is going to talk a lot about that give and take, and that what you're experiencing is a direct reflection of how you are helping or not helping other people. So when you can pay it forward, that's really important with some of these energies this month. Good luck. We've got Leo and Leo rising. Welcome to August of 2024. If you are in August, Leo, happy birthday to you. I hope it is a good month for you guys and you are enjoying the transits and you're thriving. Obviously, you guys know I'm going to talk to you about the big transits involving either your sign or the sun this month, and there is a number of them that are going to be going on. So I want to start by telling you guys, number one, we are going to be seeing for the first several weeks that the sun is going to be in Leo. So if you're a Leo rising, the sun's going through your first house. Bringing your attention to your body, your appearance, your goals. It's almost just like shining a spotlight on you, and it's your moment to shine. Okay, so that's the good thing. The other thing to think about is that we are also going to be having a new moon that is going to be in your sign, and that'll be on August 4th. It'll be a new moon in Leo around 12 degrees. So if you have anything around 11, 12, 13 degrees of Leo, sun, moon, rising, this is a fresh start, a new beginning for you, and it's all about you. And then number 3 is that we will see the sun change signs. We're going to see this somewhere around the 22nd. The sun will go into Leo, and it's going to be really putting an emphasis on your money, your resources, your finances, your spending power, your personal style, and your self-esteem. And well, we're going to have a Mercury retrograde in your sign. So put down the scissors, no chopping of the hair. Really reassess and rethink anything when it comes to physical changes with your body. This includes your style, what you're spending, what you value. All of these things are meant to be up for re-evaluation, but we don't necessarily want to make some of these changes until after the Mercury retrograde, because sometimes when we make the changes when Mercury's retrograde, we regret, oh, why did I dye my hair that color? Why did I, buy that expensive suit? Why did I feel like I needed to change everything about myself? Mercury is retrograde. And for you, Mercury rules your 11th house of friends, allies, and other people. It can be other people's opinions of you that are impacting you, what your friends are telling you, what you're seeing in your, comments online, and what people are saying about you and how you look. And it can also mean that there is something changing about your goals when it comes to yourself. So because of this retrograde, I would say take note of the things you want to make changes about, but let's maybe wait until after the retrograde to make those changes. Something that I want you to think about also is that, Mercury has been in shadow since July. So if you think back to what's been happening around mid-July of 2024, Mercury has been in the first house and it's been in a square with Uranus, which means that you have already been feeling the effects of the shadow, where you realize that you're going to have some change in direction. You're going to make an announcement. You're going to make a statement. You're going to put something out there that does impact you physically or financially, or it does impact your friends or your goals. And this statement is likely coming because there is some unexpected changes going on revolving around your 10th house. Your career, your responsibility, your relationship to someone, your partnerships. So you've already been feeling some of the static of this. And that's going to kind of continue throughout this like next month or so. Okay. So I know it's a lot. So let's start first with August the 2nd. This is when you're going to see Venus in your first house come into a square with Uranus. Okay, so Venus in the first house, Sun in the first house, Mercury in the first house. There's a lot of what I love, what I think, what I need. And whenever we see squares to Uranus, it means that there is something that it's unexpected that changes, and it's almost like responsibility, 10th house, or career, or something involving a parent is almost trumping anything that it is that you would like to do, or how you would like to put yourself first. It can seem very dramatic too, by the way, with some of these squares. 10th house can also be, you know, back and forth that you have with like superiors or, you know, people at work. Uranus rules your partnerships, your clients, your spouse. It can be your romantic partners, and also it can be something about your friendship. So it looks to me like there are some statements and things that need to be said that might disrupt the apple cart with some of these people potentially this month. Venus squaring that is really highlighting your third house of communications, messaging, emails, and statements or media, as well as your career. And it's almost like you're going to put out some shocking and surprising news that you need to say, or things that you need to put out. And not everybody is going to like it, and not everybody is going to see it coming. And, you know, sometimes there's no good time for kind of just coming out with it and saying what's kind of on your heart and what's on your mind. And, you know, you have to look at what's happened with some of the squares that's taken place with Mercury. But Venus in the first house could be my style. It could be my needs. It could be my relationship to myself, and how that's kind of feeling like it's under the thumb of some of your responsibilities out in the world right now. And it can kind of feel a little upsetting, honestly. We've got August 4th where you're going to see a Mercury retrograde in Virgo. So the retrograde is going to start in your second house of money, resources, and self-esteem, which means you are reworking and reassessing something about a financial situation. Mercury rules friends, and it also rules resources. So it looks like, you know, you're going to have to kind of make some changes when it comes to your financial situation. Maybe a change in your finances is impacting you somehow socially, or when it comes to your friends. It may mean that, you know, it's about where friends and money kind of collide, and whether or not you feel like you need to give money back to somebody, or you're trying to get, you know, reimbursed from somebody else. Something like that can kind of be going on. So there's something there basically. When that happens, there's also going to be a new moon in Virgo. So that new moon, a new moon in Leo. So that new moon on the 4th will be in your first house. So it's kind of you being like, well, I had to do what's best for me. It may not be what's best for other people, but this is what's best for me. And you kind of set the stage for, you know, how you can kind of really prioritize making yourself number one again. That same day, Venus will go into Virgo. So it will drop into your second house, which is actually good. Venus likes being in the second house. So it can be an opportunity to bring in more resources, bring in more support, bring in more work. Venus rules your 10th house of career, and there can be lots of like opportunities to work remotely and to have the ability to bring in money and kind of negotiate something as you kind of get later in the month. On August 7th, this is when Mercury will retrograde, and it will conjunct Venus. So Mercury is money, retrograde in the second house. It'll conjunct Venus. So you're reevaluating a negotiation, an agreement, a contract. You're renegotiating or reworking something revolving around travel. It is possible that you are kind of like going back to a website, redesigning it. Maybe you are deciding that you're going to go and, you know, maybe trade in your vehicle, or you're considering trading in your vehicle, and you're kind of getting a value on it. It may be a time where with Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus, you're also rethinking or re-strategizing something about your work. Or maybe you're renegotiating your terms at work, or trying to reevaluate like a salary and trying to see if you could potentially get more money. So that's something else to kind of think about. Then we will see on the 14th, Mars will conjunct Jupiter in Gemini. Okay, so this is happening in your friend zone. 11th house is friends, allies, you know, networks, other people. And, you know, Mars conjunct Jupiter is about travel, or education, or groups of people coming together, and their resources. So I could see a situation for some Leos and Leo risings that's like somebody's supposed to be traveling and friends are having to cancel for whatever reason, or you're having to cancel for whatever reason, and like the impact that that has on other people. That's kind of my interpretation. And I say canceling because Jupiter rules other people's money, and Mars and Jupiter conjunction is saying traveling together, doing something together, doing a course together, going to a place, and it's going to be coming into a square with Saturn. Both Jupiter and Mars will square Saturn. So it's the financial implications and how that's impacting other people. So you can have other people saying, well, I can't go because now I don't have the money, or, you know, you're saying I can't go, and now they're like, well, how am I supposed to get a refund? You know, people getting kind of credits for things. So obviously, touch wood, I hope not, but that is possible here when it comes to traveling. On the 14th, we are also going to see that while there is opportunity for gatherings and get-togethers and kind of doing things with friends, Mercury is going to go retrograde back into Leo. So it does mean that this is giving you the opportunity now to reassess and reformulate how to kind of communicate with people and tell people what you want and what you value and what you're hoping to kind of achieve. You can feel a little tongue-tied with Mercury retrograde in your sign, I know, but I feel like this is the time to get ready to start telling other people exactly what you need. Give other people the opportunity to meet you halfway to try to help make that possible. On the 15th, this is when Mars squares Saturn. So actions revolving around friends and networking, and the hangups that kind of come about as a result of delays and challenges and setbacks with joint finances with your friends, investments and things like that. There can be some hard feelings with friends over money, that is possible, or with relationships over money. So I would say, you know, the best that you can kind of communicate with other people and try to navigate that, the better. Then you're going to see on the 18th of the month, Mercury in Leo will square Uranus in Taurus. So Mercury in your sign squaring Uranus is definitely about the kind of back and forth situation you're going through. You know, Mercury retrograde in the first house can be changes with your health. It could be feeling overwhelmed and needing to take a step back and reevaluating your goals. You have to really look at what's been going on through July, but it looks like there's been a little bit of stress and feeling a little discombobulated with things, and like not knowing how to communicate and tell other people what you need. And through this change that's going on in regards to your value system and what you want, figuring out what you want, it is impacting something about your work and your professional life. And so there can be some stress with that square that can be coming up where you're like, well, where does this leave me? Where is the future of my work or of a relationship that's kind of playing out? Now, that very same day, you're going to have a Cazimi on the 18th, and this is when Mercury is retrograding into conjunction with your sun. This is a fortunate kind of transit. I do think this is that moment where you realize what is important to you, what is the most valuable thing, and you know what kind of changes you're wanting to make with your style, with your appearance, with your finances, with your resources, because, well, Mercury rules that, and it also rules your goals. So this can be a time where you're like, I realize that what I thought was important to me is not important anymore. And like, now I have this realization, and now I like want to tell other people, you know, like where I'm kind of coming from and like how that's impacting and changing the direction of where I'm maybe going with my work or with my relationships. So that will also be a Mercury-Uranus square. So it may be shocking and surprising that there's been a change in direction or a change in the way you're communicating or that the way you're portraying yourself to other people. So look at what happened, basically, because that's happened several times. Okay, so then on the 19th, pull out your red Sharpie, circle the 19th. This is a day that I want you to take it easy. First of all, there is going to be one hell of a full moon in your 7th house. Okay, so full moon in your 7th house already means that there are big things going on revolving around other people. And the 7th house could be your spouse, it could be your boyfriend, girlfriend, romantic partner, it could be your clients, it's just other people. This is relating. So it's going to be a lot of relating because it's, you know, in opposition to you. But when this happens, it is going to not only be in opposition to the sun in your first house, and, you know, kind of like the Cazimi moment where you realize like what you want, but it's also going to square Uranus in your 10th house. So it may make it difficult for you to work well with other people. It may be difficult for you to deal with clients. It may be difficult for you to work. It does seem like there is a bit of like a, yeah, it's almost like a T-bone situation where, you know, dramatic changes that are going on with your status or your career is kind of, or responsibility is throwing you in for a loop, and also a relationship. So it's about navigating some of these changes that can happen in relationships that impact your career or your status. One thing that I would say is that it's not just this. I think it's also the fact that, you know, Venus is going to be in Virgo, in your second house of money and resources, and it's going to oppose Saturn. So that could mean that, you know, you may have to tell other people, this is what's best for me. This is what I need. And, you know, I got to cover my bottom line. And sometimes it means that I need more, and I don't have anything to give, or other people need to pick up the slack, right? Saturn in your 8th. You're also going to see that Sun square Uranus, which means that you're acting very dramatically, or you're being yourself, God bless you, and kind of not wanting to conform to some of the changes that are kind of happening when it comes to your career or your responsibility or your work. So that's an anything goes kind of, you know, challenging the status quo. And then obviously we have a full moon. So yeah, for some people, right, like the full moon in the 7th house can represent that turning point or completion in a relationship, where some of you guys may go, well, if you don't see yourself working with me, then, you know, maybe we're done here. We don't need to negotiate any longer, and you let a client go. Or, hey, if you don't see this going the distance and you're not really open to the idea of long-term commitment and, you know, relationship and having a public relationship, then we're good here. Like, you're in this whole reassessment period of what's best for you. And the power is really in your court, Leo. It really is. It's going to be about what dramatic sweeping changes you want to make across the board, and how that's actually going to start with you kind of telling other people what works best for you, right? All right. So busy day on the 19th. All right, and then on the 22nd, you're going to see the Sun enter Virgo, which is important because, well, the Sun rules your chart. So then the area of focus for you, over here, the area of focus for you is going to be about your money, your resources, your productivity, your values. And so the Sun moving through the 2nd house can be that it's a period of like focusing on making money and increasing your resources and being productive. The Mercury retrograde started there as well. So if you took a break from working or making money, you may go back to work at the time that the Sun is kind of ingressing into your 2nd house. On the 27th of the month, you're going to see that Venus in Virgo will trine Uranus in Taurus. Great day for money, great day for opportunities to arise where there can be negotiations, contracts, agreements. It may be that, you know, because you're investing a little bit of money in a website, or you're proposing a contract or something, that things are just kind of flowing very nicely together, and you're able to kind of make some positive changes when it comes to your career and also your finances. So I like that. That's a good financial trine for you. On the 28th of the month, you're going to see Venus in Virgo oppose Neptune in Pisces. So Venus in the 2nd house says, I need what's best for me. I am focusing on value, I'm focusing on abundance, and you're not as likely to be generous with other people. You know, Neptune in the 8th house, if somebody's asking for money or they're asking for support, with Venus in opposition to Saturn and Venus in opposition to Neptune, I think you're going to be less likely to just feel like, I'll just, you know, give money away. I'll give money to the person who's asking for money on the street. I'll give money to, you know, the person, the partner that's saying, hey, can you spot me $20? Or the friend that, you know, kind of needs you to pay for dinner. There is more of a, no, I gotta take care of mine type of energy here. Just because somebody else mishandled their resources, and specifically Neptune, just because somebody else mishandled their resources doesn't mean that you need to pick up the slack, right? If somebody didn't, you know, get the insurance policy on their trip and people are canceling, it's not your fault to pay for that. That may be something that comes up. If somebody failed to, you know, like make a deadline, it doesn't mean it's your job to, you know, pay off their credit card or pay something off for them. That can also come up. Then you will see on the same day on the 28th, Mercury goes direct in Leo. So yay, no more Mercury retrograde in your sign. Even though it's over and the retrograde is over, it isn't until Mercury goes back into Virgo and it has one more square to Uranus. So it's over, but you're still going to see a little bit of like wildness on the back end, where in September there's one more square that's coming. It does mean that you have a better idea of who you are, how to communicate, what you need, and I think you're realizing that you need to maybe make some changes in terms of how you're communicating and addressing people, and breaking away from, you know, old, outdated ways of working or ways of relating with other people. Then you're going to see on the 29th of the month, Venus will enter into Libra. So it's in its home sign and it's in the 3rd house, which is beautiful. It means that, you know, this is the time to say, hey, I'm spending money on travel or on vehicles. I'm spending money on gadgets. I can communicate with people professionally with ease. It's a wonderful time where maybe you're launching a website or putting out a podcast, especially because Venus is going to trine Pluto in your 7th house the same day. So this can be a very powerful way of connecting with other people, sending an email, launching some social media, having a heart-to-heart conversation with a relationship or a friend that totally transforms things. Powerful communication you could have with a female sibling or a female relative or a neighbor. And having like just a really transformative conversation with somebody that you love. This can be very positive for business as well as your reputation as well. So that's a good transit for you. So make the most of, I think, the new moon in your 1st house. This is where you want to set those new intentions. Watch out for that full moon in Aquarius, because it's going to be somebody else who's probably going a little buck wild. And how you guys navigate those changes together. And that can be about work or home situation changes. And be mindful that the Mercury retrograde is to help you kind of get a better grasp on what is most important to you and how you can kind of reassess not just who you are and how you look, but what do you value and where are you investing your time and your energy. All right, let's see what the cards say for you guys this month. I love it. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? The good news is, like, there's no more oppositions to Pluto. Like, there's no more of that happening. So you're kind of out of the woods with that. But I do feel like the strength card is the test of strength, and it's not just physical strength, it's emotional strength, right? And so maybe you feel like you're like, I've already been through a lot. I don't need any more. Yes, I know things are going to get easier after this retrograde. But think of this as an opportunity to completely rework the way that you look at your own personal strength, caring for yourself, loving yourself, communicating, all that fun stuff. This is about being able to bring in the things that you need, right? And not feeling like you have to force it. So you don't want to have to feel like you have to force relationships. You don't have to force work stuff. That you don't have to force, you know, changes that are kind of going on in your life. And I feel like, you know, you may come out of this the other side and kind of go like, okay, that was a difficult time, but I was able to overcome it. But I think it's really a test of emotional strength and knowing that whatever is meant for you, whether that's a person, situation, you know, place, whatever, job, whatever, that it will come to you naturally. It's not something that you have to force. It's about getting in alignment with yourself, right? Happy birthday to those of you guys having a birthday. Please let me know. I'd love to hear how some of these retrogrades and some of these squares kind of manifest for you. And hopefully it's a big breakthrough when it comes to a relationship. I hope some of you guys get engaged. I hope some of you guys elope or you get married, or there's some exciting things that are happening. There's some big opportunities for professional kind of collaborations and so on and so forth, because these things are possible, but only if you tell people what's up, right? Good luck. All right, we've got Virgo and Virgo rising. Welcome to your August 2024 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Happy birthday to those of you guys who are having your birthday this month. We will see the 3rd week of the month. The sun is going to go into Virgo. We'll be in Virgo season. And obviously, you guys probably already know that Mercury will be turning retrograde, and that always impacts you, but this one is going to start actually in your sign, Virgo. So something that I want you to know is that the Mercury retrograde, which is going to be beginning at the beginning of the month in your 1st house of self, has you reassessing everything from how you communicate to, you know, what your goals are, to where you're working, to how you express yourself, to how you dress. That's all up for reevaluation, okay? And then 2, Mercury will make a ton of aspects, okay? A ton of aspects. And there's going to be some conjunctions with Venus, some squares to Uranus, some inconjuncts to Neptune. So there's a lot of you kind of going like, who am I? Outside of a relationship to another person, who am I? And like, where am I taking kind of the reins and the lead in my own life? And it can be about addressing issues that you've been afraid to address, right? That can be health-wise, that can be in terms of also where there's some self-undoing habits and patterns and things that are coming up that you kind of want to deal with this month. All right, so first things first, yeah, I mean, there's Mercury transits throughout the whole month, so I'll just kind of break them down as I go. So first things first, on August 2nd, we're going to see Venus in Leo square Uranus in Taurus. So Venus will actually still be in your 12th house, which is, it's spiritual, it's behind the scenes. It can be about romance being kind of private or something kind of going on behind the scenes. And it's squaring Uranus. So this can represent that there is some questioning or kind of wondering, what does the future hold when it comes to, you know, relationships, when it comes to education, when it comes to travel? Like, you can be feeling as you're getting ready to come into your birthday season, especially if you're a Virgo sun, planets going retrograde and planets going through your 12th house is like when you're reassessing the whole last year and you're asking yourself, what do I take with me into this next year and what do I leave behind? So it's not unusual to have transits the weeks leading up to your birthday and you feel like there are certain things that kind of come to a completion, because that's what the 12th house is. So having Venus, which is about money, possessions, values, relationships, and also the bigger meaning, the bigger purpose, the bigger picture, square Uranus, it could mean that you're kind of in your head a little bit about, well, you know, do I feel safe or secure in a relationship? Am I holding on to something? Am I letting it go? And a lot of this can also be questioning beliefs, questioning things revolving around education, revolving around travel. It's very changeable when you see squares in these houses. Go look at what happened with Mercury square Uranus. That's my advice. You know, perhaps maybe there was a situation where you were feeling kind of squirrely and you were back and forth as to whether or not you were adapting well to a new change in your schedule or a new change in your sleep schedule or a change to education or to travel. That'll work out several times throughout the square. I think Venus is just the relationship aspect of what's kind of coming up from some of that tension. On the 4th of August, we will see Mercury turn retrograde in Virgo. So it's going to be somewhere around, I believe, like 4 degrees of Virgo. So if you have anything 0 to 4 degrees, the Mercury retrograde is going to be directly in the path of that, which means it's going to be more personal to you. Essentially, you know, I've had the last 2 or 3 years, there's been retrogrades that have been right on my ascendant into my 12th house. So I can speak on this. I noticed that this was a time where I had something I wanted to talk about and I was holding back and not talking about it. I noticed this was a time where I had a secret or something that was kind of like playing out and I was like, do I say something? Do I not say something? Equally, it was times when I noticed that I was feeling under the weather, right? The ascendant can be the body. And it was times also where I noticed some of my bad habits would kind of come back up. So just some food for thought. Might be some things you kind of want to watch for because Mercury will turn retrograde in your first house, which can impact your physical body. It can impact your health. It can impact, obviously Mercury can be breathing and it can be your habits and it can be your health. But Mercury also represents your 10th house of career responsibility. So this could be a time where you're like, you know, I don't feel like working. I'm calling in sick and I'm going to be, you know, sleeping more. It could be a time where also, like, you can be feeling under the weather, so you can be feeling less productive. Maybe if you've been looking for work, now you feel like you don't want to look any longer. If you haven't been working, you may return back to work. We can see with retrogrades that we can be reevaluating something. But this is pretty personal for you. The very same day that we have that Mercury retrograde begin on the 4th, we also have a new moon in Leo, which will be in your 12th house of you know, spirituality, behind the scenes, subconscious. And so I do think that this is kind of saying, like, how can I sit with things and really ask myself and reevaluate, where do I need to kind of look at some stuff that I'm not comfortable looking at? Or where is there some self-undoing patterns? Or where are there some things that I kind of need to kind of clear out and dissolve? Might be helpful. And then Venus enters your sign. So actually Venus entering your sign is really positive. I think that this is good for self-love, compassion, you know, beauty, your appearance. And I think that with like a retrograde kind of going into your 12th house and the sun in your 12th house and, you know, Mercury that is still in your first, Venus that's in your first, it can be a time where you're going to see over the next couple of days from then on that between then and the 7th, that you're realizing like how amazing and beautiful and attractive and valuable like you are. And it's a time that I would be really being kind to myself and really be paying attention to health and be speaking kindly to myself. Because then on the 7th of August, Mercury will retrograde and it will conjunct Venus. Okay, Venus rules your money and Venus rules the 9th house. And so this can be a time where you have like an epiphany and the lights come on and you're like, I realize now, like, you know, I have to value myself. I have to put myself first. The relationship with myself is the most important thing. And having a change in direction in the way that you look at relationships or what you believe in. This can also represent changing your mind or changing your direction when it comes to something you were going to buy or going on a trip, or changing direction when it comes to traveling or reassessing something. So leave some room for some flexibility there. I do think just Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus in Virgo is just very like people not knowing what they want. And I think in your first house, it's not about knowing who you want. It's about choosing yourself, right? And making sure that you're taking really good care of yourself. On the 14th of the month, you're going to see Mars conjunct Jupiter in Gemini. Okay, so this is interesting because Mars represents change and transformation, other people's money and joint resources. Jupiter represents home and family. So it basically means that, and relationships, there is some rapid Mars, you know, kind of like evolution or growth going on, Jupiter, when it comes to your work or your status. You might start a second job, you might get a new job, you might have a new relationship status. It might be some big thing that you're getting ready to tell the world that's like, you know, I just launched my own business, or I'm getting married, or, you know, like there's a change in my status. Something like that is happening, and it's going to come very rapidly, okay? The one thing that I think about is like some of you guys taking on a second job, or some of you guys taking on a second position in an existing kind of occupation. And so, you know, Mars conjunct Jupiter with the North Node being ruled by Mars means that it should bring you more money. It should be some good kind of change, and it's about being brave and embracing that change. However, it could be who you're working with, or a relationship, or a new, you know, kind of person that you're kind of collaborating with professionally. The challenge here stems more from the fact that Mercury then goes retrograde into your 12th house, so it can kind of have you in your head a little bit about some of the changes that are coming. Then we're going to see on the 15th that Mars will square Saturn, which means that the uptick in what's going on with your professional life and your career may be super positive, but it may not be great for a romantic relationship. It may actually cut into Mars time that you have with a romantic partner, time that you have with a spouse, time that you have with other clients. And it can definitely feel like there's a little bit of a hurdle. And so something that I'll tell you that I've said to all of my signs, but especially you because you're a mutable sign, is like we really want to do our Saturn work this year. Saturn wants us to be hard work, dedication, on time, and mature. And Jupiter just wants to kind of like expand very quickly. And with Mars and Jupiter, you could take on a second job, you could do these things, but like at what cost, and how is that going to impact your relationship with other people of any kind? You know, Saturn in the 7th house could be romantic partners, spouses, but also does it cut into dating and meeting people? Does it cut into your relationship or your time with your children? You know, Saturn rules your 5th house of children. So there's some kind of give and take. Does it cut into your free time, right? And then something else that you're going to see is that, you know, there will then be a Jupiter-Saturn square, which will happen on the 19th. So I'll get to that in a second. On the 18th of the month, so Mercury in Leo in your 12th house, where you're kind of in hermit mode, or you're reevaluating, or you're thinking things through, that comes into yet another square with Uranus. So you got to go back and think about what was happening kind of like the second going into the 3rd week of July. When Mercury was first coming into a square with Uranus, where you were feeling some kind of nervous tension about making a change in direction with something, and maybe it represented a change in your education, or a change of travel, or a change of your faith, that stress from Mercury square Uranus is coming back up in the retrograde. Okay, so that's the second one. You'll see another one in September. And it's going to go hand in hand with a Cazimi. So it means that there is going to be likely an epiphany, an awareness. It may happen in a dream. It can happen in meditation. It could mean that you have some kind of breakthrough creatively. There is some kind of insight that comes up for you that's helping you break free from some limiting, maybe belief of some kind. Okay, so that's an interesting day for you, especially between Mercury square Uranus and then the Cazimi. The 18th is a day that I would like really watch. Okay. Then there's the 19th. So the 19th is going to be kind of buck wild because we have a very big anything goes kind of full moon in Aquarius, which will be in your 6th house, which is about health, habits, your coworkers, and your routine or your office space. So a full moon here means you might get your health results back. It might mean your schedule changes. It might mean there is some kind of haywire situation that's going on with computers at work or technology at work. I mean, if you work in that kind of field, you might have seen some of that stuff impact you with the first Mercury Uranus square, maybe. But this can also be a time where something goes on with a coworker, or, you know, you touch wood, you wind up sick, or there's some kind of something going on with a pet. These are 6th house things. This full moon will not only oppose the Sun and Mercury in the 12th house, which is more about resting, healing, recuperating, spirituality, and the 6th house is about health and habits, but it squares Uranus. So this tells me that maybe there's a lot of stress revolving around some kind of up and coming travel. Maybe there is going to be some unexpected kind of scheduling shift that's going to impact education or learning of some kind. But yeah, Uranus is the focal point. So there is definitely a scheduling change of some sort that's coming your way, and it will likely impact either work or your health or education or travel. Same day, Venus in Virgo opposes Saturn in Pisces. Okay. So Venus in your 1st house, which is great for beauty, love, you know, your appearance, and it's protecting you in your 1st house, is opposing Saturn, which means you're going, I'm putting my needs above other people's needs. It may also mean it's a time where, you know, you're kind of feeling like you need to create some space between you and another person. It could be a client you want to put on ice. It could be a therapist that you're feeling like you're not resonating with. It could be a partner or a spouse that you're kind of feeling like you're not seeing eye to eye with. And with retrogrades in your 12th house, you could be feeling like you need more privacy anyway. Like, it's not unusual to be like, I'm sleeping in the other room, or like, you know, I just need a break. Just give me some space. So Venus in opposition to that can do that. Venus represents your money and your possessions as well as travel. So it can mean that you have a difference of opinion versus like a partner or another person in how you want to handle a travel or a financial situation. In some cases, it can represent separating of things. And then you're going to see Jupiter in Gemini. Okay, this will be the first of 2. Another one will be in December, which is expanding your career and reputation, come into a square with Saturn. So it means that while your career is expanding and work is good, it is getting checked by Saturn, and like a partner may not be totally thrilled about how much you're working or the fact that you've made a change. A child, you know, if you have adult children, may not be supportive of some kind of status change you're going through. A, you know, creative project, maybe, you know, or a side business is maybe kind of feeling like you're having to kind of scale back on that because you're taking a full-time gig. Once again, it's very similar to the Mars square Saturn, and these are going to represent kind of like expansion and contractions at the same time. So it looks like something about your therapist, your astrologer, could be me, right? You're like, this is so heavy. That's very Saturn in 7th. Your romantic partners, your clients are kind of saying like, you know, don't get too busy, don't do too much, don't juggle too many things, don't be too busy. And you have to still focus on your 7th house people. All right. And then also we're going to have, as a part of the full moon, the Sun in Leo will obviously square Uranus. So we kind of talked about how that's like an anything goes thing. So all of that is kind of complete in the 12th house. We get to August the 22nd and the Sun enters into Virgo. So we're officially in Virgo season. So it's a little bit easier for you to kind of navigate. Sun in the 1st house is going to be more putting an emphasis on your appearance, your health, your overall well-being, and your vitality. And on the 27th, Venus in your 1st house will trine Uranus. And that is about kind of feeling, I think, more empowered, a little bit more free, open to traveling, learning, you know, changing up your schedule, making some shifts in regards to your health and your habits. And then on the 28th of the month, Venus in your 1st house will oppose Neptune, where some people can go, well, you know, you're doing really well and you're putting all this emphasis on yourself, but like, what about me? Like, you know, I need you too. Or are you seeing me? Or are you giving to me? Or, you know, are you valuing me? So somebody can be kind of like acting like a victim or acting like they're not getting their needs met. And then the same day, Mercury goes direct in Leo, right? And the Mercury retrograde ends. So it can mean that you're like, I've taken some time to think about it and maybe this is not working for me. Or I've taken some time, you know, by myself and I just feel like we're very different. Something about that happening while Venus is making an opposition to Neptune seems very significant. It's almost like you're choosing you rather than choosing somebody else. And even though somebody may guilt you, make you feel bad about it, you know, Venus in your first house is what's best for you. Then we are going to have on the 29th, Venus enters Libra. So Venus will go into your second house of income and money in its home sign, and it loves being in the second house. So it's a good indication for rebuilding of self-esteem, positive shifts in regards to money and resources, and Venus will trine Pluto. So financial stability, security, resources, coming from the fact that you're feeling healthier, more productive. You may change your habits in your daily routine. And it can be very empowering for you to be really feeling like secure about the kind of work that you're doing, and also feeling like you're making healthier changes or choices when it comes to relationships or your finances, for sure. That's pretty much everything for the month ahead. You got your work cut out for you. I know some of you guys are going to be having your birthday this month, so I will tell you once again, happy birthday. I hope it's a good one for you guys. Let's take a look and let's see what these cards say for you for the next month. The card that I get is the Six of Cups. Interesting, interesting. August is the month before we have eclipses in the fall, okay? And I'm going to preface this pretty much for you in Pisces because everybody else is going to hear about it next month. But we will be having in mid-September a lunar eclipse in Pisces in the 7th house of relationships, which is going to be about partnerships, marriage. It's about your reputation, how other people see you. It's ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter is in the 10th house. So it's very obvious to me that you're going to see in September that relationships are evolving, especially with the North Node being there. It's the ends of certain patterns in relations with Saturn and up to there, the beginning of new ones that are coming in. This is a card that's about reconnection, soulmates, reunions, anything revolving around sweetness and harmony and support. So actually, I don't really see this necessarily as a month where even if you take space and you're traveling or you're separate from someone or you're reevaluating things that you dump someone or that you get dumped or you let something go. Actually, this is like a little bit of absence can make the heart grow fonder. A little bit of time apart to rest and reevaluate and think about things can actually make it all that much sweeter, and it can kind of bring you guys together and appreciate each other more. Those of you guys who are single, it can be a time where there is some soulmate stuff going on, or you're connecting with people who are going to be very soulmate kind of, you know, connected. And I use that term loosely because I know certain people come in that we have soul connections with that are here to kind of wake us up. You know, we work through karma and then we kind of move on to the next one. But this is a card that's about, you know, coming together and the sweetness of relationships and reconciliation and making up or reconnecting. And I think a lot of this is that we are really reevaluating what it is that we want in relationships, how we can bring more sweetness into our life, how we can bring in the right people. And you'll see that this is more the time where you're asking yourself, what do I want? Not so much about them, what do I want? So that way you can kind of better vocalize and kind of put that out there, and like people can respond to that and they can get with it, or, you know, they can realize that, you know, whatever's been happening is not really working for you. So there's a change in direction that's going on in matters of the heart, and I think all roads lead to you having healthier and stronger relationships in the future, but definitely a lot of kind of soulmate things that are going to be happening with that card. Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you guys, and I will catch you guys back here in September. Good luck. What's up, Libra and Libra rising? Welcome to your August 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. We're going to get right into it. We're going to talk all about first some stuff that's going on with Venus this month. So be mindful that there are a number of aspects with Venus. The two big ones is probably that Venus is going to be changing signs. So we are going to see at the beginning of the month, sometime around the 4th, Venus will enter into Virgo. It will be going through your 12th house. We'll talk about that, but basically Venus is in a part of the skies that is kind of hidden. It's more spiritual, it's more metaphysical, and wherever Venus goes is where you are. So the 12th house is things like healing, spas, private centers, rest, recuperation, and privacy. And then later at the end of the month, we'll see Venus go into the sign of Libra. Venus will be in your sign. It's really great for your health, your relationships, your appearance, and all that fun stuff. But Venus will make a number of aspects this month. A square to Uranus, an opposition to Saturn and Neptune. There is definitely a lot of working through, I think, what is going to be some hidden matters and also things pertaining to your health and well-being. So you want to really be listening for those Venus aspects as we go through the month ahead. Certainly gets a little bit easier to navigate when we get to the end of August into September. And I also want to remind you that we are getting ready to come into eclipse season pretty soon. So even though this is the predictions for the month of August, we are going to be seeing eclipses that are going to be kind of happening in mid-September and in October. Maybe you're feeling more of the eclipses next month, so I'll remind you then, but just a heads up, because these eclipses, or at least the second eclipse in October, is going to be in your sign. Likely that'll be like a grand reveal or a new beginning when it comes to your health, your appearance, and your body. So this can be the month where you're kind of reassessing what you want to correct, what you want to heal, and where you can kind of get back on track. So we're going to start first with August the 2nd. This is going to be when Venus is in Leo. So first it'll be in Leo in your 11th house. This is about friendships. This is about socializing. This is about connecting with other people. So it's very much about kind of get-togethers and gatherings with friends. Venus will come into a square with Uranus, okay? So something to think about if you kind of look at what's happened with Mercury square Uranus. Maybe there's been some tension that you've had with a group of people, maybe with friends, maybe it's with your goals, maybe it's with something or someone on the internet, and it's been in friction with Uranus. So it's been impacting something about your love life, your joint finances, your resources, and there's been some tension there. So that's already been brewing. When Venus comes into the square with Uranus, it's about breaking free from something, or maybe reevaluating where you stand in a friendship or a financial situation. Certainly there can be a little bit of tension that you can kind of notice between a group of other people and you. And also, you know, Uranus does bring some unexpected shocks and surprises. So be careful when it comes to joint resources and friends and groups and other people. There can be some friction that can kind of be going on there. On the 4th of the month, we're going to see Mercury turn retrograde. So Mercury will turn retrograde in the sign of Virgo. It's in its home sign, but it's going to be in the part of the sky for you that's going to feel invisible. So it's going to be hidden. You know, intuitively, I feel like a Mercury retrograde picking up your 9th house and your 12th house means that you may be reevaluating something about your beliefs or returning to studies. Maybe you're going to be taking some time off to travel. Maybe you're going to be making some adjustments to your sleep or your health routine. This retrograde will eventually drop back down into Leo. So something about the changes in your health and your scheduling might actually lead to like re-emerging into reconnecting with friends, socializing, and friend groups once you feel a little bit more energized and rest and recharged. On the 4th, we are also going to see a new moon taking place in the sign of Leo. So this can be about setting new intentions about groups and associations, friends, setting intentions revolving around wishes and goals. That's a huge theme in the sign of Leo. And we will also see Venus enter Virgo. So Venus, your chart ruler, will go into the 12th house. I kind of see this as, you know, 12th house can be going to spas, going to medical treatment facilities, you know, having a break, going on vacation, being in foreign lands, you know, spiritual studies, meditation, that kind of stuff. So it's kind of counterproductive because the new moon wants you to be social, but Venus in the 12th house is saying, I'm not really ready to reconnect with people. I still need some time, or I'm reassessing whether or not I feel like being social. So you guys will have to let me know how that works. On the 7th of the month, we're going to see Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus in the 12th house in Virgo. So this is important for you because Mercury is the messenger. So it can be a foreigner, it can be a foreign woman, it can be an unexpected kind of romantic connection. It can be somebody who is reaching out to you, who is coming to you in dreams. It can be about somebody who's reconnecting to you from, you know, kind of the ethers. Maybe it's about getting back in touch with your spiritual beliefs. And I think it's going to be through something you're reading or something you're studying. But this can also be a really prominent dream. So I don't know if you've remembered, but like the last year or so, we've had retrogrades that have been in Libra into Virgo. So there can be like a really prominent dream where you kind of connect with somebody, or you have like a kind of like an epiphany about something. 12th house is also about healing. So something to think about is that this can be a time where you're like, I really just need a day off. I just need a break. I need to kind of, you know, check out for a little bit and rest and recuperate. definitely take care of your physical as well as your mental health with this transit, and there can be messages and things that are coming to you intuitively that's telling you to slow down. On the 14th of the month, we're going to see Mars conjunct Jupiter in Gemini. Okay, so Mars is connected to your relationships kind of sector. It is connected to your partnerships. It could be clients, it could be romantic relationships, spouses. So Mars in the 9th house means that maybe you're really focusing on traveling with a partner, you're planning a trip with a partner. Maybe it also means that there is some decision that's being made about higher education, traveling, law, legality, any kind of like 9th house thing. And when Mars meets with Jupiter, Jupiter is all about health, it's about wellness, it's about productivity. It's about services. So this could also be about you seeking the service and the support of another person. This could be going and talking to a doctor or, you know, a spiritual worker, you going and talking to somebody who's involved in law and legality. If you need somebody in, you know, like a lawyer or somebody who can help you with legal documents. You might be learning something new about health and wellness as well. So it can be about trainers and coaches and other people like that. If you're single, this is a time where you might meet somebody while you're traveling or on vacation or doing some continuing education. Maybe you meet somebody at an airport. If you're in a relationship, it can just be that you're really learning a lot of lessons about relationships in the bigger picture, about relationships and growth in relationships in general. The same day, you're going to see Mercury turn retrograde back into the sign of Leo. So now your mind and your communication is much more on your goals. It's on the future. It's on connecting with friends. It is possible that, you know, you're reconnecting with friends throughout this Mercury retrograde and maybe hearing from people you haven't seen from in a long time, traveling to see them, or they're traveling to see you. On the 15th of August, you will see Mars in Gemini square Saturn in Pisces. So Mars in your 9th house of travel and kind of the bigger picture of life, education, you know, your belief system will come into a square with Saturn. So my advice is don't overload your schedule. Saturn in your 6th house, and I feel like everybody needs to pay attention to Saturn. Saturn in the 6th house says don't bite off more than you can chew. You know, don't not do your work, don't neglect your work or your responsibilities or your health, and don't try to force too many things when it comes to your schedule. You know, Mars and Jupiter could mean that you're feeling like suddenly you want to travel, you want to relocate, you want to go somewhere, you want to connect with somebody at a distance, but the Saturn-Mars square makes me feel like, do you have the time, right? That is the big question. Do you have the time to be able to do this, to juggle work and education? To juggle traveling and managing your health or managing a pet. That could be something else that could happen because you may spontaneously want to travel or go somewhere and you might feel like it's kind of impacting your schedule. Then you will see on the 18th of the month, Mercury in Leo in your 11th house will come into a square with Uranus. So you'll have to think back to what's happened over the month of July. This is now the second Mercury-Uranus square where there can be some unexpected communications, curveballs, messages, and things that are kind of coming up for you from other people. The 11th house is your audience. So let's say, you know, you're a performer, you're a creator. This is kind of the feedback that you're getting from people, and it may mean that not everybody is kind of agreeing with you. It might be difficult to communicate with friends or communicate when it comes to, you know, group projects or plans, especially when it comes to funding and resources, because Uranus in the 8th house can represent changes with other people's money. So if there is some kind of change to plans or change to travel, there can be some kind of like financial implication of having to settle up, pay something back, or get repaid. And the 8th house is shocks and surprises with Uranus there. So I could see some of you guys feeling like certain conversations and experiences you're having with people socially can be very abrupt and sudden and unexpected. And it can be news that is about friendships that you see on the internet or you see on social media. It can be that you have a shocking, you know, message that, you know, so-and-so, something happened to a friend, or maybe a conversation you had with somebody that makes you feel like you want to kind of cease the friendship abruptly. That can happen there as well. The very same day that we have the Mercury-Uranus square, the third time, we also have a Cazimi. This is considered fortunate. This is basically saying a good message is coming to you. You know, it may be through a network or a group of friends. This can also be the day where you have some kind of an epiphany about what's been hidden from you and somebody is giving you some information about it. And it can also kind of aid you when it comes to law, legality, traveling, education, and philosophy. So watch for those messages to be coming from other people, to be giving you some insight as to how to better kind of navigate some of these ninth house topics. On the 19th of the month, we are going to have a full moon in Aquarius. Okay, so full moons are completion points. Aquarius is a fellow sister air sign. So if you happen to be, you know, a Libra that is like between 25 and 28 degrees, this will be a trine. So it can be a little bit more friendly for you. I do feel like for Libra risings especially, this can actually be quite an exciting time for this full moon because it'll be in your 5th house. So it can be a time where there's lots of opportunity for playtime, creativity, you know, kind of completing personal projects. There can be big shocks and surprises that are kind of going on in your love life. There may be some sense of winning something. You may win something like that's a game of chance because the 5th house is about gambling. So if you play the lottery, if you play slot machines, that stuff, it can definitely be that there's a big breakthrough. And the 5th house is also about children. It's about romance and pregnancy. So 5th house full moons can be a time where some Libras or Libra risings are finding out they're pregnant, or maybe their kids are pregnant, or there is a big breakthrough when it comes to romantic relationships, and there can be like good, happy surprises that are happening here. The challenge is there's a lot of other things going on in the mix. So this full moon is actually going to square Uranus, and it will obviously oppose the sun. So Uranus is the focal point of this full moon. Uranus is the modern day ruler of Aquarius as well. So when we see a full moon in your 5th house, I'm looking at Uranus and it squares it. So it means that something about chances, creativity, children, pregnancy is kind of really bringing that Uranus square to the forefront. It could be that there's some exciting news coming out about a friend having a kid or something going on with their family, and it's got you thinking about, you know, what you want and what you're hoping for your life or for your love life or for your, you know, for your partnerships. These are financial houses. So where the 5th house is about taking chances, the 8th house is about kind of other people's money, and the 11th house is about gains. So big risk, big reward, Libra. If you're willing to take chances, especially creatively or in matters of the heart, they may really pay off. Now, this very same day, though, unfortunately, your chart ruler, Venus, is in some difficult aspects. We do see Venus, which will be in Virgo, in the 12th house. 12th house is very sacrificial, willing to kind of give to those in need, willing to help those in need. But when Venus is in the 12th house, you're feeling like you want to kind of be behind the scenes a little bit, or you're wanting to retreat. And Venus will oppose Saturn. So it does seem to mean that there is some kind of shocking, surprising something that happens, but likely it's as a result of something coming to a completion, something coming to an end. Saturn in the 6th house could mean that it is a, you know, a change to your work, change to your habits, change to your routine. Perhaps this is about you walking away from an old habit or a health issue. It could also represent basically there being some kind of health related issues that are coming up either for you or for a relative. So obviously, touch wood, we hope that's not the case. But Venus does rule your health as well as joint resources, and in opposition to Saturn can trigger your family, or it can be bringing up things where emotionally you're just like, I need some space to kind of process what's happening. And obviously the sun in the 11th house square Uranus does bring up also this theme revolving around shocking, surprising, unexpected situations with friends and the impact that that has on you psychologically with Uranus in the 8th house. I know I've told you guys this before, but I'm a Libra rising too. So I'm already kind of aware of some of these things that are happening in this chart for me. I definitely feel like the squares to Uranus are going to be about how changes in regards to your friendships really bring up like your own sense of like, where is my life going? What am I doing? What is my purpose? And you may have some changes in some of the lives of your friends, which directly impacts you. What else? We are going to then see on the 22nd of the month, the sun will go into Virgo. So now you're going to have the sun in Virgo, you're going to have Venus in Virgo. This is the time of the year, especially for Libra suns, where there is this sense of kind of wrapping things up and completing things. Planets going through the 12th house before it goes into your sign is where we reassess everything that's gone on this year. We're asking ourselves, what are we taking into the next year? What are we leaving behind? 12th house is, meditation, reflection, spirituality, rest, recuperation, and the sun may mean that there is something kind of coming to an end for one of our, habits or one of our jobs or one of our relationships with friends. And so that's a natural completion there as well. Definitely a time to reflect and take time to kind of be alone and make sure that you're resting and recuperating and doing anything involving healing or spirituality at that time. On the 27th of the month, we are going to see Venus in Virgo in your 12th house come into a trine with Uranus. So it does seem like some kind of dramatic change that's happening for you spiritually, physically, health-wise, or psychologically. There is a method to the madness. Like this change happening is going to be quick. I think it's going to be good because it can prompt sudden healing. It can also prompt some kind of breakthrough when it comes to your own happiness and also your own personal kind of creative projects, because Uranus rules your 5th house. Then we're going to see on the 28th of the month that Venus will come into an opposition with Neptune. So like the Venus-Saturn opposition that you see on the 19th, kind of similar to the 28th, where Venus opposed Saturn is kind of saying there are certain jobs or certain coworkers or certain kind of schedule requirements and things I need to kind of step away from. It's not important right now. I need to prioritize me. You're going to see some of the same stuff with Venus in opposition to Neptune. And, Neptune in the 6th house is about habits and sometimes things that we don't take care of. And this could be our health. This could mean little odds and ends that we're overlooking in our to-do list. We may be a little less aware of the details when it comes to work and our responsibility. This can also be a time where there is some kind of like separation that's emerging, either from your job, your daily routine, or dealing like some kind of separateness from a pet. That can be happening as well because it's Neptune. Be very careful with medications, major changes to your health, major changes to your habits. Anything that can throw you off emotionally, I think is something that I would watch. So Neptune can be drugs, it can be alcohol. And you don't want to fall back into old patterns with this Mercury retrograde in your 12th house of unhealthy habits and self-undoing. So you kind of want to catch that. So that can be something that can happen there. Venus rules other people's money as well. So this can mean that there is a blind spot when it deals with dealing with international transactions and exchanges. Sometimes the 12th house deals with like your the way that you transact and you do business with other people. So it can mean there's a blind spot revolving around sales and exchanges. Very same day, on the 28th, Mercury goes direct in Leo and the Mercury retrograde ends, so that's great. No more back and forth in the 11th house. Things should kind of calm down a little bit after that, although you'll have one more Mercury-Uranus square. So by then you have kind of figured out what hasn't been working in terms of your goals or your social life or your friends and like what you're willing to kind of let go of. On the 29th, Venus enters Libra, so this is going to be really good for you guys. Venus going into its domicile is wonderful. It's where Venus performs very well. She's at home in Libra. And in your 1st house, it's great for your appearance. It's great for your health. It's great for your relationships. It's bringing love into you. And probably a time when you're going to be kind of reevaluating something about your personal style and your relationship to yourself. Will be a wonderful time with the Venus transit to be really prioritizing your health, some form of self-transformation, and kind of being reborn. When that transit happens, there will also be a Venus trine Pluto. So it means that a lot of the beauty, the love, the diplomacy, the balance that's kind of coming in through this transit is coming from a major transformation of your heart space. It's coming from a healing of the inner child. It's coming from focusing more on investing in things that make you happy, in joy, in children, in romance, and self-expression. Wonderful day for romance for Libras. Wonderful day also for feeling creatively inspired. That's this month in a nutshell. So there's definitely a lot of Venus aspects going on. You guys will have to let me know how it's playing out. Let's see what the tarot says for you for the month ahead. The card that I got for you is the Knight of Cups. Okay, so this can be about heart wide open. This can be about new relationships coming into your life, and in particular, it can be about water signs. So Cancers, Scorpios, and Pisces can definitely be this sign. But this is about following your intuition, acting on your intuition, being creative, being open, being receptive to potential romantic advancements. So this can be happening, especially with Venus going, through Leo. It looks like there's been a lot of opportunities to connect and socialize. Perhaps maybe when Mercury connects with Venus, it can be an opportunity for you to kind of connect and get to know somebody a little bit more deeply on a personal level, kind of behind the scenes. And it's going to be really enriching for relationships. It's just going to be about listening to your gut and knowing who is worth investing that emotional kind of connection to. Okay. So good luck, guys. And also, he's on a horse, so it can definitely be about Mars traveling and kind of going places and meeting people in places as well. I'll catch you guys back here next month as we come into Libra season and we're getting ready for your birthday. So I'll catch you then. All right, we've got Scorpio and Scorpio rising. Welcome, Scorpio, to your August 2024 horoscope. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you today. Truth be told, there is some Mars transits that are going to be happening for you this month that I kind of want to kick off with first. As you know, you're ruled by Mars as well as Pluto. So we're not really seeing too much going on with Pluto. We will see a Venus-Pluto trine that's going to happen right at the end of the month, which I think can be really wonderful for relationships. It can also be clearing and healing for those of you guys who are trying to overcome some relationship hangups with that South Node in Libra in your 12th house. But Mars is your traditional ruler. So we want to pay attention to what's going on with Mars this month. And there are a lot of aspects. So one of the big ones that you're going to see, the first thing that's going to kind of set up is you're going to see Mars coming into conjunction with Jupiter. You are Mars. So Mars in the 8th house is saying, I'm ready for change. I'm ready for a transformation. I want to grow my resources. I want to bring in more money. I want to merge with others. You're passionate, you're fierce, and you're working through some stuff that can be about a change of mind. Mars will meet first with Jupiter, which is the 2nd house of income and money. So it says that you're taking some kind of money, Scorpio, that comes from another person, and you are finding a way to, grow it or to make more of it or to invest it. Something that somebody gives you that is someone else's becomes yours. And this can mean you get a check. It could mean your partner comes into money. You could have an inheritance. There could be an insurance matter that pays out. You could get a bonus. Somehow your resources are growing through another person. So that's positive. The challenge is that Mars will come into a square with Saturn. And so this means that you're going to be cautious in how you're going to go about spending or investing that money. You're not just going to immediately say, I'm going to cash out on it or I'm going to indulge. If anything, actually, Saturn in your 5th house is saying, you're really asking yourself, is this going to make me happy spending the money this way? Is it going to, be smarter or more conservative to really reevaluate what I'm putting this into? Saturn in your 5th house is about romance, so it may mean that you're pumping the brakes in getting too physical or intimate with somebody until you've gotten to know them. It can also mean that you're holding back on making any lavish, impulsive decisions when it comes to finances because of your children, Saturn in the 5th house. If you don't have kids, it can just mean that it's really about working through some hiccups when it comes to romance and intimacy stuff. And also being a little bit more conservative when it comes to your investments and how you're actually managing your money and talking to or working with another person and how to navigate that. You may feel inclined also to be a little bit more cautious when it comes to how you're spending money on your hobbies and your free time. But for the most part, the Jupiter-Mars conjunction is actually really beneficial, and I think it's planting a seed that's going to be about a boost of some kind when it comes to your income. All right, so August 2nd, we are going to see Venus in Leo. So Venus will still be in your 10th house of career and reputation. Really creating sweetness, right? It's been creating sweetness the last week or two when it comes to your professional life. And this means that you're bringing in clients, you're bringing in customers, you're connecting with people, maybe you're working with a partner. Venus is going to come into a square with Uranus. So that means that when it comes to your working relationships, there can be a little bit of friction between what's going on in your workspace and how that's impacting your relationships. It could be as simple as you're working a lot, your partner's like, dude, what's going on? You know, why am I not seeing you? It could represent a time where there is some breaking away from working with a close ally, or a therapist or a client or a partner. It could also represent that there is about to be some kind of like, you know, telling the world that there's a relationship or a status change or a job change that is currently taking place. It depends on your situation. 10th house is your status. So it's not always just your work. It can be, are you married? Are you not married? Are you a CEO? Are you an employee? You know, are you employed? Are you unemployed? So when I look at that, I'm just going to remind you, like, Mercury has gone through the same square. So it's very clear that something was getting ready to emerge where you've been talking about or discussing making this change or thinking about it. And with the Mercury retrograde and then the Venus square, this is something that's getting worked out this whole next month. On the 4th of August, you're going to see Mercury turn retrograde in Virgo. So Mercury will start in Virgo in your 11th house of friends, other people, and kind of connections. And it will eventually retrograde back into Leo. So I see this as, number one, reconnecting with people that you haven't seen in a while at work. It can be that you're reconnecting with old coworkers, or you're reconnecting with old friends, or through social media. Mercury retrograde in the 11th house is a time to reevaluate the people that we spend time with, our goals, and where we hope that our life is going. Mercury also rules your 8th house of other people's resources. So there's a lot of talking to a partner or another person about what your financial goals are and what you're hoping to achieve. Also on the 4th, you'll have a new moon in Leo. So it's kind of cool that you have that Mercury retrograde in the 11th house where you're focusing on your goals, and then a new moon in the 10th, which is saying planting a seed for, you know, new career kind of growth. You'll see this evolve in about 6 months' time when it becomes a full moon in Aquarius season. But one thing I will tell you, Scorpio, is that later this year, Mars will go retrograde in this part of your chart. So you're already kind of prepping through this retrograde to be like, well, what is changing with my status? Even if that's something that doesn't happen until down the road. It can be career changes, relationship changes, whatever. So if you're looking for a new job, if you want to change your status, if you want to get ready to launch a new business, like all of these things, you want to do it after the new moon that's going to be in Leo. But keep in mind, there is a Mercury retrograde. So you may want to wait actually until Mercury is direct before you end up kind of doing that or making those announcements. Same day, Venus moves into the 11th house. Venus rules support, relationships, partnerships. And Venus in the 11th house means that, you know, there may be a female friend that comes in to help you. There may also be some support that's coming from a group of people. And this is a wonderful time if you're wanting to meet people, if you're single, to like go to parties, gatherings, and get-togethers where there's groups of people, because it's going to enhance the likelihood of meeting someone. So Venus will be in your 11th house. This is where we find comfort and kind of spending time with people and socializing. So that's nice. On the 7th of the month, Mercury will retrograde and it will come into conjunction with Venus. So this is interesting. So make a note of this, Scorpio, okay? On the 7th, Venus rules relationships and it'll come into conjunction with Mercury retrograde. So this looks like you're getting an email, a phone call, some kind of contact, maybe a friendship ad or something. Somebody follows you on social media who you have not seen for some time, and you reconnect with them in some capacity. This can be good because it can mean that it's somebody who's coming in to kind of help you with one of your goals. This can also mean that if you have been hoping to hear back from somebody that you met, or you're waiting for a friend to set you up with someone, or you're waiting to kind of like have somebody call you back, this could be a time that could happen. But also, you know, Venus rules your 12th house of what is hidden and subconscious. So there can be like a dream that you are like, oh, I had this dream that I ran into this person, or I had this dream that they called me, and then they do. Pay attention to those gut feelings, because it can be something that can kind of guide you in the direction of being like, hey, this might potentially happen. And obviously with Mercury retrogrades, things from the past come back up. So it can mean it's somebody who you used to date, somebody who you used to be friends with, somebody who you used to work with, that can kind of come back. Then on the 14th of the month, this is when Mars conjuncts Jupiter in Gemini. So first of all, the 8th house isn't just about taxes. It's not just about other people's money. It can be about deaths and endings, obviously touch wood. But it can also be about sex, and it can be about psychological things. And Mars conjunct Jupiter, I think, is good because for you, it's kind of you going like, yes, I'm open to change. I'm open to more intimacy, more depth, more passion. And obviously that's also going to bring you more security. So in that sense, I think that that's a good conjunction for you. I think that this can be a time where if you're in a relationship with somebody, suddenly they could come into some money, or you might find that people are more generous with you, or, you know, there could just be a lot more activity kind of going on in your intimate kind of private life with other people. After this conjunction happens, though, on the same day, Mercury will retrograde back into Leo. And I kind of feel like for some Scorpios, it may be that somebody from your past reconnects with you and they're like, let's hook up again. Or somebody who you used to work with says, hey, like, we want to offer you this, you know, this lucrative offer that you cannot refuse. Come back to work for us. This is what we'll pay you. And they're offering you more money. And it'll be hard for you to kind of turn that away. So, you know, with the Mercury retrograde in your 10th house, you're reassessing, do I want to change jobs, change direction? What am I doing? And there may be a lot of negotiating power where you could definitely bring in more money and you could negotiate a deal if you feel comfortable going back. Here's the challenge, right? The challenge is the very next day, on the 15th, Mars, which is your ruler, will come into a square with Saturn. So it means that this opportunity to grow is going to kind of come at a cost, right? And Saturn in the 5th house is being conservative when it comes to your love life, when it comes to gambling, when it comes to investing. So you might have this money and you're like, okay, I can invest it, but like, am I taking a risk here? Like, what's gonna, you know, how is this gonna pan out? This can also mean that, you know, there may be a sense of holding off on intimacy with certain people, even if you want to do that, if you feel like emotionally you're not so sure if that's going to be a good match for you in the long term. This can also be a time when you're kind of like being really direct with your children and harsh with your children, if you have kids, or a romantic partner, about your needs. And like, honestly, Saturn's in a superior position, so it does kind of indicate that Saturn is going to be the one who's going to cause a roadblock. This will be challenging for everybody because the North Node is in Aries, but for you especially, this is a time where if you're trying to make amends with a kid, if you're trying to get somewhere with a romantic partner, if you're trying to kind of like force something in regards to a financial situation, like, this is not going to work. You don't want to force this on this particular date. What else? So then we see on the 18th of the month, Mercury in your career zone will conjunct the sun, and there will be a Cazimi, which means there's going to be some big epiphany, a big statement. There's going to be some big announcement that's going to be made, probably regarding your work or your career or your status. So it can mean, oh, I found out my boss is stepping down and now I get a raise, or I found out I got the job, or I found out that, you know, there's going to be a big change going on with, you know, staff at work. Something like that could happen. And when this happens, we are also going to see that this will be the second of 3 Mercury square Uranus. So go back to July, think about what was happening. Were you seeing eye to eye with a partner? Was there some tension in communication? Was it making you rethink whether or not you want to be in a relationship with somebody, or whether or not you want to continue working with someone? Because that's going to kind of come back up again. I think the Cazimi is interesting because it may actually be really kind of showing you where a change is necessary, a change to your work or to your relationships in some capacity. It needs to happen. So that'll be the second one. There'll be another one that'll happen in September. And then on the 19th of the month, there is a super holy cow full moon that's going to be taking place. And Scorpio, you know, it's hard. I think it's going to be challenging for all of the fixed signs because it's going to have, you know, Sun, Mercury in Leo. It's going to have Uranus in Taurus. You know, obviously the full moon's in Aquarius. But if you're a Scorpio, Sun, Moon, or Rising, if you have planets around that, you know, 26, 27, 28 degrees, you're really going to feel the crunch. So first things first, the full moon is in your 4th house, which means it's bringing some sense of completion or conclusion to your home and your family. Something that's happening maybe with one of your parents or someone you live with or your roommates. It could be closing on a house, selling a house, some big change going on with your living situation or your family. But this full moon is going to be in opposition to Mercury, which means it's going to be hard to kind of communicate. It's going to have you feeling like you're being pulled in 2 directions between work and also your private life or your home. and it's going to create a T-square to Uranus. So it means that your partner, right, your 7th house, or your clients, or your relationship with other people is really fueling or impacting something about the way that you're making, huge changes when it comes to your home, your private life, or your career. You are the sign that is missing. So for you, especially if you're in like the later degrees of Scorpio, we'll have a grand fixed cross basically with this full moon. This basically means that all things are kind of moving. You're at a 4-way stop, and something that's coming to a completion at home impacts relationships, career, and you. Just take a breath, right? Just take a breath during this time. I do think it can be good things. It can be finally breaking through something. So if you have been in a stalemate in a relationship where there's been some difficult stuff coming up, this can really show you where you're breaking through that. If there has been, a sense of not being able to move or relocate or close on a home deal or find a place that you want to relocate to, this can kind of come up during the full moon as well. The thing is that when this happens, there's other things that are happening at the same time. We're going to have the very first of what will be 2 Jupiter square Saturn. So Jupiter expanding your joint resources kind of house, it will square Saturn. So it says that there is growth that's kind of going on in regards to your joint resources and your money and intimacy and vulnerability, but it's coming at a cost. Well, what is perpetuating this? Opening your heart, being vulnerable, having children, dealing with kids, things like that can definitely impact your joint relationships or your finances because Saturn is in your 5th house. Secondly, I think that, you'll deal with this again in December. So you'll see that happen again. And, we can kind of feel like the positivity is being kind of squashed of what you're gaining because of something that you have to kind of sacrifice. You might feel like I'm sacrificing my happiness or my own resources to grow my resources with another person. On the 19th as well, Venus in Virgo, okay, which is in your house of friendships, and Venus rules relationships. And this is relationships with a friend or a woman or a network or a community, will oppose Saturn. So this means that you might say, well, I'm breaking away from that friendship, or I'm leaving that group, or, I don't want to interact with that woman. That could be happening as well. Saturn is communications, and it's also media. So it can mean that you're deciding to distance yourself from relating or kind of connecting with another person. All right, so the 19th is like a holy cow day. On the 22nd, you're going to see the sun enter Virgo, shining a light on socializing, connecting, spending time with people, focusing on your goals. And on the 27th, Venus in this house will trine Uranus. So it can mean that it is possible to expand your relationships through friends. It is possible also to kind of connect your relationships to friends. So it might be a time where you're introducing someone to your friend group that you're dating. It can be a time where friends are kind of playing a role in trying to kind of help support you when it comes to your love life or your relationship. Things kind of flowing together very beautifully and like working together. And it can be a time where you're merging both of these worlds. And Uranus represents some kind of change going on emotionally or within your home zone. So it is possible that, maybe, you're having a get together with your significant other and your friends, and everybody can kind of like hang out together. And it's a good mashup. Change in regards to some of your relationships and connections to other people for the better. On the 28th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Virgo oppose Neptune in Pisces. So similar to the opposition to Saturn, which was like I kind of created a boundary or I took a step back. Now Venus in opposition to Neptune is maybe having you question whether or not, that was a good relationship for you or a good friendship for you. There can be a sense of you feeling maybe a little left out and kind of like watching some kind of dynamic play out. And Neptune can mean, where you're kind of feeling separate or isolated from someone, or wondering whether or not they're going to kind of connect with you or if they're going to respond to you if you've been hoping to spend time with them. This is right when Mercury goes direct in Leo. And Mercury going direct means that the retrograde is over, but there is still some of the effects or the remnants of the Mercury retrograde that's still going to play out until September. But by then, maybe you've changed jobs, you've changed direction with your career, you've made some big announcement, and there has been some reworking of your kind of professional persona. Then on the 29th of the month, you're going to see Venus enter into the sign of Libra. So Venus will move into your 12th house. On one hand, you know, Venus is happy in Libra, so this can be really a strong period for a lot of like romance behind the scenes, a lot of intimacy, connecting with another person, some like secret love affairs can happen here. Venus is also the ruler, you know, of your 7th house. So it can be foreigners, connections with people in other places. It can be bringing in a lot of clients from people in other places. So it can be good. And off the bat, actually, on the 29th, Venus will trine Pluto. So this can mean that after there's been this whole back and forth, can I be friends with them? Can I not? You know, can we still find a way to come together? You get to the point where you're like, maybe it is best that I just like let this go. And like loving someone is loving them from afar or setting them free. That could definitely happen. But this is also very powerful because Venus rules relationships, your Pluto, and it might represent a complete rebirth that's happening within your relationships to another person and also to your home and your family. So that's actually, I think, a really good transit. It's just happening in the 12th house. So it might mean that it has to complete something in order to kind of bring about some of the positive manifestations. Anyway, a lot going on, obviously. So let me give you your guys' tarot card for the months. And y'all are going to have to tell me what happens with like the Mars-Jupiter conjunction. Like what is that for you guys that you end up kind of receiving, or what kind of growth is happening? I think it's going to be a promotion with your work or with your status, honestly. And you have to tell me about what happens with that full moon. All right, so the card that I get for you is the Ten of Swords, okay, which I'm not surprised by this, okay? Hello, let's get rid of that card. I'm not surprised by this card. Completions, conclusions, things that can be difficult, things that can be painful, right? Saturn is the traditional ruler of your 4th house. So I'm wondering if Mars square Saturn is being like having to let go of a place you used to live, or an old love, or an old, you know, kind of like hope that you had. And you're like, it's time to let that go. I can't carry that with me anymore. I also think about the Venus trine Pluto, that's about some kind of conclusion or some kind of completion that's going to be happening for you, but something new that's emerging as a result of that. Ten of Swords can be painful. It can represent feeling like you've been like stabbed in the back, or that there has been a situation that's happened where you're like, there's no coming back from this. So if you do feel like there are some definitive things that have happened that you cannot forgive, so be it. But I do feel like this is really kind of honoring some of those completions of cycles and things that you're finally kind of putting an end to, and also focusing on the healing. So don't lose sight of the transits through the 8th house, where through therapy, healing, communication, journaling, talking about things, you can actually move through things very quickly, and you can heal something that you feel like maybe you would have never been able to heal before, right? So I hope that's helpful for you, Scorpio and Scorpio rising. Let me know what happens. I'll catch you next month in September. All right, we've got Sag and Sag rising. What's going on, Sagittarius? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to your August 2024 horoscopes. Obviously, you know, I'm going to talk to you all about Jupiter, and there are some things happening with Jupiter this month that I think is very important. So first things first, you're going to see 2 big aspects with Jupiter, okay? One will be a Mars-Jupiter conjunction, and I got to tell you guys, I feel like it can be really wonderful just looking at that aspect for falling in love, having adventure, relationships picking up very quickly, there being a lot of opportunity to kind of connect with a true love, because Mars rules your 5th house of the kind of inner world, your heart's desire, and the 12th house, which can be about some kind of hidden things that are starting to kind of come up in your relationships, and realizing like that you have to clear out the past, you have to clear out any doubts in order for relationships to grow. 2, Jupiter will square Saturn, which is not fun. And honestly, Saturn is going to kind of get your goat a little bit, pun intended. Essentially, Saturn represents everything that you are not. So Jupiter wants to expand, it wants to travel, it wants to party, it wants to learn. It's all about growth and abundance and optimism. And Saturn is like hard work, determination, being on time, being mature, making sacrifices. So you're going to feel that there's a speed bump, basically, that's going to happen somewhere around mid-month. And this speed bump, I think, is more revolving around where relationships want to grow, they want to evolve, partners want to travel, they want to learn, they want to do new things. And you're going to be feeling like, well, yeah, but I got to stay home. I got to, be working from home, or I have a lot of responsibilities for a parent, or maybe for a family member, or for a home situation. And it can make you feel like there's a bit of like getting pulled in two different directions. And you'll see this also because of like retrograde. So because Sagittarius is the one energy that's missing, we've got Virgo, we've got Gemini, we've got Pisces. A lot of mutable squares are going to be happening for you, which basically means the more that you're willing to rework something about your status, whether that's who you're in a relationship with, if you're dating, or your career, the easier I think it's going to be to kind of navigate some of this growth in a relationship, and maybe not see some of the changes as something that's so negative, right? All right, so we'll kind of get into that. Let's start first with August 2nd. So on the 2nd, you're going to see Venus in Leo, which will be in your 9th house of traveling and foreign affairs and learning. And, this can be about kind of, education, or it can be about your philosophy. Venus rules your daily routine and your health, and it also is about your friendships. Venus will square Uranus. So it means that there can be some friction when it comes to being able to go and travel and be free and be doing things, and also maintaining your health and your routine. It can also mean that there are some travel hiccups or delays that you're having with, trying to kind of either go to school or travel and deal with work. It can mean that there are some unexpected things that are coming up for you revolving around travel, and also some of your friendships, and you're trying to kind of like navigate this. Uranus in the 6th house could be also fluctuating work schedules, fluctuating health stuff, fluctuating stuff with pets. So something about, trying to find somebody to help you kind of cover these bases so you can go to school or travel seems to be the theme. On the 4th of the month, Mercury turns retrograde. So it will start as retrograde in Virgo in your 10th house of career and reputation. And Mercury also rules your 7th house of clients and relationships or partnerships. If you have a client-based business, if you are working with a business partner, if you are working with a spouse or something like that, this can be a time that there's a lot of moving parts that are happening. I think a Mercury retrograde in the 10th house is a time to reevaluate, who am I, what am I doing in the world, do I like what I'm doing, do I want to change jobs, do I want to change something about my schedule or how I'm doing things. Yes, you can notice that there can be some communication breakdown with people at work. Yes, you can see that clients can forget appointments, they can have scheduling issues, there can be communication issues, like these things can happen. And I would almost expect it, to be honest with you. And I feel like this is a time where if you want to reorganize something about your career, or if you want to go back to a job, or if you want to take a break, these are all things you can do. In fact, the Mercury retrograde will go from your 10th into your 9th. So some of you guys are saying, I'm actively taking time away, in August or September from work because I'm traveling, and that's totally fine. You can do that. When Mercury starts its retrograde, we will have a new moon in Leo. So I think it's interesting that it's going retrograde in your 10th, and you're like, yes, my goal is to, focus on traveling, or focus on learning or teaching, or I'm finally going to be writing my book, or I'm finally going to be going back to school, that kind of stuff. And then Venus enters Virgo. So Venus enters your 10th house of career and reputation. So it can mean that it doesn't impact or hinder your relationships with other people if you're kind of slowing down or you're taking like a bit of time off. I wouldn't worry about that. That can be really positive for relationships with people professionally. On the 7th of the month, Mercury will retrograde and it will conjunct Venus. So if Mercury rules your career and your relationships, and Venus is a friendship, or Venus is potentially a coworker, it means that there's something that you're reevaluating, where you're like, do I want to go back to work with one of my friends? Do I have somebody who I used to work with call me and ask me if they can get a job with me? Do I reach back out and network to somebody who I knew a while ago that, I worked with, to see if they know of any opportunities? Am I considering maybe hiring somebody and bringing somebody in to kind of help me when it comes to assisting or kind of tying up loose ends? And helping you kind of get work done. Remember, Venus is not just friendships, it's about people who can kind of help you because it's your 6th house ruler. This is a time, though, that I would say with Mercury retrograde and that conjunction to Venus, that if you're trying to launch a business or a website, or you're trying to launch new, services or something, like, ooh, not a good time to do it, because it may mean that there's delays or there's challenges with kind of getting this up and running. You never want to launch something when you have a retrograde in your 10th house, because it means that the energy is internal. So if you are kind of struggling with, do I launch something or do I just wait? Just wait. Trust me on this. Just wait until you have some better transits. And maybe you work out some of the kinks, and there's going to be better timing, like in the next month or so, for you to launch something or, change jobs. Then you're going to see on the 14th of the month, there will be a Mars conjunct Jupiter in Gemini. So just that in general takes your 5th house lord, puts it in your 7th, conjunct Jupiter, which means passion, fun, going out, doing things, meeting people. There is some revving up energy. If you're single, you might meet more than one person. Gemini is doubles. And it can mean that there's just a lot of passion and togetherness with another person. And it can be a wonderful time for your love life, and also a good time for a relationship with siblings, because Gemini could be siblings, or with neighbors, or it could be going on road trips with your partner. Like, there's a lot of fun stuff happening with that conjunction. The challenge is that there is not a lot of other moving parts here. So, Mercury rules your 7th house conjunction, and Mercury will be retrograde back into Leo. So it can mean that there is some kind of change to your traveling plans, and that is somehow impacting something you're doing with another person, and some kind of delay or setback with going somewhere or doing something. Because of needing to be home, taking care of a parent, having some kind of responsibility, it can also be heavy moods that are kind of squashing your ability to feel like you can get out and do something. What I will tell you is that, the Mercury retrograde coming into your 9th house is trying to get you to reevaluate the bigger meaning of life, the bigger purpose, what you're here to do in relationships, what you're here to learn. So just roll with the punches. Even if you have some delays and some setbacks, it's going to teach you how to kind of communicate and kind of work with your partner better. Or maybe the change of plans is to try to kind of better align you in a position where you can maybe meet somebody. On the, then on the 18th of the month, this will be the 2nd Uranus-Mercury square. So now Mercury will come back into a square with Uranus. So you want to think about what happened in July, where there was some potential kind of back and forth. That's like, am I making a change with my scheduling? Am I having to reschedule a flight? Am I reworking something about my work schedule? Is my health or my schedule or something impacting my ability to travel? So that can come back up again. And you're going to see the very same day that there is going to be a Cazimi. And this is about some kind of information or awareness coming up for you that's about whether or not you're going to be going somewhere. So if you're already like on a trip or something, that can be a time where schedules get kind of delayed. Flights can be delayed. There can be issues with accommodations. So just be mindful of that. That can be a little bit of a difficult day traveling the 18th and the 19th. On the 19th, Jupiter in Gemini will square Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so Jupiter, which is you, is squaring Saturn. So it's like, you're like, I want to, be with my sibling. I want to be on the road trip. I want to be with my partner, but, I have to be home, or I have to be taking care of something on the home front. Take note of this, because there will be another Jupiter-Saturn square in December, but essentially it sometimes squashes the optimism for Jupiter. So Jupiterian signs are going to get hit harder. Basically, you and Pisces. Gemini will feel it as well. And it just means that you can't move too quickly in relationships. You can't move in together too quickly. You can't get married too quickly. You can't split up too quickly. It's not just good, it's bad too, because if you're having some kind of blow up in a situation, in a relationship, you're going to look around and you're going to go, yeah, but we own a house, or we live together, or, we have something that's kind of binding, or we have a family. So it's actually going to try to get you to kind of cool it a little bit. And partners with Mars and Jupiter in your 7th house can be very combative, very argumentative. They can be very boastful. There can be a lot of really big energy that's going on with other people that can be really challenging you. And if you're not in a relationship, it could be that you suddenly meet somebody and it's amazing. If you're in a relationship and you're cool, it could mean that there is some back and forth that you're having with a sibling. Gemini is a sibling. 7th house could be challenges that you have with a sibling or a neighbor. So it could be a multitude of different people. Anyway, that is the time you want to watch, is when Jupiter and Saturn square, because it does make me feel like it's going to be difficult to be able to communicate and get on well with another person, even if you're feeling like, okay, let's be optimistic, like let's talk about it, let's work through it. Like, you know, some family members aren't going to want to talk about it and they're going to kind of ice you out a little bit. Then we're going to see the very same day, Venus in Virgo in your 10th house of career will oppose Saturn. So wherever Venus is where we find, you know, comfort and beauty and security. So Venus in the 10th house wants to be with our, you know, out in the world and being, you know, receiving love and appreciation and like working well with our bosses or our clients or whatever. So Venus in opposition to Saturn means that you're kind of really focusing on what's going on with your professional life, your reputation, or your career, even in spite of the fact that there can be some heavy things going on for you emotionally with your home and your family. It can mean that you're just putting on a happy face and you're telling people everything's okay, but you know, it may feel really heavy on the inside. And like I said, for you with, you know, Venus square Jupiter and Mars and the opposition to Saturn, 7th house people are going to play a huge role in how you navigate this balance between home and work life. And the 7th house could be your spouse, it could be your sibling, it could be your therapist, it could be anything. And, you know, 7th house is your astrologer. So this is also me being like, you need to be optimistic, you need to be brave. And whatever you're facing right now, know that you're going to have the support of another person who's going to help you get through it. But Venus opposed Saturn, that does make me feel like breaking away maybe from a friendship that you've had for a while, breaking away from a commitment that you've made professionally, and, you know, having to do what you need to do when it comes to your home and your family potentially. And your partner may be really pushing you to kind of like, you know, if you have a partner or a sibling, to be like, yeah, this is what needs to happen. And then we'll see the sun square Uranus. Okay, so that'll happen here. That's about changes going on with your schedule. And this will be the full moon that's going to be in Aquarius, which is interesting because I talked about siblings, right? And this is a full moon in your house of siblings or cousins or uncles. So when you have a full moon in your 3rd house, we are doing things like finishing websites. We are learning something. We are traveling somewhere. We are having lots of focus on communication. That's what the 3rd house is about, communication and learning. And this full moon will oppose Mercury, so it means that you're not going to see eye to eye maybe with another person, or there's going to be somebody at a distance that you're dealing with, and it's going to square Uranus. So whatever it is, it's going to throw your schedule for a loop. Some kind of change going on with a relative or with education or with traveling. And, you know, it can feel kind of stressful. I'm not going to candy coat it. I think for everybody, this is a full moon where things get kind of like erratic. And I keep looking at Uranus in the 6th house and I wonder, is there going to be a scheduling change, or is there an issue that comes up with a pet, or is there something that happens revolving around, you know, servicing a vehicle that kind of throws a wrench into things? That could happen as well. Communication is king with a full moon in the 3rd house. And so I want you to focus on trying to communicate rather than feeling like you're kind of getting, kind of getting your feathers ruffled by like other people and being combative. Anyway, August 22nd, Sun enters Virgo. So this is putting an emphasis on your 10th house of career and reputation for the next few weeks and focusing on, you know, your professional life. On the 27th, Venus will trine Uranus, which basically means that a woman may come to the rescue and kind of help you navigate, you know, some of these changes at work, or a friend steps in and says, hey, I've got you, don't worry about it, go do what you got to do, which can help you navigate the changes in your schedule. On the 28th, Venus in Virgo will oppose Neptune, and that's more of the same. That's like if you're not feeling well, or you're not feeling up to it, or if you've got something that you need to do, like let me assist you, let me help you. And that can also mean that, you know, there's a lot of success going on in your professional life, but there can be some heaviness and some emotional things that are going on in your private life that you're kind of dealing with and navigating. And then Mercury will go direct in Leo, and the Mercury retrograde ends on the 28th. So although it's over, you're going to see that there's still going to be some static on the back end in September as Mercury will square Uranus one more time. And like, a Mercury retrograde from the 10th into the 9th is, do I go back to school to change my career? Am I dealing with a lawsuit involving an employer? Am I, you know, wanting to take a hiatus and kind of take time off of work and go somewhere? All of these things can kind of apply with this retrograde. And then finally on the 29th of the month, you're going to see Venus enter into Libra, inner home sign in the 11th house, support from friends, love from friends, togetherness and connection, maybe with a female friend. Obviously, Venus rules this house as well as the 6th, so it can be great for like group workouts with friends, spending time with your pets and your friends, or it could be more parties and gatherings and get-togethers. And Venus will trine Pluto, so it means that you've got somebody who's willing to talk to you, kind of ask you how you're doing, if you need anything, and helping you through any of the heaviness that maybe you've been experiencing in the last month. I will tell you, Sagittarius, that with this Mercury retrograde and the next Mercury retrograde, you're going to see a lot of squares happening in your chart. So it's very important that you just take your time, breathe, reassess things, don't rush through things, and just be mindful people are going to be a little combative with that kind of conjunction there, okay? Sending you guys lots of good vibes. Obviously, let me know what happens, and I'll catch you back here next month. Oh, let's give you a card, shall we? You're like, hello. All right, I think that speaks for itself. 5 of Wands, okay? So first of all, 5s are combative. This can represent challenging. This is kind of like the steepest part of the hill, or like a situation that you're trying to kind of work through. When I see this card, I like to remind my clients that if everybody is kind of attacking one another, you're not really able to kind of clear the air or kind of have a sense of peace. And so you might feel like things are coming at you from all angles. This may feel like it's a time where you're like, you know, I feel like I can't win, or certain people are kind of, you know, really kind of pushing my buttons, or they're challenging me in some capacity. You don't have to fight back. That's the beauty of the situation. You know, I think with a retrograde happening in your 9th house, it's a time for you to really reevaluate and ask yourself, is it worth actually having some of these arguments with some people, or is it just worth not partaking at all and taking a step back and choosing not to kind of perpetuate some of that kind of conflict? I'm not saying it's on you, but it will be about whether or not you choose to disengage with certain people, right? Anyway, good luck. I hope it's a good month for you. We have Capricorn and Capricorn rising. What's going on, Cap? Welcome to August of 2024. We are going to talk all about the month ahead for you, and I do want to talk to you a little bit about Saturn, okay? So we are going to see a few oppositions to Saturn that's going to be taking place this month. And so this may feel, when you have these oppositions, like something is out of reach, okay? That's what I want you to think about. Something is out of reach. The oppositions will be taking place in your natal 9th house. So, you know, the Venus opposition, we're going to see another aspect. Oh, and then we're going to see squares that's going to be happening to Saturn. That's what it was. So Venus in opposition to Saturn can be feeling like a romantic partner is at a distance, you know, that love feels a little bit more challenging to find, or, you know, happiness can be temporarily more difficult to kind of find. And then we will see planets like Mars and Jupiter go through your 6th house of health and will square Saturn. So they're going to be challenging you, but here's the good news for Capricorns, Aquariuses, and Pisces. You guys, because you have Saturn in your sign, I think are going to navigate this a little bit better. I think that this is going to be like somebody kind of checking you, and I think it'll be your health checking you, it'll be your work checking you, it will be coworkers checking you, it could potentially be just busy work that's really testing you, and you're going to be like, nope, I'm staying strong. Right? And a lot of this with Saturn in your 3rd house is knowing to read the fine print, knowing when to keep your mouth shut, knowing when to also, you know, say no thank you, or I'm not answering that email, or I'm not answering that phone, having boundaries when it comes to communications with people. Like, these are things that Saturn has been teaching you. So whenever you see an opposition or a square that's taking place to Saturn, that's something you want to kind of think about. All right, so starting on August 2nd, we're going to see Venus in the sign of Leo in your 8th house, where it's going through some transformation of joint resources, relationships, emotions, and also like money. 8th house is other people's money. You're going to see a lot of financial stuff this month that's going to be coming up. Venus rules your you know, your happiness, your children, your joy, even your investments. And it also is about your creative stuff and your career. Venus will come into a square with Uranus. So it can mean that, you know, you're starting to kind of feel like you need to break free from old ways of being or old relationships or old issues from your childhood or some kind of, break with your love life, where something finally breaks and then you have something that's going to be like a little bit more stable on the other side. 8th house is other people's money and 5th house is joy. So you might feel like there's been some tension going on in your happiness or in your love life because you've been doing a lot of back and forth with another person. And this can be financially or just kind of emotionally with communication. Whenever we see Venus-Uranus squares, it does represent some tension or the need to kind of step away from something. So I would say look at the Mercury retrograde that is kind of coming in. We had a Mercury-Uranus square that happened, and that should have been some kind of news revolving around adjusting your schedule, making changes to your job. Maybe it was about kind of going through and reassessing something about your finances. Now, Venus coming through, we actually see that change start to kind of happen. On the 4th of the month, you're going to see Mercury turn retrograde in Virgo, okay? So the good news is it's retrograding, or it's beginning its retrograde in a fellow Earth sign. So, Mercury will trine your sun, moon, or rising if you're like 0 to 5 degrees of Capricorn. It'll start the retrograde in the 9th house and go into the 8th house. And a Mercury retrograde is bringing up the themes of scheduling work and routine or help, as well as 9th house, which is help with college admissions, help when it comes to legality or lawsuits, help when it comes to reassessing travel or reorganization or learning more about health. So that's where you're going to start the retrograde. When it goes retrograde, what's interesting is that we have a new moon in the 8th house. So you'll be setting intentions about, okay, well, how do I go through some kind of a transformation of my joint finances? And how do I overcome some kind of fear of something? And how do I get to the bottom of, some kind of joint, financial issue? And this might mean that you're getting ready to connect with somebody who can kind of help you do that. This can be handling your taxes, handling, a settlement, trying to also like learn something new about healing. Well, very same day, you'll have Venus go into Virgo. So this can mean that love can be found at a distance. It can be somebody who you meet in an airport or in another location. It may also mean that there is a job that's potentially being proposed to you that might be further away because Venus rules your 10th house of career. You might be traveling for work, and it can also be work that involves kind of publishing or education in some regard. On the 7th of the month, Mercury retrograde will conjunct Venus in Virgo. So Mercury will be retrograding through your 9th, where it is reworking something about travel, education, law, or legality, and it will meet with Venus. So this can mean that you're reconnecting with somebody who can give you advice about your career. It means that you might be talking to somebody who can kind of help you when it comes to publishing something, getting more recognition, doing some rebranding of some sort. Maybe somebody who's going to be editing something for you. So if you know that you want to publish a book and you need to find an editor, this could be a time that you're considering doing it. Venus does rule your creative projects. So you might be looking for somebody to help represent you when it comes to selling a project or promoting a project as well. It is possible that with Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus, that there can be some change in direction with, if you have children, their educational plans. They can be coming back from school, or they can be maybe changing directions with their professional life, or coming back from college, or changing direction with school. On the 14th of the month, Mars will conjunct Jupiter in Gemini, and this will be in your 6th house, which is going to be about your career and your health and your daily routines. For the most part, a Mars-Jupiter conjunction I think is wonderful because it's going to be really amplifying the positivity of Jupiter, and Mars is going to be taking action. And Mars rules your 4th house of home and family. So let's say you've been meaning to, create an office space in your home, right? You might feel like you have more motivation and more determination now to make that happen. If you have been wanting to organize your home, or if you've been wanting to clean up or fix something in your home, now is the time where there's more motivation to make that happen. 6th house is help though. So it's not necessarily you doing it, especially with the incoming squares to Saturn. like you would be hiring somebody to come in and do this. And this could be wiring, this could be setting up IT stuff, this could be fixing things. The only thing that I will say is that, you know, Jupiter makes me feel like it's something that maybe to your bedroom or to an office space. And the incoming squares to Saturn means that you're going to have to really be all over communication and like actually telling people exactly how you want things done. Now, if you're not fixing anything, this can be about working with, you know, trying to kind of find a solution or like mediating an issue that you can be having with a coworker or with a sibling. Equally, Mars and Jupiter in the 6th house might mean that you're working more than one job. Some new job comes in and you're working, you know, something potentially from home, or you're kind of balancing two positions, and it can be a lot. But I want to kind of focus on, you know, the conjunction. Health is the 6th house, right? And so it does mean that you're realizing there needs to be a mind, body, spirit balance with Mars and Jupiter in the 6th house. And so you may start running or walking, or maybe you're going to be doing some journaling of some kind or something that's going to help you focus on kind of clearing your mind. I love going for walks and listening to podcasts with this, because Saturn in the 3rd can be very much focused on getting out, stretching your legs, going for a walk or going for a bike ride. And Mars and Jupiter can be about also learning and listening to things while you're kind of doing that. So you can definitely multitask. The only challenge is that what you're going to see is that, you know, as Mars is conjuncting Jupiter, it's going to start coming into a square with Saturn, but you won't see that until the 19th. Now, on the 18th of the month, Mercury will be back in Leo, and it will be squaring Uranus. So this does mean that there can be some tension yet again, because this is the second square, when it comes to other people's money, resources, and finances, and your own. Uranus represents your own money, and in the 5th house, it's about taking chances. So I'd be very careful with borrowing, lending money, with loans. I'd be very careful with gambling with this aspect, because you don't want to gamble something that you can't lose. And there can be some tense conversations about money and resources between romantic partners or children with the squares from the 8th to the 5th house. Now, when the square happens, this is going to be basically like the second time it's happened, and it's going to be with the Mercury Cazimi. And I do feel like if you've been looking for a solution emotionally, financially, psychologically, like this is when the solution appears, and you start to kind of realize like, what do I personally need to change in this situation? And you may actually have some help from someone who can help you work through it emotionally, or help you, you know, figure out the right paperwork you need to file to kind of come up with a solution, or to handle a tax issue or a budget issue of some kind. Don't forget about Mars square Saturn in Pisces. So Mars in the 6th house, although it likes being there and it's really busy with Jupiter, when it squares Saturn, it means that somebody's going to try to proceed ahead and do something really quickly, or somebody is going to try to do something that is not going to please you. And Mars in the 3rd, Saturn in the 3rd house square Mars in the 6th house may mean that you're going to have to ask yourself if you want to correct a coworker, or if you want to correct the behavior of a pet, or if you're wanting to kind of correct somebody who's working for you, and if you're going to be hypercritical of how they're going about doing their job, right? This can also bring mental stress, physical stress. You could be more prone to accidents, because Mars in the 6th house can be accidents. This could be things that you don't see while you're walking or driving. This can also represent like cuts or lashes or abrasions, specifically to your hands. Or it could represent needing to go and get some kind of treatment for anxiety, for stress, for digestional issues, problem with inflammation, or issues going on with your gut or your digestion. Saturn in the 3rd wants you to really focus on positive mental health, so that way you're not allowing these things to kind of like unfold and get the best of you, you know? All right, so on the 19th, we have a full moon in Aquarius, which is a doozy. It's in your 2nd house of money and resources, so this is when there is big decisions about money being made, big purchases being made, checks that are being cut, stuff that's coming in, and like, you know, there's been a retrograde in your 8th, so there's been some back and forth decision about what is going to be given to you or awarded to you, or maybe you've been negotiating some kind of, you know, settlement, or maybe you've been negotiating something with a partner's money, or like a lawsuit. So when the full moon comes through, it's in your second house, and it's going to be potentially a big decision that's going to impact you financially. It will square Uranus, which is the ruler. So you'll see an opposition to the sun, Mercury, square Uranus. This means that it's like a anything goes type of situation. It means that your love life, your happiness, your children somehow may impact something about the big physical financial decision that you make. On top of that, you will have Venus in Virgo, which will be in your 9th house, coming into an opposition with Saturn. You are Saturn. And Venus rules children or lovers or creative projects, as well as work and your status. I really feel like for some of you guys, it can be, if you have children, sometimes like how you're communicating and talking to them about a situation you're going through. It can also mean that you are deciding to take a step back or a step away from your career or from a relationship, or from something that no longer makes you happy because, well, Venus opposes Saturn, and Venus is in a sign where it does not perform well. One other thing to think about is that the sun here will square Uranus as well. So it's saying like there's a shocking, unexpected theme revolving around your happiness, your joy, and that of your joint resources. And I feel like maybe those of you guys who have been stuck in a relationship or stuck in a job or a partnership of some kind for financial reasons, you might kind of go, you know what, it's not making me happy, and if I need to break free in some capacity, you know, I will. So watch for that. On the 22nd of the month, the sun enters Virgo, so it goes into the 9th house, putting an emphasis on travel, education, philosophy, and the bigger picture of life. This can be about teachers, mentors, and gurus, and it is going through a sign that is friendly with Capricorn, so it is positive for you. On the 27th of the month, you're going to see Venus in this house come into a trine with Uranus. And Venus can be about sudden opportunities with people at a distance, connections with teachers or mentors or kind of legal professionals that really kind of help change the way that you look at, your finances, or change the way that you look at having fun. That's a fun time for like a break, a vacation, for going and taking a course on a new hobby. I think for, anything revolving around kind of cutting loose and just having a little bit of change in your daily routine. Then we're going to see on the 28th of the month, Venus in Virgo in your 9th will oppose Neptune in Pisces. And this could represent a difficult time emotionally connecting or relating to a sibling, or maybe where you're not getting the communication that you're wanting from a romantic partner, a child, or somebody at work. You're not getting that kind of feedback that you're kind of looking for, or support. And the same day, you will see that Mercury goes direct in Leo in your 8th house. So it looks like you have completed this process of going back and forth about an inheritance, a tax matter, like there is something coming to completion with that. While the Mercury retrograde is over, it does mean that things can get better, but you're still going to see the shadow that's going to be happening when Mercury squares with Uranus again in September. So whatever you've been kind of readdressing or reworking, it looks like that's not going to kind of have all the kinks worked out until about September. So it can be about how you're talking to romantic partners about money, how you're managing your investments, or how your money and your spending is actually being influenced or impacting children. Finally, on the 29th, Venus enters Libra, and Venus will go into your career zone, where it's putting an emphasis on really finding harmony with relationships at work, getting recognition, being able to meet people, especially creative collaborators, romantic connections can be found in the workplace. This can be a time where you're getting a lot of recognition for a job well done. And Venus also will come into a trine with Pluto in your money house. Ooh. So this is like where creative chances really pay off. This is where taking a chance and maybe approaching somebody at work that there is like an interest in maybe pays off. It can be about big money opportunities in your professional life, and meeting and working with just the right people, which could totally financially change your situation and give you quite a break with trines to Pluto in your money house. I think the big thing that I would watch for is going to be the squares. I feel like with Jupiter and Saturn squaring and Mars and Saturn squaring, that's when you're going to see some of the biggest challenges. And really it's about communication and making time to communicate and get things done, and how you're kind of coordinating with other people. And don't bite off more than you can chew with your schedule this month. That's my advice. All right, let's see what the cards say for you, my Capricorns. Oh, I like it. You get the King of Pentacles. So whether you're a man or a woman, it doesn't really matter. This is about being on top of things. This is about managing things. And I've been saying this to all the signs. I was like, Saturn is superior. Saturn is not going to take any crap this month. So I do feel like if, whether it's a pet that's getting sassy, or if it's an issue that you're having with a coworker, or there's something that's coming up, you know, for you health or schedule wise, like you'll handle it like a boss, right? You're going to be grounded, cool, calm, collected. You're going to be making practical decisions with what's best for your career, your health, and also your money. This can also be help that you're getting from another earth sign. So it could be a Taurus, it could be a Virgo. Sometimes with retrogrades, we see some of these people kind of come through. So pay attention, especially if there's like Virgo energy that comes into your life, somebody who kind of helps guide you and gives you a sense of direction so you can stay the path and stay calm and collected and know that nothing is going to rock you. Really focus on having an outlet. I would say also with that 6th house, for some of you guys, it's work. For other people, it's going to be about fitness. So I think that that can be really wonderful in that house as well. Even if you're doing it around the house, it could be that you're running around dusting and cleaning and organizing, or maybe you create a little space in one of your spare bedrooms where you could be lifting some weights or getting on a walking pad. Find time to be able to work that into your schedule, right? I hope that's helpful, and I will catch you guys back here very soon. Enjoy the month of August. What's up, Aquarius and Aquarius rising? Welcome to your August 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. There is a lot of stuff that is going to be going on this month that's going to be impacting you. So I want to kind of unpack that. I want to start off by telling you that we're going to see some stuff that's going to be happening both with Saturn, which is your traditional ruler, as well as Uranus, which is your modern ruler. So whenever you hear Saturn opposition, Uranus square, that kind of stuff, it's going to be affecting you. So first things first, we will see on the 2nd of August, you're going to see a Venus in Leo square Uranus in Taurus. Okay, so you've got Venus in your, it will be in your 7th house of relationships, square Uranus in Taurus. So there's a Mercury retrograde in your 7th house that's going to happen this month. There's a lot of reworking relationships and how you communicate with others in general. 7th house can be romantic partners, clients, spouses, therapists. It can also be your relationship to children, okay? So when Venus, which can represent a woman or a romantic partner or a female in your family or a relationship to a female, squares Uranus, you may not be seeing eye to eye with one of your female children, one of your romantic partners, one of your female clients. And there can definitely be some tension between you, your home front, your emotions, your feelings, and that of another person. It can be a time where you want to be mindful that there is some sense of needing freedom or needing some space from another person. Sometimes Leo can literally be your kids or a romantic partner. So it doesn't need to be a make or break situation, but there can be some turbulence there. On the 4th of the month, Mercury will turn retrograde, and it's going to turn retrograde first in Virgo, in your house of joint resources. This can be taxes, inheritances, other people's money, reworking something about debt or loans. And Mercury rules children. So if you have kids, you can be going back and forth with your kids about money. You can be going back and forth with your partner about spending on children. It can also be about reallocating some of your savings or reinvesting some things as well. That retrograde will leave your 8th house and go into the 7th house. So it tells me there's some stuff that you need to unpack emotionally, financially, or psychologically about your relationship to something or someone. Now, on the 4th, we will also see a new moon in Leo. So what's good about this is a new moon in your 7th house, whether you're single and you're looking for a relationship or you're in a relationship and you feel like you need a renewal, a new moon can bring that opportunity for you in the 7th house. So If you're looking for a new therapist, if you're looking for, you know, a new romantic partner, if you're looking to bring in more clients or kind of offer a new service, you want to do this after the new moon on August 4th. The same day, Venus will go into Virgo in your 8th house of other people's money. So it does mean that you can be bringing in more money from other people. Other people can be more generous with you. Venus going through this house is about a transformation that is going to be taking place when it comes to your resources or assets with another person. On the 7th of the month, Mercury will retrograde and it will come into conjunction with Venus in the 8th house. So the 8th house is somebody else's second house. So this is like your partner's money. It can be about you going back and forth with coworkers about budgeting and spending. It can be that you're going back and forth with money that's owed to you. And when Mercury, which can be a document, it could be paperwork, it can be reassessing something about also your intimacy or your love life, meets with Venus, it means that you're reevaluating your relationship to another person. And it can be somebody from the past because the 4th house is ruled by Venus. It can be that you're considering like refinancing a loan or a mortgage, or maybe you're reevaluating if you want to change or transform something about your home. And likely it does require you to talk to another person about this because it may involve them financially, or it's about a complete reworking of a creative project because Mercury rules your 5th. Now on the 14th of the month, Mars will come into conjunction with Jupiter in Gemini. The good news is that, you know, this is happening in a fellow air sign. So when you have any conjunctions in, you know, Libra or in Gemini, usually it's pretty friendly for you, Aquarius. Jupiter is in your 5th house, which is bringing opportunities for new hobbies, new creative endeavors, to make more money, to have more fun, to spend more time with children, to be, I think, a little bit more willing to take chances in matters of the heart or matters of finances, because Jupiter rules money. So some of you guys are thinking about launching a new creative business. Some of you guys are thinking about having kids. Some of you guys are thinking about getting back into dating. Jupiter being in this house is good. The conjunction, though, that is going to be happening with Mars is saying, well, it might be something you have to create a website for, right? 3rd house. You might launch a podcast or a YouTube channel or a new social media channel, something that's going to be communication, writing, or sharing. And it's really amplifying wanting to do more of this. And you may feel very creative and very competitive with this conjunction. The very same day, Mercury turns retrograde and it goes back into your 7th house. So Mercury retrograde in the 7th house means that you're reassessing or rethinking or reworking or reconnecting to people from the past. It might be old clients. It can be also, you know, coming back to conversations with romantic partners or even with children. And so that's going to be interesting because that's still getting worked out in that sense. And it's in your opposite sign. So it means that other people may not be communicating well. They may be all over the map. You can find it a little frustrating because people are taking their time and responding to you, or they're kind of flip-flopping and changing their mind a little bit. Anyway, the next day on the 15th, we're going to see Mars come into a square with Saturn. And Saturn is your traditional ruler. Saturn in your 2nd house is having you go, I need boundaries with my money. I need to be better with my resources. I need to be better when it comes to my self-esteem. Maybe there is a sense of you being more conservative with spending or investing. And Mars in the 5th house may mean, you know, a hobby, a kid, a romantic partner, maybe encouraging you or pushing you to live life, have fun, don't worry about the consequences, spend money, you know. And this can be a time where like partying, traveling, hobbies, other things can become rather expensive, and you want to be really careful about just how much money you're spending on having fun, to be honest with you. I do think that something else to kind of think about is that, you know, a couple days later, you will also see Jupiter come into a square with Saturn. So there is a potential that you could go all out for a creative hobby or for date night or even for a kid, and then a couple days later realize like, oh, I shouldn't have spent, you know, so much on that. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind. On the 18th of the month, we will see there is going to be a 2nd of 3 Mercury square Uranus. So you want to put on your thinking cap, think about what happened in July. There could have been some difficult conversations and communications between you and a partner or another person in your family, or even one of your kids, where there was some tension where you weren't seeing eye to eye about something. You are Uranus, right? And you are kind of making a lot of changes when it comes to your home life or your emotions or your family. And it may mean that there is an opportunity to reassess a relationship that you have with somebody in your home or your family, or even one of your children. And so it kind of takes you by surprise, maybe, in terms of communication and hearing from this other person. The very same day, there is a Cazimi. So this means that there is an epiphany or an awareness or some kind of breakthrough or realization that you have about relationships. It could happen in a therapy office. It could also be that your partner has some kind of surprising news about something. They may say to you, well, I've decided that I don't want to live here anymore, or I want to relocate, or, like, I need some freedom in this relationship. And you're going to be like, what? Because they're just going to have such strong opinions or views about something. And it can quite literally just be about the country you're living in, or the state of your, home, or your living situation as well. Then on the 19th, we're going to see a super holy cow full moon that is taking place in your sign. So the good news is that a full moon in your sign is about personal completion. It can mean that, there is a big kind of glow up for you, and you look very different, and there's this huge change in the way that you're living your life and how you're being seen by other people. A full moon can also mean that there is a potential for pregnancy, but there can also be a tendency to have very strong and heightened emotions. So you can be much more emotional when you have this full moon. Now, the full moon is going to be in opposition to the Sun and Mercury in the 7th house, which means you're responding to, or very strongly to, how somebody's communicating. And man, there can be some real duels between you and another person with this full moon energy of not seeing eye to eye or communicating very well, especially when it comes to matters of the heart or romantic kind of endeavors, or children, or happiness when it comes to a relationship. The other thing to think about is that, this is going to feature a Venus in Virgo in opposition to Saturn. So not only do you have the full moon that's squaring Uranus, but you also have the full moon with Venus in opposition to Saturn. So both of your chart rulers are getting kind of lit up at the time of the full moon. Venus does rule home and family. In the 8th house, it means something is changing. And the opposition to Saturn means that you might be feeling like you have some space or some distance with you and another person. It can be a female relative. It can be, a woman that you're in a relationship with. It can be somebody who you share resources with, and you guys have two very strong differing opinions on how you want to be handling a home or a financial situation. Obviously, the Sun square Uranus in itself is saying that there's going to be some shocking or surprising relationship stuff that's going to come up, but I think that factored in with a full moon is really kind of saying Uranus is the focal point. So there's one thing that's guaranteed. There's going to be a shakeup that's going to happen on the home front or for you emotionally. It's all going to be about how you respond to that, and whether or not you learn to kind of work as a team with another person to navigate some of these changes. Yes, there can be changes with relationships that impact your home, of course. But there can also be changes that can happen that are for the better, where a heart-to-heart conversation with another person can lead to this awareness and this realization that it's about you making emotional changes, or you making changes when it comes to your family. That's going to help you kind of better relate to other people. So they're influencing each other. On the 22nd of the month, we are going to see the Sun enter into the sign of Virgo. So the Sun's in your 8th house, where you're reevaluating, making changes, focusing on healthier habits, both psychologically as well as financially. And this is also a time where I believe you can go through a huge, period of change. Like, there can be a major change or transformation when it comes to your relationships, because that's what the Sun rules while it's in this house. You'll be more focused on, healing and transformative stuff, and like releasing and like letting things go. Then on the 27th of the month, Venus in Virgo in your 8th house will trine Uranus, which means that some of these changes, some of these shifts, these endings are leading to new beginnings It is physically and financially supporting you. It is helping you embrace some of the changes that's happening on the home front. And it is providing you with some sense of freedom when it comes to your home and your living situation, or some kind of financial support. Yes, the 8th house can be a difficult house. It can be about endings, and it can be about death and regeneration. So some of these things that come your way may be because of a situation ending, but I feel like it's paving the way for you having some sort of freedom. So think of like refinancing a mortgage to give you more financial freedom. Think of potentially considering, selling a home, or making a transformation to a relationship that could kind of bring something new in. These things are possible. On the 28th of the month, you'll see Venus in Virgo oppose Neptune in Pisces, and Venus in the 8th house of other people's money. It's interesting because it may mirror what was kind of going on with the Venus-Saturn opposition that took place around the 19th, where maybe somebody was asking or requesting for more support, more resources for you to kind of help them, and you were like, no, I cannot do that. I'm no longer willing to continue to keep footing the bill or paying for something, or I'm no longer willing to be the person who's going to kind of carry the load. And then when Venus opposes Neptune, there may be a sense of you realizing or recognizing it's probably a good thing I put my foot down, because that person may not have had the best intentions, or they may not have necessarily been the most upfront or the most honest about the situation. Be very careful with transactions with the Venus-Saturn and Venus-Neptune aspect, because there can be, especially with Venus opposing Neptune on the 28th, there can be some manipulative stuff that can come up with money. And you may go and choose to take the path of Neptune and be like, well, I just don't know if I have it, or I can't find it right now, or I'm not available, to kind of connect with you or meet with you or give it back to you. Just watch for scams, watch for things that could potentially be taken or stolen, as much as I hate to say that, because in the 8th house with the retrograde, somebody is trying to get something of what you have. And that could be resources, that could be attention, that could be energy, that could be a whole number of things. Very same day on the 28th, Mercury goes direct in Leo. So it's interesting that the retrograde went from the 8th to the 7th, and then it goes direct when you're having these oppositions. For some people, it can represent a change in a relationship and how that is impacting your joint resources, and you're reworking something about what you guys own together. For some people, it can be that people come back who need to pay you back or who owe you money, and they're trying to kind of like settle up with you, but they're also trying to kind of stay connected to you in some way, and you may feel a little iffy about continuing to stay connected to them and being close to them. A Mercury retrograde ending and going direct in your 7th house means that likely whatever back and forth you've been doing with your relationship to someone or something is now coming to a close, and it's over. So we should see that the relationship stuff stabilizes a little bit. But it can also mean that, that in the shadow in September, when you have one more Mercury Uranus square, that there is still some tension that's brewing between you and another person. So conflicts with kids, conflicts also with romantic or creative collaborators can be a little difficult, and you're definitely going to see your buttons getting pushed a little bit, I think, by relationships to another person that can kind of make you feel a little on edge. Finally, we're going to see on the 29th of the month, Venus will enter into the sign of Libra. So Venus breaks into your 9th house, where love and beauty and comfort is found traveling or taking a class, or maybe focusing on art or design. Love can be found at a distance or in another location. And it can be actually a beautiful aspect for you, because Venus will trine Pluto. And Venus rules home and family, so it can mean that you're traveling to go and visit a family member abroad, or you've got somebody coming to visit you. It can also be a time where you're connecting with a relationship mentor or a coach or a teacher, and somebody who's kind of helping you work through making major changes and transformations when it comes to your health or your body or your relationship to yourself. Pluto rules the 10th house of career and responsibilities. So it is possible with Venus trine Pluto, somebody is teaching you how to be better when it comes to, you know, I think protecting your heart, protecting your space, and feeling like you're taking responsibility for making the necessary changes personally, so that can reflect in your relationships with other people. Once again, watch for the full moon in Aquarius. I think that is going to be super holy cow between that and the Cazimi. It can feel like a defining moment between you and a relationship that can have a huge impact in your home or your living situation. So you guys are going to have to let me know how that pans out. Be mindful also of, you know, taking too many risks or gambling in some sense, or rushing into a hobby or a relationship, because, you know, we want to do our Saturn work. So we want to continue to be cautious and conservative when it comes to our finances, and also making sure that you're doing what is necessary to make you feel secure, and you're not doubting yourself when it comes to your creative abilities or when it comes to your relationships. It has to be things that actually feel slow and steady, not something that is just rushing very quickly, right? Hopefully that's helpful. Let's look at the cards and let's see what the tarot says for you guys. The card that I get is the Four of Wands. Ooh, I like it. Somebody else got this card. I think it was Aries. So Four of Wands is about celebration, get-togethers, gatherings. It can be about weddings, parties. It can be about family events. But it can also be about celebrating the little victories in life, okay? Like giving yourself a pat on the back and celebrating how far you've come in a situation. It's about temporary opportunities for happiness and joy. I think about a Mercury retrograde in the 7th, and some people can be deciding whether or not they want to get married, or whether or not they're going to be moving or relocating for a person. There can be a sense of making plans or decisions about long-term relationship commitments. And all of these things are kind of highlighted in your 7th house. So I do feel like this is a theme. Retrogrades aren't to be feared. I think that, you know, this can be a time when you have a retrograde in your 7th house where karmic relationships can show up. So if you're meant to meet somebody, likely you will meet them. If you're meant to kind of have a change in a relationship, a change will happen. Down the road, at the end of the year, Mars will go into this house and it will oppose Pluto. So let this month be a testing ground to see whether or not you really are on the same page with some of these 7th house people. If you guys do see eye to eye, if it is a relationship where you can kind of work through some of your communication breakdown, even if it is in a romantic relationship, if it's with a client or if it's with a child of some kind, to be able to kind of break through some of the issues before you get to that Mars opposition later in the year, and really focus on celebrations and the good times. And I feel like because Mercury is the ruler of Gemini, this retrograde is saying, how do we bring more love in? How do we celebrate our relationship? How do we have fun? How do we enjoy ourselves together? How do we make room for, I think, more romance and more spontaneity, so that way we can actually feel like we're growing together. We're not necessarily growing apart, right? Hopefully that's helpful, Aquarius. I'll catch you guys back here next month in September. All right, so we've got Pisces and Pisces rising. What's going on, Pisces? Welcome to your August horoscopes for August of 2024. I hope you're doing well. So here's the deal. We have got a lot of aspects that's not only involving planets in Pisces, but also we're going to be seeing some stuff that's going on with Jupiter. You will be experiencing some mutable squares this month, which basically means there are some changes afoot. You're going to be seeing these changes being primarily connected to expansion, changes on the home front, shifts going on with family, things that are about dealing with property or real estate or the past. Maybe it can also be about siblings or relatives and how that's impacting you and also your relationships. Also, Jupiter is your traditional ruler, and we will see some conjunctions to Jupiter, which is going to ramp up this home energy, and we will see Jupiter square Saturn in your first house, where honestly, you may feel a little frustrated that things aren't moving ahead as quickly as you would like with some changes on the home front. It can also mean that you're a little disgruntled because you're feeling like you have to sacrifice or you have to give something up personally Could be your privacy, it could be your space, it could be your freedom, and you're having to sacrifice something in order to kind of grow your home or your family base. So we'll unpack that as we go through it. But when you hear, Jupiter squares Saturn or Jupiter conjunct Mars, or even the planets like Venus that will come into opposition with Saturn and Neptune, it almost feels to me like all month long, there is this sense of you really reevaluating like what is not working for you. And, next month in September, mid-month, we're going to have an eclipse that's going to be in Pisces. And so we start feeling the effects of the eclipses about a month early. You have not had an eclipse yet in this cycle. This is a new North Node eclipse that's going to be happening in Pisces in your first house in September, which is really focusing on your needs, your body, like your new beginnings. And you're going to see a lot of polarity between Virgo, which is other people. Saturn in your first house squaring and opposing the stuff makes me kind of feel like there's definitely a sense of you being like, I have standards, I have boundaries, there are things that I need, and you can be very difficult to please with some of these things. So try to stay optimistic, but also be realistic about what is and is not working, about some stuff that's going on with relationships, and maybe even some things that are some blockages that you have or some resistance that you have to change. All right, so we start the month on August 2nd. This is when Venus in Leo in your 6th house will come into a square with Uranus. Venus in the 6th house, we do feel disgruntled sometimes in relationships. Sometimes we can feel like when it comes to our routine, our health, our habits, we're not always liking what we're seeing. Venus does rule our relationship to the mind, communication, to vehicles, traveling, and siblings. So Mercury and Venus, I think, coming into a square with Uranus means that you can be kind of agitated or feeling kind of your schedule's getting disrupted. You can be a little bit more critical of relationships, especially with people at work, and also with siblings. That can be happening here as well. On the 4th of the month, we will see that Mercury will turn retrograde, and it's going to start in Virgo. So it'll start in your 7th house of relationships, which means it's in your opposite sign. When you have a Mercury retrograde in opposition to your sign, it means that something is changing in direction in terms of communication with other people. So Virgo could be your coworkers, it could be the people who work for you, it could be your healthcare team. It could be, breakdown in communication with clients, or breakdown in communication with romantic partners or spouses. So other people are going to be having setbacks, communication issues, delays. They may be like all over the place. And Mercury also rules your 4th house of home and family. So it's possible a roommate might say, well, I think I want to move out, and then they flip-flop. Or a partner comes in and says, well, maybe I want to kind of get back into a relationship, and then they kind of go back and forth. So you will see that kind of happen with that retrograde. When it begins on the 4th, we also have a new moon in Leo. So I really actually I think with a new moon in your health zone and a Mercury retrograde, if you're looking to get back into having healthier habits or a better routine, this is about finding someone that you can work with. This can be a trainer. This could be working out with a partner. This could be finding a dietitian. This can be also finding somebody to just kind of help you get healthy or get organized. We set new intentions for health or work with the new moon in the 6th house. The same day, Venus enters into your 7th. So it means that if you have new goals for work, productivity, or health, somebody can emerge and can show up to kind of help you with that. And Venus rules your 3rd house. So they may communicate with you. They may kind of talk to you about the process. I also feel like Venus in the 7th house is a great transit. It is about the opportunity to maybe meet somebody. So if you're single, relationships can kind of come in as this transit happens in your 7th house. On the 7th of the month, Mercury will come into a retrograde with Venus in Virgo in your 7th. So Mercury rules your relationships, and it can also be people from the past or family, and it'll come in a conjunction with Venus. This is a time where you would get a phone call, an email, a text message from someone from the past. It could be an old client, could be someone you used to date, it could be someone you used to work with, but somebody may be trying to get in touch with you or getting, kind of back in contact with you. And it's not unusual when we have a Mercury retrograde in our 7th house that we do hear from people from the past, But adding Venus into it is like reassessing our relationships, and it'll be at a 3. So it'll be like, do I want this person or do I want that person? So some of you guys can be getting out of a relationship while other people are coming into your life. The other person could be like a therapist coming in that's working with you and helping kind of mediate something between you and another person as well. So you might be reconnecting with somebody, trying to work out your issues through therapy. On the 14th of the month, Mars will conjunct Jupiter in Gemini. Okay, so Mars represents money, resources, values, possessions, and in the 4th house of home and family, the conjunction of Jupiter means that you're ready to make an investment into a home or a living situation. Some of you guys are saying, I'm ready to move. I'm ready to, move my physical belongings into a new space. Others are saying, hey, I want to sign the lease. I want to buy the home. And Mars is also about like the legal process or a larger relocation. So you could be thinking about relocating to somewhere that could be further away. You may have to sign legal documents or paperwork revolving around a lease or a home situation. The very same day, Mercury goes retrograde back into Leo. So I would say this is about finding somebody who can do the documentation for you, who can look through everything and make sure it's legally kosher. It could be about hiring somebody to do an inspection on the home that you're potentially going to be looking into. Mercury rules your home. So before you sign a lease or you buy a house or anything, you need to have everything looked at. Same thing with vehicles, right? Same thing with any legal contracts. Everything needs to be thoroughly looked at during this retrograde. On the 15th of the month, Mars in Gemini in your 4th house, where there's lots of action revolving around home and property and real estate, will come into a square with Saturn, which means somebody's going to want to rush through the process. They're going to say, just hurry up and sign the lease, or just move, or let's buy the house, let's move on it quickly. And you're going to have to really listen to your instincts, where Saturn in your 1st house is saying, no, this is not right, or something is not kosher here, or we're moving too fast, or, I want to make sure we go through the proper procedures before we make a move on the home. This could also be doing any kind of like work on a home as well. If you're trying to bring somebody in and quickly speed up the process to renovate something or demo something or whatever, there can be structural or foundational issues that can happen. So it does not make sense to rush ahead. You may have to tell some family members, let's pump the brakes, let's take our time, or you may have to tell some roommates or people in your home stays that's like, now is not the time, we need to kind of stall this for a couple of days. On the, so then on the 18th of the month, you're going to see Mercury retrograde in your 6th house, squaring Uranus, which means there can be more tension and revolving around communication, scheduling. This can be about, where there is sudden unexpected things happening with gadgets, with phones, with things that need to be fixed, like cars that need to be kind of taken care of. And there can be some difficult communications when it comes to your schedule and your health. And this can really point to like there being so much changing maybe with your work or your health that it's causing some tension for you, I think like mentally. Uranus in the 3rd house is where you're feeling a little mentally frazzled, like there's too much going at one time. This will be the 2nd of 3 squares. So you want to look at what was happening earlier in like mid-July to get an idea of what was happening there, where there was some stress when it came to scheduling and trying to work out some of these changes with home or family. This will also be the Cazimi. So this is when you have some kind of epiphany or awareness that day that's like, hey, maybe this isn't going to work. Maybe we need to take a different method. Maybe we need to postpone. And it's going to show you where there's some kind of breakdown in communications where actually there is a need to rethink or re-strategize how you're going to go about making this change in your home, your health, or your daily routine. On the 19th of the month, we're going to see a pretty big full moon in Aquarius, okay? So for the world in general, it feels a little hectic, but it is in your 12th house. So you're going to be kind of like, I'm just chilling. I just need my alone time. I need to be cool, calm, and collected. I maybe need a little bit more rest, and I want to spend some time by myself, where you're just kind of vegging out. So a full moon in the 12th house, it does bring up stuff in our subconscious that we may not be aware of. It impacts our sleep sometimes, and this is about spiritual experiences, realizations, epiphanies, things that we see in meditation or dreams. And this full moon is in a house that deals with healing. So while you're reworking something about your health and your routine, that may have a direct impact on your psychological health, your sleep patterns, like what's going on with you emotionally. And this is going to be ruled by Uranus, so it's going to square Uranus. So this could mean if you're feeling a little mentally frazzled, you're like, I'm turning out the lights, I'm putting my phone on Do Not Disturb, I'm getting some sleep, I want to be left alone. Equally, this is co-ruled by Saturn, which is in your sign. And when we have the full moon, Saturn will make an opposition to Venus. And Venus is phones, communications, talking, romantic partners. And it may be a time where you're like, please don't take it personally. I just need some space. Like, I'm not feeling well. I need a good night's sleep. Like, don't call me. I'll call you. And you can be feeling like you're kind of keeping somebody at a distance, or you're delaying or postponing meeting with somebody, or you're saying, I would rather just kind of text, you know, I don't want to see you in person, or, you know, just give me some space. 2, we will also see during this full moon that Jupiter in Gemini in your 4th house, where it's expanding home, is also squaring Saturn. So you may actually have a situation where it's not that you don't want to see someone, it's that you're like, I am so swamped with what's going on with my home or my family, or I'm in the middle of moving, like I don't have the time or I don't have the space to entertain you. Like I can't break away from what I'm doing to connect with you. So Jupiter will actually be a focal point of a square between Saturn in your sign and also Venus. So it does mean that there is so much communication and expand emotionally and in your home life that, you know, maybe you're like, wow, there can be too much going on with my home and my family. Is that keeping me away from people? Maybe. So relational issues can come from the Venus-Saturn opposition. And, you know, this is going to be the very first Jupiter square Saturn. It's kind of contradictory because, you know, Saturn in the 1st house wants you to be rigid and strict and have boundaries and be aware of your timing and also your personal space, and making sure that you're taking time to yourself to sleep or to just be on your own and not be spending too much time or expanding too much with family. But, you know, Saturn kind of squashes Jupiter's expansion. So it's interesting because I really feel like this is you putting on the brakes, being like, even though I want to do this, I need to do this in a timely manner and I can't do it all at one time. So whatever is changing on the home front, that's what this is. You know, Jupiter is your traditional ruler. So Saturn in your 1st house means that maybe you're denying or delaying this, even though you know it's a good thing, that it's just not the right time. And maybe between that and the scheduling issues, you decide to postpone or put some of these things off that you've been thinking about doing, right? So just take your time. Don't rush into any home situations is my advice. You'll see the square happen again in December. So maybe it's just a matter of kind of rescheduling some things until it's going to be better timing. We will also see the sun in your house of health with the retrograde coming into a square with Uranus. So this can be things are getting postponed or delayed because of health matters, because of, you know, scheduling changes at work, things that end up kind of shifting with coworkers, you know, having to take care of pets or other odds and ends that kind of impact you from being able to travel or communicate as clearly. On the 22nd of the month, the sun enters Virgo. So the sun will be in your 7th house, highlighting relationships and also working with clients, having a one-on-one kind of opportunity with other people. And on the 27th of the month, Venus in the 7th house will trine Uranus. And so this does make it possible to have positive changes in relationships, communicate differently. You know, maybe you're then able to kind of go back and forth, travel, call one another, see each other, and relationships can kind of flow a little bit better then. And there could be some positive things that have shifted in your communication style. On the 28th of the month, Venus will come into an opposition with Neptune in Pisces. Okay. So think back to what happened when Venus opposed Saturn. Because I feel like this was a time, you know, right around, let's see, when was this? Right around the 19th. Okay, so the 19th is going to be kind of similar to the 28th, where you kept space between you and another person, or you were kind of took a step back. Venus in opposition to Saturn could mean that you ghost somebody and you're like, now I just decide I don't like them, I don't want to talk to them, or they're really interested in connecting with me, but I want to appear unavailable, or I want to appear like, you know, I'm really busy or I'm sleeping. And like, this can be you being kind of evasive of another person and trying to kind of dodge communication and connection. And you're taking time to really think about it before you connect with them. or you just don't want to be too readily available for them. That's one way of looking at it. Other people can be idealizing you and like being really drawn to you, and you could be kind of like put off by that, or somebody could really be interested in you and you could be like, no thanks, I'm good. Same day, Mercury goes direct in Leo, so the retrograde is over in your habit and health zone. So if you've been having some health stuff coming up, it can kind of get cleared up then. If there's been some job change stuff that's happening or some shifts to your schedule, that can kind of stabilize there as well. And I think really, you know, for the most part, if there's been relationship issues with a Mercury retrograde in Virgo into Leo, it can be about that person coming back and being like, I've been working on my issues. Let's see if we can kind of work through it. And you may be a little bit of a stickler about whether or not you're willing to let somebody else in. And if you feel like it's been, you know, too little too late, or that it's not good enough, or you're not sure that that person has kind of worked through some of their issues before you're ready to kind of connect with them. Anyway, on the 29th, Venus enters into Libra. So you're going to see Venus go into the 8th house, where there is a major change and transformation to relationships and joint assets. Changing of the mind when it comes to relationships and money, and also personal possessions. Now, things can be kind of sexy with Venus in the 8th house. You could definitely have access to other people's money, and other people could be more generous with you. And Venus will come into a trine with Pluto in your 12th house. So there is definitely a pretty significant transformation of relationships and joint assets. For me, this feels like it can be a turning point where there is a much more definitive decision that's made about a relationship and whether or not something has kind of run its course. It can also mean that this change that's going on with your joint assets and resources is something that gives you some sense of kind of like completion, and you're like, okay, I wrapped that up, they paid me back, or we dealt with our joint resources, like now we're good. So that's how I see it. And love can also be very transformative with Venus in your 8th house trine Pluto. There can be some kind of love at a distance, or somebody who can be culturally different in some capacity. Really good for like occult, you know, studies or interests. It can be great for investments as well, especially if you follow foreign markets with Pluto in the 12th house. Lots of changes with love and money taking place. But man, when I look at these planets in your 1st house opposing your 7th square, there's going to be some big decisions that are being made as a result of other people and your relationship to other people when it comes to your home and your living situation. So people may be coming back or coming in right at the nick of time to try to say, hey, can we work this out before you make a decision and you move, or you buy something, or you do this, or you do that. Watch what happens with the communication with other people, because it's going to have a big influence on you. And like I said, the shadow is going to play out like until September, and we'll see what happens. You guys will have to let me know. But remember, like I said, you are coming into the eclipse next month. That's going to be in your sign in the 1st house, and it's going to be about what is best for you, what you want, what your body needs, what feels best for you, sometimes in separation or outside of other people. So it's about putting your needs first. All right, so let's see what these cards say for you, Pisces and Pisces rising. Got this one again, the Strength card. Overcoming the challenges and finding that you are strong and capable of, I think, you know, yeah, overcoming things. This card reminds me of not forcing situations. She's not putting the lion in a headlock. She's not forcing it to embrace her. She's taming it in a way that is, you know, loving and gentle. And so I think for a lot of you, there's going to be a lot of reworking relationships and trying to figure out, like, what do I need to do to help them? How can I fix them? And this could be clients, this could be friends, this could be romantic relationships, this could be co-working relationships. And I think really the lesson is with the retrograde in Leo, by the way, it's other people have to be willing to come to terms with their role in the issues. They need to be aware of the role that they play. And it's not necessarily about whether or not you can fix them. Sometimes it's about taking a step back and like letting the situation handle itself, without feeling like you're beating your head against a wall, you know, trying to kind of save someone or trying to fix something. Strength in an emotional sense. And I think that you're really going to see that. I think that this would be a month that I would be more in tune with your health, your habits, and your productivity, regardless of what somebody else is doing. Somebody else or other people are going to do what they're going to do. Focus on yourself and, you know, making some changes to how you're kind of navigating your routines. that will have a ripple effect on your relationships. And what is meant to kind of happen with that Strength card coming up, or who you're meant to be with, is definitely going to be something that's unfolding, but it's not going to be something that you're going to have to force, right? It's going to be letting what's meant to be kind of come to you. Anyway, I hope that's helpful in giving you some insight. Certainly a very, very interesting month that we're going to have going on. So as always, I appreciate your guys' likes, your comments, your shares. Do consider giving me a thumbs up if this video was helpful, giving you some insight for the month ahead. Come back, leave me some comments, let me know how it plays out. I love watching the comments at the end of the month when a lot of this stuff has unfolded. I promise you guys that full moon in Aquarius is going to be freaking gangbusters. It is going to be wild. So you really want to be paying attention, not just to Aquarius, but also where Uranus is in your chart. And don't forget to check out my website below at beyondtheveiltarot.com. You can book a session with me. You can check out my astrology calendars. And I also teach astrology. I have a 101 beginners course and a 201 that's advanced, where you can learn transits and read the charts the way that I do. Make sure that you're subscribed so you're alerted as to when we have all these new videos coming out through the month. We'll be tackling a lot of these aspects as we go. And let's see what happens in the month of August. As always, thank you guys so much for your support. I'll catch you guys back here next month in September. And I hope this is a month to remember. Take care. I'll see you all very soon.